fellow elected officials, and political colleagues who are all working together to ensure a vibrant economic future. Thank you for your attendance. I do hope to be with you next time.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Well, this side of the room is like awake and vibrant. This side is still trying to figure it out. Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Sheryl Davis, the director of the San Francisco Human Rights Commission, and I just want to first and foremost welcome you all and thank you so much for being in space with us. Give yourselves a hand for getting downtown at 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock, whatever time it is on a Thursday morning. My charge this morning is to share with you all the call to action, what we hope to accomplish over the course of the next couple of days. And I wanted to start with a quote from Dr. King that says, "There is nothing new about poverty. What is new, however, is that we have the resources to get rid of it." Right? So much of what Dr. King was doing toward the end of his life was not celebrated when he was doing it. He was challenging the power structures. He was challenging the way that we were moving forward. He was thinking about equity in a way that now we name it, but that it wasn't named at that point in time, and that he really was launching this war on poverty. And so we have so many resources in San Francisco specifically. Between President Walton and Mayor Breed, there's been a tremendous allocation of resources specifically for minority communities, but for the Black community through the Dreamkeeper Initiative, through opportunities for all with paid internships, with just ongoing support and at least the calling out of the disparities. And so today, we really want to talk about, well, what are the pathways to parity? If we know that disparities exist and we have the resources to address them, why do we continue to see the same things happening? Even in a town like San Francisco, where less than 6% of the population is Black, but yet and still we see the numbers of folks incarcerated are still the majority. We see that 40% of the homeless population is Black. We see that the suspensions in our school districts are 30% Black. The expulsions in our school district are 30% Black. So if in a town with less than 6% and with resources we can't make the difference or the impact, then that doesn't leave much hope for other folks. But I want to live in a space where Dr. King talked about that we can talk about and think about our finite disappointments, but we must continue to live in infinite hope. We have to continue to be hopeful. So today is not just about being hopeful, it is about how we actualize that hope. How do we move beyond the dream, how do we move beyond hope to actually implementing some of the things that we want to see happen. So I first and foremost want to thank our thought partners and partners in launching this, the folks from New School. I see you this morning, Henry Ramos from the New School. So give it up for New School, all the folks that have been partnering with us in this. And then as well, you can look through the program, you'll see all of the partners that we have coming up. So as I get ready to go through the points, and I want to thank again Henry for helping us draft those, and Dr. Sy and Brittany who've helped us in that way. I also want to bring into the room the voice of James Baldwin as we talk about some of these things. One of the things that James Baldwin said is, anyone who has ever struggled with poverty knows how extremely expensive it is to be poor. Right. And I think the city and county of San Francisco can bear witness to the fact that it is extremely expensive to not take care of everyone, right? To not have a pathway to parity where folks can actually be self-sufficient and have economic mobility. And so I just want us to think about as we go through this, it costs too much, or when we challenge the idea and notion of guaranteed income or jobs guaranteed or giving people what they need to be housed, that when we make those challenges, it actually costs us more money to not do some of that. So it is expensive. The other thing that he said that is the point of today is that not everything that is faced can be changed, but nothing can be changed until it is faced. So today we face the fact that we have inequities, that we have disparities, and that we want to change them. And so this is the beginning of that conversation, but hopefully more than a conversation, the beginning of action and implementation. So the call to action, and that we want you all to help us do and to achieve, is that we want to create and build new opportunities for a human rights economy. What does that look like to have an economy that is based in a human rights framework? What does it look like to say that we want to make sure that everybody has what they need to live and to be seen and to function as fully human and not be treated as other? We want to elevate and think about the concepts and models of restorative economic advancement. We want to be very intentional about restorative. Think about what that word means. We want you to help us think about what does it mean to have restorative economic advancement. To have economics that are restorative and that are advancing something, what are we restoring to? And so we don't want to get caught up in the, well, you never had nothing, so we're not restoring you to nothing. Like, that's not the language, because people have had things stolen from them, their dignity, their value, which has made it hard for them. So what does it mean like for us to really think about restorative practices? And if not for me, for my ancestors, right? For the folks who had their wealth stolen. The other one is we want to examine new approaches in public and private partnerships and government. So what does that look like? We want you to help us think through that, and we hope through these conversations that some of that will happen. And then lastly, we want to support the development of a racial equity and inclusion framework for economic success that is scalable, not just for San Francisco, but that can be replicated. And that's why our partners that are here from Northeastern or from the New School or from Loyola Chicago are so important, because we want to think about what are the best practices that are happening in other places, what are the things that are happening here, what are the things that are happening with the African American redress. I see you, Billy and Linda and the folks from Columbia and Howard. What does it look like for us to actually implement some of those things and advance them? So with that, we will begin our first conversation, and I am so elated and grateful to have the honor to engage with a few folks here this morning. But to start the conversation off first with Alicia Garza. So I'm going to invite Alicia up as I get ready. Give it up for Alicia. I want to use this conversation for Alicia to introduce herself in a new way. I think folks think they know her in the history, but I think she is doing some, and I just want to say I'm so happy for how happy the young people are to see you. So hopefully before you leave, you can get a picture with these young folks, and they can understand that, you know, they get to live in that, but they can also replicate and be their own model of greatness. But Alicia is doing some work that I think is really fundamental for the next era of this work, right? Like, how do we move forward? How do we not just live in the past of the work, but how do we move forward? And so I want Alicia to reintroduce herself, as Jay would say, to be able to have a conversation about what it is she's doing now and why she's doing that. And so as I move to my seat, I would just welcome you. Alicia, like, I don't know if folks know, Alicia is also from the Bay and has done a lot of work here, and her work through Community and Domestic Workers Alliance and the work she has done in Bayview and in San Francisco proper. I just want to, again, I'm just so grateful to have you here. Give it up again for Alicia Garza. So, good to see you. I wanted Alicia to start with, yes, introducing herself, but by way of the Black Futures Lab. I think, at one point in time, San Francisco, I see folks from Young Community Developers here, and President Walton and I launched a local initiative around Black to the Future, and so we've got this synergy around what that means, but I want you to kind of introduce yourself in that framing of the Black Futures Lab and the evolution of why that's important.
Absolutely. Good morning.
Good morning.
It's so good to be back in the Bay. Always good to be back in San Francisco. And this is exactly what I want to be talking about this morning, so thank you for the invitation. I'm Alicia Garza. I use she, her, hers, and diva pronouns, and I actually do use all of those pronouns. And I run an organization called the Black Futures Lab and the Black to the Future Action Fund, which works to make Black communities powerful in politics so we can be powerful in the rest of our lives. I do wear many, many hats, or used to at least. I work with the Domestic Workers Alliance, the National Domestic Workers Alliance, as the senior advisor to the president. And I also am one of the co-founders of an organization called Supermajority, which I'm wearing my pink today, which is a new home for women's activism. And I'm one of the co-creators of the Black Lives Matter Global Network, which now has 40 chapters in 4 countries in the whole town. The reason that I use all of those kind of descriptors is not to kind of run down the long list of things I do in a day. But it's to say that the center of my work is trying to always figure out how we make our communities powerful. And this is a different concept, I think, than just empowerment, which is often what we talk about. When we talk about communities of color, when we talk about disadvantaged or marginalized communities, we talk about empowerment. And empowerment really means self-esteem. It means feeling good about yourself in the conditions that you're living in right now. But power is actually something very different. Power is about the ability to make the rules and change the rules. Power is about being able to decide where resources go and where they don't go. Power is about there being consequences if people disappoint you. Okay? And power is also about being able to tell the story of who we are and who we can be together. Okay? There's a very powerful story that's operating in this country right now. It's called Make America Great Again. Right? That's power. Okay?
White power.
Correct.
Exactly.
Correct. So at the Black Futures Lab and the Black to the Future Action Fund, we work to figure out how we build Black power. So that we can build the kind of world, right, where we all have dignity. Okay? I also want to say that part of how we approach our work is that we have some principles about what it means to actually build real power, especially as it relates to policy. And as we're having a conversation about how we change and address disparities, we're really talking about, right, how it is that we uproot racism in San Francisco, in California, throughout this country, right? How do we uproot racism? And as it relates to policy, there's a few approaches that we have to make sure that we're taking. One approach, right, is to make sure that we are developing and designing policy that is race forward, not race neutral. You can't address problems that you don't talk about. You can't expect, right, that talking about things broadly is going to address very specific disparities. How do you address the suspension rate of Black students if you're never talking about the fact that Black students are suspended at overwhelming rates? How do you address the fact that Black families are hemorrhaging out of San Francisco if we don't address that it's actually Black families that are hemorrhaging out of San Francisco faster than anywhere else in the country besides post-Katrina New Orleans? So policy as it relates to how we uproot systemic racism has to actually address race.
Well, is that why, like, the work you're doing even with the Black census, is that part of that? Because I think that's also a nouveau kind of like thinking, to be very intentional about the data and who's collecting it.
It is. So the Black Census Project is basically what we say is a model of what democracy is supposed to look like in this country. We are talking to 200,000 Black people across the nation in every community about what it is that we experience every day in the economy, in our democracy, in our society, and what we want to see done about it. We did this project in 2018. We revived it again in 2022. And I can tell you the most common thing that people said was that nobody ever asked me
That's right.
what I want for my future. I've never been asked that question. Not only is that leaving people out and leaving people behind, but it has impacts for public policy. What does that mean? If the majority of people that we talked to, over 30,000 at that point, said nobody's ever engaged me on housing, on healthcare, on the economy, that means that we're being left out of public policy, right? And then that means, right, also that we're not having our needs addressed and we're not having our concerns addressed. The other thing that is important about the Black Census Project is that it's not just a bunch of data. This data goes to grassroots organizations across the country to help bolster their organizing efforts around issues that are impacting our communities, from housing to healthcare to education to criminal legal system reform. And it also is used to design a legislative agenda that we organize communities around that are addressing some of the biggest problems facing us. And you can see our first version of that on our website at black2thefuture.org, where we actually created a Black agenda from the Black Census. And we used it as an organizing tool leading up to the 2020 elections, taking our perceptions of voting and engagement from people to policy, from personality to policy. Lots of us are making decisions about who represents us based on if we feel good about them or not, we like them or not. Are they nice?
Well, it's hard in San Francisco because I feel like even though it's big, but the Black population is so small that everybody seems to know each other, and a lot of this is very much personality driven. It's about like, oh, I saw her at dinner the other night.
Right, but it also needs to be based on what are they doing about the issues that we care about. Are we on the same page about how to address some of these problems, right? Do you know, right, do you have the relationships to have the conversations and the negotiations that are happening and actually make those productive? And in whose interests are you negotiating, right? Are you negotiating on behalf of community? Or are you negotiating on behalf of other entities that don't have community as their priority or as their interests? And the last thing I want to say about the Black Census Project, and if you haven't taken it, you should take it because it's open right now. And it literally takes 5 minutes. It's blackcensus.org. Is that we don't just extract information, we bring it back to the communities we gathered it in. So we're getting ready to do our Black Census Roadshow, where we'll be going back to all the towns and cities that we talked to and presenting what you said about what you care about and what you want to see for your future. And we do that with media partners, we do it with local elected officials, right? And we actually help to facilitate conversations about what do we do next. The reason that we say that this is one of the best models of democracy is because it is a massive listening and engagement project that is attempting to help bring people together to fight for the things that we want and need.
So with that, before we get ready to bring up some other folks to join in the conversation, As you collect that data and that information, you know, we've been very fortunate. Mayor Breed has allocated the $60 million a year, along with Supervisor President Walton, for the Dreamkeeper initiative. And as we collect data and as we gather it, we realize that there's this need to do this corrective narrative storytelling.
Yes.
And how do we take that data and tell a story that doesn't further, because I really wrestle with saying 30% of the suspensions are Black students, because then people use that to justify suspending Black students, or if you talk about the incarceration. So how do you use the data to really tell a story that's not deficit-based and puts the burden on the people, but really shifts the burden and the blame to the system?
Yeah. Well, first of all, you have to name who's doing what. Black students are being suspended, but the school district is suspending Black students at astronomical rates. Okay. Sometimes we talk about poverty in the same way, right? And we do it from a perspective of people's choices as opposed to a perspective of public policy. Okay? So the stories that we tell actually have to highlight who's responsible and what the impact is, rather than who's surviving the consequences of decades of bad policy.
I will clap for
Yeah.
that. That's one of the things that I really hope people will make a note of. Like when we talk in the language that we use, to be really mindful, to have the shift around what the system is doing, what the policies are doing. And that's a lot of what we're finding with the Dreamkeeper initiative is look, why do we do it this way? Why can't we, if somebody needs a job and they need money in the in-between time while the job gets up and running, why can't we just meet that need? So I just want to just celebrate and again recognize and acknowledge. Also, I want to shout out to Orlando on LinkedIn for hosting us today. As we were thinking about who to engage in this conversation, I wanted to invite up some folks who have this experience for what you're talking about, that gathering information, lived experience. So LaJaya Smith, if you want to come on up, give LaJaya and then I wanted to invite up the Queen, I think, Sophie Maxwell, former supervisor. I think I wanted to, as we get ready to move into this conversation, I wanted to start with Alicia and Supervisor Maxwell actually around what do we, as we wrestle with this, is there anything from the past that we should be taking into the future? Is it our history, the elders, the culture? What does it look like to be intentional about moving forward, but also not erasing the past? Because I know similarly when we did some of this work in San Francisco, we heard from Black folks in the city, they felt invisible or they felt erased. And I want to make sure that we don't further erase as we move into the future. So what can we take, or what do you see as the thing to take into the future?
I would say, unfortunately, not a lot has changed.
Ah,
So the
even
future
real.
and the past kind of all revolve around each other. But I think what we have to do is understand the lens in which we're looking at. And we have to rethink wealth. A lot of us, we are wealthy. But if we base it on what other people have, we will never get there. We have to base our wealth on our strengths and what we have. Money is extremely important. Just let me say, money is extremely important, but it's not everything. Creativity that we have, we are used every day for our creativity. We bring wealth, slavery has changed, because we still bring wealth to this country. We are a wealth-building people, but usually it's somebody else's wealth. We have to garner that and understand what that is and redefine Because if we redefine it, then they no longer have the strains. So we have to rethink. We also have to consider the environment. If we're going to be wealthy, let's consider how we're going to build our wealth. We cannot be the same way. It's not sustainable. We look at Jackson, Mississippi. Who gets hurt? Look at Florida. Look at Puerto Rico. Who gets hurt from this climate and this environment? So we have to rethink wealth and how we build it and what it looks like, and understand we're not coming from nowhere. We have a base of wealth. Let's build on that.
Amen.
I think the thing that we can bring from the past to the present and into the future is a focus on building political power. It is incredible that this city has a mayor who's not only born and raised here, right, but is willing to think outside the box as it relates to how to address some of the most pervasive, enduring problems in the city. Now, with that being said, she needs to be pressured. She needs to be held to account. And when I say that, I don't mean we need to beat up on her. That's my sister, she's good people. But what I'm saying is, right, that one of the things that we can bring from the past is the spirit of make me do it. It's the spirit of make me do it. And the way we make people do things is by being relentless with our participation, and being clear in our vision, and being specific. The Dream Keepers initiative is a result, right, of movement.
Right
A
power.
decade, right, of organizing worldwide around Black lives creates the space for innovation and courage to do things differently. 10 years ago, right, we actually weren't able to have these conversations out loud in the ways that we are right now. What are we doing with this moment? So it's a make me do it spirit. And the other thing that I think comes forward in this is relentless participation. Relentless participation. We always talk in terms of our forebears, we talk about all the struggles and hardships that people endured. And people were enduring hardships, walking miles, being hosed, chased by dogs, beaten by police because people were trying to be martyrs. No, people were trying to get free. And so they understood that their participation mattered, no matter what. You're seeing it now in places like Georgia, 11-hour lines to vote. It's not to vote, it's because people want to exercise their power. Right, so that's something I think we can take from the past and bring forward.
Thank you.
Hamilton.
I know we're supposed to move on, but I want to ask Jerry and Lejea the same kind of thoughts. Or is there anything that you're thinking about that you want to bring from the past into the future, or are you starting all over?
No, I would bring hustle and motivation from the past into the future because all that our backbones was built on from slavery. From even I have a single mother who raised 3 kids, so I watched her motivation and hustle. She'll raise all of us, raise us as good as she can, and she did a beautiful job.
That's right.
So,
That's right. That's right.
And I started a business for myself, having my own business. I have those days where I just want to give up on everything because it's not going as well as I want to. I'm not making the money that I want to, but I know that in life there's trials and tribulations. So if I want to succeed in life, I got to keep on going, keep on moving forward and maintain my goals. All right.
Amen.
I know Jerry be hustling. So.
Yeah, one thing I try to channel, and I'll start by saying, I ain't built like our ancestors were, like they were strong, but what I do try to channel is that like resiliency and by any means necessary attitude. So, and you see it championed in certain people today. I mean, if you look back, like Harriet Tubman said it wasn't enough to get free. Like, let me go back an additional 19 times, you know, to the countless people who like figured out how to read when it was against the law. Like I don't know if I was that strong, but I try to channel it as much as I can today. And you'll see it with people like LeBron James. It's not good enough to be an amazing athlete. Let me start an academy to help with the kids who come from where I come from. Let me hire my friends and do that work. And we see it in the local politics and within San Francisco. I don't think me or the J or many of the youth would be in here if it wasn't for, you know, people like Director Davis after the gentlemen were killed in 2015 in that car and said, let's start a program where they can work during the summer, be able to climb the economic mobility ladder. And then that obviously went on and transformed into what we see today as opportunities for all, and just trying to carry that as I go on with my work. It's not just enough to build a project or real estate development in a low-income neighborhood. How many contractors can we bring on? Can we make sure the partners are, you know, people who represent that community, so on and so forth. So that resiliency and by any means necessary attitude being channeled is what I try to focus on and bring forward.
I hope you all will give me license, because I'm going to deviate a little bit, just piggybacking or veggie-backing or following up on what Supervisor Maxwell said around wealth, because I'm listening to each of you talk about your strategies for moving forward or the ways that we do that. And far too often, to the point around wealth, it's defined with this other lens, right? And that the wealth that you all have just described up here, like, how do we think about economic success, right, in that space of cultural wealth, right? Because hustle and motivation and resilience may not be something they teach you in school, and it may not be something that is on a resume, but it is extremely important for the success and actually for the existence of folks, right? Especially for folks of color, specifically in my experience for Black folks, right? So being able to like withstand like the insanity of people saying stuff to you that you're like, what? Why are you talking to me like that, right? But that you've been prepared for it, right? That you have this idea of being able to move through it or understand and see the bigger picture. So what does economic success look like, or even like how are we defining, or how can we redefine wealth, right? In the way that you called out Supervisor Maxwell, or in the way that you talked about, Lajaya, and that you were actually modeling, Alicia, like, how do we get the policymakers, the systems leaders to rethink cultural wealth and how we define it?
Well, I think when you consider that people would say owning a home is one way to have wealth, how many people are going to be able to own a home? Homes are going to be redefined. They already are. There's no one little house somewhere that you can own. You're owning, it's different. So we're going to have to rethink again how and what that means and what success is. You have to define success. You know, when I was growing up, way back in the 60s and 70s, you know, Black was not beautiful. We changed that. We said, wait a minute, Black is beautiful. And these lips, these full lips are like pillows when you kiss. Black is beautiful. We redefine beauty. And we redefine beauty in women and men. We redefine it. And so you cannot get caught up in their definition of anything. Because you will never work. You will never fall into it. And so when we talk about wealth, when we talk about those, really go deep inside of you and think, what is wealth? When you think of what kind of job, I used to tell my grandson, he said, well, what am I going to do? I said, what do people need? And what are your gifts? It's not just about your passion. You know, my family has always been in people business and working. My mother, there's a school named after her in San Francisco.
Yes.
I never knew hunger. We have houses. My grandmother, we have stuff. So it's not that you're not gonna have anything if you think about the whole, if you think about what people need, that's your wealth. That is how you gain it, that's how you do it, you have to rethink. And the politics, we are all the politics. It's not them and those people. People used to say, call me a politician, I said, I am a public servant.
Amen.
And I reminded myself of that every day, and I reminded people, those people are public servants. And as she mentioned, you have to be involved. If you're not involved, it's your fault. Democracy is a participatory form of government. If you don't participate, somebody else will. And if you're not at the table, as they say, then you're on the menu. So those are things, you have the power within you. You are given everything you need to be successful. You have it within and you have it outside. The goods, the bads, the ups and downs. Start thinking about it. Get busy. This is your government. If you want to change it, think about it. It is not rocket science. None of this is. If it was, these people wouldn't be able to do it. So you know that if there are any, my mother used to say, if there are any superior people on the face of this earth, if there are any, you are a part of that group.
That's right.
And that's right.
Well, there's multiple different definitions of wealth and success. So to me, I would think wealth is knowing about money and how to use money. So knowing the value of money, because money makes the world go round. So knowing what to do with the money, how to use it, how to save it. Because the rich stay rich because they're saving their money. They're not blowing off a bag. I mean, they are, but they're not blowing it off on just anything. They're using that money to invest. They use that money to do real estate, home ownerships, so they can keep the money going for generations to come.
Amen.
That's right. That's right.
In that same spirit, Jerry, I thought it was interesting when you started like investing and playing around and tinkering. Like, what made you want to play around and try the investment game?
Well, I started when I was younger, maybe not young for some, but 18, 19 years old. And I grew up in affordable housing, switched schools a lot, and I was like, well, if I lose this money, I can't get any closer to rock bottom. I'm very risk averse now, so let me make as many mistakes with these couple of dollars before I get older and make mistakes with something that may cause my kid not be able to go to the college they want to, so on and so forth. And I think that everyone makes those mistakes growing up. But I think the biggest factor when looking at economic success is that some people grow up and are cultivated in a household to where their parents can be the safety net, or their support system can be the safety net for them to make those mistakes in a comfortable place. Whereas others are thrown into the world and their first mistakes are magnified because they are adults. The only source of income they have is their income. So yeah, I think that's what got me to do it younger.
Alicia, I wanted to ask this to Jerry and Lajaya, but I'll ask you, based on what you've seen from the work with Black Census and Black in the Future Lab, what do we need to be doing to support the next generation for economic mobility? Like, what can we do to begin to try to embed in our systems and policies?
Well, the first thing I think we can be doing is getting clear on what it is that we want to change and how we think that change happens. I feel pretty strongly that we need to demand more of each other and our government. And I do think it's a problem that you cannot fathom buying a home in San Francisco. And I think that is something that we have to address directly and not concede that it's just not possible, and so we should move on to a different thing, right?
I think we have to demand more from government. I moved out of California 6 months ago. It's my home, I love it here, and trust me, it was hard. But I did not want to keep paying thousands of dollars in rent every month. Even though I'm employed, I have a good job, you know what I mean? I have degrees, and I'm like, this is a lot. So imagine, right? For somebody who's making less than me, right? How are you holding on in the Bay? I moved to another state so that I could buy a home. Now, with that being said, that's not a mecca, right? Because the reason I can buy a home there is because the tax structure is different. In fact, right? It's like everything's more affordable, sure, because there's barely any taxes. And that means there's barely infrastructure, right? And so that means, right? And I was talking to my sister, Latasha Brown, who runs Black Voters Matter. And she said, you know, in our movement here, we have a hard time thinking about holding government accountable because government doesn't serve us. So we go to hold corporations accountable. And I said, sis, but that's your government.
Right.
That's your government. So if we're always kind of looking at solving problems in a way that kind of concedes that somebody else is always going to have power, right? Then it kind of lets people off the hook for the things that they're supposed to be doing to be our servants. So I think as it relates to how we're training a future generation to think about how we make change, I think it's actually about placing front and center, well, who do we think is responsible and accountable for these decisions? Yes, it's us, right? But there are actually mechanisms that make it so that people can't buy homes in the city. There are mechanisms, right, that make it so that schools can dump Black kids and brown kids, while other schools, right, are developing the next president and vice president of the United States. That's designed. And we can undesign it, but we have to commit to accountability, and we have to commit to, I think, remembering, right, who does work for us and actually making them work for us.
Jerry and Lajaya, like what do you, because what I'm hearing is that we need to redefine wealth. We need to define our own success. We need to continue to challenge authority. There's a line that James Baldwin has, I'm gonna mess it up, but that says, there is no more dangerous creation than someone who has nothing to lose.
Come on.
And so I always took that as we need to be a threat, right? To move from being the victim to being a threat. Not a threat physically to someone, but to have them be like, ooh, they know this game. Like they're on to me. And that they're gonna use their intellect to like flip this. And if they flip this, it's not gonna like play out the same way anymore. And so I think part of what I'm hearing you say, Alicia, is like we have to continue to challenge the system, and the system needs to not just be like, oh, they have accepted this as the game, right? And they're looking to be first in line versus changing the game. And I think part of that is how do we redefine wealth, as Supervisor Maxwell said, and like also at the same time to say like, don't erase me from the opportunity to own a home. Because I know, Jerry, like that's something that you've been working to do, right?
Correct.
And like, what was the motivating factor for you? Like, did you can't buy in San Francisco, so what do you decide? You know, like where do you go? How do you, as a young person who still has way more time ahead of you than I do, like how do you negotiate that?
Yeah, and I think you negotiate it two ways, right? Because it is very hard to do something like owning a home in San Francisco, and there are programs that can support that for someone who are of the economic status or whatever it is that I am, but then you have to weigh those odds, right? Because like you were saying, it's not just enough to be a part of the institution and take what it is, but be able to flip it on its head. So I hit like a crossroads end of last year where it was use what's available in San Francisco to own a home, because I believe Dream Keepers is helping as well with the DOT program. So there's something in between $300,000 and $500,000 you can get to support you for a down payment on a home in San Francisco, which makes it financially feasible. But then I thought, how would that affect me? Am I looking to just say I own in San Francisco, or am I looking to reap the benefits of actually owning in San Francisco? And then when you read below the line and you look at those loans, you realize that you don't have the ability to move to New York for 2 years and rent your apartment out, right? You don't have the ability to sell it for the same value and get the equity out of it. So it's like this pseudo sense of ownership, right? And then I think with that, I said, well, let me, utilize delayed gratification, purchase a place that I may be able to have multiple streams of income and rent from, which I did, and eventually, if I want to come back, have that opportunity by my own means. But again, it's a big step forward that there is this help out there to receive those down payments and those loans, but now let's look at it through a lens of how can we make that more efficient and better, right? Because you don't want to be, slave to your own house and wish the city actually owns it.
And I think that's what we're talking about in terms of like, how do you define wealth? Because for you, it was like, just owning a home is not wealth, right? Because in San Francisco, you own it on paper, but if you want to sell it, you can't make a profit off of it, right? If you go through some of those programs. And the ability to do the research to understand that and challenge that norm. But Lajaya, you're on the younger end of the spectrum and like doing your entrepreneurial work and trying to get that off the ground. Like where are you in this, like how we define success or what it is that you need even personally to have economic mobility?
I find this question perfect because as the chair of the My Brothers Sisters Keeper San Francisco Youth Council, we decided to come up with a series of workshops for Black and brown high schoolers that is surrounded by wealth building. So we're giving them the tools and information on taxes, home ownership, stocks, investing, and even a history of economic depression, which was facilitated by a very young Dr. Sai. So I believe all this information is important because we're not taught financial literacy in schools. So I believe if everybody was taught this in high school now, we will all be up in the game. We will all be homeowners. We know how to do our own taxes. We know how to do stocks. We know how to do all that. So this is what we need to be in schools, and the hope is that through our fellowship, that it sparks inspiration for success in the future to come.
For a second, I just want to see if there's one or two questions from the audience, but I did just want to, we talked about economic success. I guess my question to pose to whoever wants to respond is, how do we build economic power? Right, like the power of economics, because you talked about in some places it's the government, in some places it's corporations. A lot of folks have been looking to philanthropy to fix what's wrong in spaces. How do we actually like build economic power when some of the folks who are Black or brown or minorities or female don't have access to the money to actually flip it on its head the way it needs to be?
I guess I'll start with that and say, in San Francisco, there's no perfect or ideal government, but I don't think there's too many more cities where the economic resources are as plentiful. With that being said, there still are issues, but the way I see it being done are through institutional agents within those, because things are forever shifting. Everyone's problems are always going to be highly variable and individualized, because people were subject to years, if not generations, of neglect, health-wise, financially, educationally. So everyone is going to have these problems, and I think it takes these institutional agents to always question, right? Like, San Francisco has a great fellowship program, but if it wasn't for Dr. Sy and other people at Hope SF saying, well, there aren't that many people that look like me in there that I think deserve this job, right? And burning that midnight oil to create these programs to give people like me and my other potential fellows opportunities, we may not be where we're at. So I think it's these institutional agents within these economies and infrastructure that can support development, burning the midnight oil and being highly adjustable to the problems that people have, because it's never going to be predictable.
I do just want to acknowledge, and I think, it would be interesting, Supervisor Maxwell, because Jerry's talking about his experience in institutional agents, and I just want to own also that institutional agents have to be able to work with a variety of experiences, skill sets, and behaviors, right? Because it's really easy to be like, they're not ready, and push somebody out, and they never are ready, right? And so, not to say that Jerry was challenging, but that there were probably some moments when Dr. Sy was like, this boy does not want to work, right? But that, what does that evolution look like? Because we don't want to, somebody was saying earlier, keep it real. We don't want to keep it real sometimes, right? And we don't want to have the honest conversation about, it's hard because, maybe it's hard because we're trying to make people fit into the mold of what we think it's supposed to be, and not leveraging, as Supervisor Maxwell said, their wealth and their experience, but it also is, we have to set you up for, you're going to work with me for now, but sooner or later, you have to go somewhere else, where that's the expectation, right? And so what does it look like for us to actually support or develop institutional agents? Sister, I'm so church mode. That's all right. But Supervisor Maxwell, this piece around how we are investing in our institutional agents, or how I know the work of your mother and Name House and other folks around, really building a community of folks to support people to be able to move to the next level.
I think it's been mentioned, and starting in high school, I think that's the program. When she talks about education and educating people, that's the program. And when you talk about changing, you have to change these institutions. You have to change those people. You have to say, wait a minute, this is not the real world. No, this does not work for us. I mean, there were a long time ago, there used to be protests where people would protest outside of the bank. They would protest these institutions, bring awareness to what's going on. And most people would agree with you, white, black, blue, or green, that these institutions are not doing. Wells Fargo should be in prison. The whole bank should be in jail.
There you
I mean,
go.
look what they have done.
There you go.
And most people would agree with you if somebody would bring it to our attention. These institutions are not helping the majority of people.
Yes.
And so if somebody were to say, hey, look, everybody,
Yes.
these agents are not really being agents for us.
Right.
They're not agents of change. And I think most people in this country are in the same plight. And African Americans and black people, because now, we have to look globally at black. We have to look globally at people. This is a global world.
That's right.
And if we do that, Google, all these people are in Africa. And why? Because they're with these young people. One of the youngest countries in the world is Africa. And these people are creative and they're doing things, so we have to look globally and think in a different way. I mean, coin bits or bitcoins, whatever that's they put out there to kind of get you going on something. It's money. The real thing is money, and we have to remember these agents, who are they working for? And if they're working, we will never fit into that. So you have to rethink how you buy. Do you buy with groups? Do you buy with people? Right on 3rd Street, right down the street from me, you go to see some apartment for sale, apartments, I would say, but condos for sale. 1.3 they start at. They start at 1.3, and the association dues are over $1,000 a month.
Right. Yes.
Who in the world? So you have to think, how do I buy? Do I buy one person, just a little family? People aren't buying that way. They're buying these $3 million homes, but they're buying them with groups, with their parents, with other people, and their people are breaking them up now into 3 units, 1 house. So I mean, we have to rethink how we go about doing this, and we have to rethink these so-called agents and how they work for us and who works for us, because banks aren't catering to you anymore. They could care less. You're doing all the work, and they're charging you more fees than ever. They're not catering to you. And remember, you cannot, artificial intelligence, there is no such thing. That is a tool. And that tool, you don't even, when you go to put in an application, the computer reads it first. And you don't say the right things, you don't get the job. So we have got to recognize and put that into our equation. This so-called, and it's a tool, this tool, like I said, we do more of the work, we do more of our banking, more fees. You almost carry your own luggage and you still have to pay for everything. You know, everything we are doing, more of the work is being shifted on us. And less is being, you go to a hotel and you miss your toothbrush, a computer, R2D2 will come to you, knock on the door, and say, open this, press this button, and your toothpaste, or whatever it is you need will be there. Okay, and what's so good about it, the hotel workers know that and they put that in their contract. But we've got to understand, you have to really rethink the tools. We have to look at this so-called tool, because that thing is really, really making a difference in the workforce, place, and everything else we do.
Yes.
Good. So I wanted to see before we wrap up this panel if there was 1 or 2, we'll see. Oh, that hand was straight up. Yeah.
I'm gonna sit down. Hi, my name is Imani, and my question is, it's an observation and a question. One thing I have observed working in city government is that there are now a lot of people of color, particularly Black people, in leadership positions. But we still find ourselves operating within white systemic, white systems, right? We don't know how to break out of that. And so my question is, what suggestions do you have in terms of changing how these systems operate? Not what is the point, but often I find ourselves, we try to get ourselves in the system, because that's what they tell us, you get in the system and break it apart. But we still find ourselves operating within white power structures in the exact same format, and a lot of times it's hard to get things accomplished. So what suggestions, if any, do you have in terms of really breaking down those power structures to make them more efficient?
Come on, ask the supervisor.
Well, I think, I'm on the PUC commission, which is the Public Utilities Commission. We deal with water, sewer, and power. And it definitely is everything you just mentioned. And I think the most important thing that you can do is you have to, first of all, do your job and know it, and know where, know the structure. And that helps, because if you do your job and you know your structure, if somebody says something to you that's off the wall, you definitely have a place to go, and you can go to the next level. And you have to remember that it's important to, if somebody does say something that is not right or does not work within the structure, you have to say something about it, because if not, it will land on you. And so it's important to know the job, know the people, know the structure, know who who's next in line, and understand that. Because there are things that you can do, places you can go, but so often, and also, you need to have a buddy. Because just recently, there was an incident that happened in the PUC and we had to pay someone. But these people were calling this young woman, she was African American, names and being real rude, horrible to her. And she went to the next level, but they didn't do anything about it, which is, you know, the HRC. They didn't do anything about it. But she had a friend, another African American in her group, and said, "Oh, wait a minute, this is not right." And they went together, and that changed. And so she, you know, she sued and she won, because we realized it couldn't. If we went to court, PUC would have lost. So it's good to have somebody that you tell it to, that you talk it to, and that you go through the line.
Thank you. Thank
I'm really glad that you raised this point, because we are certainly in an era where we are celebrating, rightfully so, the symbolism of how many more of us are in positions to make decisions. And some of us are still feeling frustrated about what feels like a lack of forward motion. And what I attribute that to, actually, is that clearly representation is not enough. We have to have people who look like us, who share our agenda, right? It's not enough for us to have a bunch of Clarence Thomases. It's not sufficient, right? So this piece that I keep saying about us pushing each other to be rigorous about what we expect from each other, what we expect from our government, right, is important in that context. And with that being said, we also, and this is work that we do at the Black Futures Lab and the Action Fund, we have to train our folks how to be rule makers, right? It's not enough to just be in the position of power if you don't know what to do with it. And it's like a little known secret, I think, that we put people in positions to make decisions, but they're not trained to do it. They're learning at the same time. So we run an institute called the Black to the Future Public Policy Institute. And we train people in our communities how to write new rules and how to get those rules passed in state legislatures and city councils, right? And then how to implement those rules, because that's also a big barrier, right? Sometimes we pass the policy, but it's more symbolic than anything else, because nobody can figure out how to move the money to get the thing done. So it's really about, I think, democratizing the tools of government too. Okay, so that we're not always like, those people aren't doing anything for us. It's like we can do a lot for ourselves, but we have to be not only willing to get into that battlefield, but we have to have the right tools.
And if I can, we're gonna close out this panel. We're already a little over, but if I can, before I ask everyone to say the one thing, because my girl Stephanie back there is my friend, my colleague. I don't say my girl, she's taking notes, so I'm going to ask you on your final thing, like, what's the one thing, the bit of advice that if we're building a human rights economy, that we need to make sure is embedded in there, if that framework is happening. And I just want to say, with regards to the fight the power, the right structures, the systems, you know, the question is, for some folks, it is the job, right? And like, give people that grace to be like, I'm not here to do anything other than get my check. Right, and I think that's the hard part that we've got to negotiate and navigate. And, you know, I've had this conversation with my colleagues at work where I'm like, there are some things that I'm definitely going to be like, Madam Mayor, I don't agree, I think we should do it this way. And there's some things I'm going to be like, I'm not ready to lose my job for that.
Yes.
Right, and that we have to just kind of, like, some things I'm like, all day long, like, I cannot go back into the community and be like, I co-signed that, right? But that there are some things I'm like, you know, the old school, like, battle of the war, you know, do you want to win the battle or do you want to win the war? Sometimes I'm like, I can lose that battle, right? Because that one I'm not gonna lose sleep over, but some of this other stuff, like, I do not wanna have to, and that's where I think the participation, the community, the larger piece, because if it's something that's really important to folks, what's the community? Because if those folks are not connected to community, they don't care. And so if we don't have those relationships, they may not even realize that the system is oppressive and that it's hurting other folks, right? And then they may realize and be like, well, it ain't hurting me, right? So we just also have to own and accept the degrees of who folks are and decide where we want to add pressure, because sometimes we can add that pressure and make the change, and sometimes it's just like, you'd be surprised, sometimes your allies are not Black folks.
I have a question.
So I'm sorry, we're like
Just
5
one,
minutes
just a
over.
short question.
Look, you gonna hijack my panel. You ask
Ask you,
first.
please. It's a short question. If you take 2 questions, you only.
I said 1 or 2 depending on time. So let me just tell you this, like I am the one that will be like, that's just not right. Right, I said 1 or 2, but these folks will be here after.
It's about the family unit. We have to have a family, we have to support families. We don't support families, all this is not gonna work. That's how, when the war happened, African Americans came here. I saw it, I was here. They bought homes, and then their homes now are not, they're starting to sell them
So
off.
questions.
My question is, how do we support the families, young families? The family has changed. The unit of family, the makeup has changed, the way it looks. How do we support families, parents with children, so they can buy a home and they can also prosper and make this all dream come happen? Thank you.
Thank you for asking the question. Unfortunately, I don't have the time for you all to be able to answer it. So I would ask that if you would share that with us later. I'm gonna just be honest and transparent with you all. Like, I really, really struggle with like how we show up in spaces, and I do want to make sure that everybody has voice and has the opportunity to speak. But it's really challenging, right? Because I don't want to disrespect him, but I also, like I'm gonna tell you, I don't want to be disrespected.
Right.
And so how do we, like, this is the thing that I'm saying, like, as we do these spaces and places, like, I'm not a politician, right? Like, and that's why I pay so much respect to folks like Supervisor Maxwell and even to Alicia Garza, because it takes a lot to put yourself out there to people and know that people are not gonna like what you say or do and react to that. And I'm not good with that.
That's right.
Right? Like, I am, like, you know, I have to catch myself. Because I'm on a panel right now, right? But in community, like, it would be very different exchange and all that. So I just want to, like, I want to say, like, how do we grow and do, and like, I just want to respect the folks that hold that space, right? Because, like, you know what I mean? Like,
Put some respect on her name.
But, so if we could just, what's the thing to add? I know, I made it work. Supervisor Maxwell, what's the one thing we want to add to the frame?
Actually, I think I really said it, and that is that
Sarah, tell her to come back.
that you have within yourself, and you have to think about the whole, and that means it's not just about wealth or that kind of wealth, but what wealth really is, and that who you really are within that, and what's important to the whole, not just your neighbors, not but the whole. You've got to think about everything, because it all comes back, it all comes around. This environment, this is one system, and you're living in a system, so how do you live in that system? Your body is one system, so is the earth. And you have to remember the earth in what you do. You have to think about the environment. And it's not just some white thing or something, it's real, because it affects women and people of color more than anyone else. How do you do your business? How are you going to be about building your wealth? Is it going to be sustainable? Is it going to be about the whole and all of us? And I look forward to all of you and your wealth. And also, think about this artificial intelligence. This is a real thing that you've got to consider in everything that you do, because it's making decisions.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I think to close out and add on to that, it my thought was sparked by the young women's question over there about representation and help, but I think when building a panel, Blackness has always been something that's been fetishized, but I think it's not enough to represent and champion Black people without representing the plight of the Black person. So it's not enough to just focus on making sure that Black people are represented physically and that the face of it's Black, but that the supporting system is reflecting the plight of the people who it represents. So focusing on both together.
One last advice I would give is to basically be a rebel and challenge authority. Now, when I say that, you got to respect it because that's right. But you got to know when to step up. If you feel in your heart that something is unjust, speak up to it. Let it be known.
I don't know that I have any advice, maybe a call to action, which is let's build an agenda together and fight for it together.
Yes, yes. Thank you, thank you. Woo. Yes. Thank you. Yes. Thank you.
We want to know.
That's how you can.
Oh, sorry. You know, you're on my head. You can go. Who's
I gotta get a picture with you. Hold on, let me get a picture. Can I get a picture
Alicia.
Y'all hit it.
Oh, I don't do it.
Oh, Lord. Alicia. Stephanie, but not me.
And then you guys look right here. What about the bacon?
Jay. I agree. Thank you for your offering. Alicia.
Here you are. You have a. Just for a second.
Oh my gosh, yes.
You won't move your mask for one second. Okay.
You want a picture?
You gay. Oh!
You are standing with the flag. Yeah, you guys Come on, y'all, tell them how y'all doing. Now that we're, Mill College is really starting to
Proud of you. Thank you. You know, from a little quiet with the glasses, right? Didn't you wear glasses? Yeah.
These contacts in, baby.
Talking about your online investment and everything. That's good for you.
I gotta have my hands and everything to make it.
Yeah. Proud of you. And at a young age. Get to the money.
All right, everyone, we're just getting ready to reconvene. Ask everybody to come back to their seats. I feel like we need to all do a deep woosah. Go over and take a breath. Let's all breathe in. I'm gonna shh, but that means you should together. I feel like I'm on my Calm app right now. So again, invite you all to come back into the space, to have a seat. Want to thank you all for being on this amazing, real journey. So I know folks said this is the problem when you like break for a moment, because then nobody wants to come back. So we're gonna, if you can encourage the people who are, because we definitely want to make sure we eat up all of LinkedIn's food. So we want to encourage the people in the other room to grab something and come back and join us. No, I just asked for somebody to go in there because thank you. I appreciate your support. You and the God praise you. We go get some people back to their seat. All right. So I was going to invite Assemblymember Haney, but I guess we will just flip it. We're going to go ahead and I'm going to go ahead and get started with the next panel. I wanted to continue with the conversation around centering community and really thinking about and leveraging youth perspective. And so part of that today in youth is all relative. So DeAnthony and Matia are all both extremely younger than I am, so they are young people to me, even if they don't feel like it. But I want, and also Michael Blake is also young too. I don't want to offend anybody. When I had the opportunity to invite and engage, and when he accepted, Michael Blake accepted to come and be a part of this conversation, I was ecstatic. Because the work that he did in New York, the work that he did in the Obama administration has all been centered around, and I love the language that you use around community learning. This idea of learning from community and not necessarily co-opting or stealing from community the knowledge that they have, but leveraging that to improve policy, to change outcomes, and then the way that he's been able to actually embed that beyond his own local region, but to a statewide effort. And wanting to think about the work that Matia is doing as a young person, and who's been in numerous fellowships from DC to Europe to the work that she's doing here in San Francisco at USF, and DeAnthony, who has been over the years in a lot of different local political arenas, but has always been focused on keeping young people's voices front and center. And I just thought the conversation and the dialogue with them would be amazing to think about, like, if we're building a human rights economy, if we're building a human rights framework, what that would look like. But before, I was going to invite, okay. So I want to just invite them to share a little bit. I know we're a little late getting started, but Matia, I will give you this microphone. So give it up for this next panel. Thank them for
It should be on. Okay, it is on. So good morning, everyone. Good morning. My name is Malia Phillips. I am a senior at the University of San Francisco. I'm a politics major, and I have a double minor in African American Studies and Public Service and Community Engagement. I'm currently figuring out what I'm doing with my life after May. I'm applying to law school, applying to fellowships. Maybe Dr. Davis will hire me. We don't know. We'll see where it takes me. I'm moderating the panel today, and I will let everyone else introduce themselves.
DeAnthony Jones here for the Human Rights Commission. I was born and raised here in San Francisco. Actually started my youth leadership development as a member of the Youth Commission, but even before that as a member of a lot of community-based programs. And, just am excited to be in space and just sharing some of those experiences and telling the story. So, for me, I'm passionate about making sure that, like myself, who had access to a lot of mentors who I still keep up with today and are in this room, being the one to come back and to serve young people like folks like Director Davis and community-based programs that help develop me, that's a passion of mine. So happy to be here and happy to share some experiences with you.
What up, though?
What up, though?
What's good? What's going on?
Good.
How we doing?
Good. Amazing.
First and foremost, to Leader Davis, thank you for letting us be in your space. Let's give her a round of applause, first of all. And second, to all the sisters in the room, I just want you to know, I don't know who that coward was that tried to come up on stage, but we're not gonna allow anyone to disrespect our sisters in houses.
That's
like
right.
this. So I appreciate, I don't know where she went, but the sister that walked them out.
That was Sarah.
Wave your hand. Yeah, I see you now. I see you. I got a whole security squad in New York. You come with us right now. We're gonna make that happen.
That's cool.
We're in this space because we need to help our people. And as I often say, you don't need them to help your people. I come from the Bronx, New York, the home of hip hop. Okay, we had a yup over here. All right, I like that right there. Family's from Jamaica. My mom was homeless, slept on church pews, worked for 40 years in a manufacturing plant. My daddy was a janitor at St. Barnabas Hospital, a union man. Public schools, PS 79, 118, DeWitt Clinton, went to Northwestern University with Rashanti right here. Okay, we got another Northwestern in the back. Okay, I like that right there. Go Cats, there we go. And had the honor of a lifetime of working for President Obama for 6 years before coming back home to New York to the Bronx. So we'll dive into why we're here. But the end goal at the end of the day is make room for them. And I will come back to what I mean by that. But I want that to sit with you on everything I say afterwards. Make room for them.
Okay, so our first question is, what does it look like to build power in community, and especially Black power? So for me as a student, at my small age of 20, it's very important for me to feel powerful and to build power when people take me seriously. I may not have as much life experience as other people, but I have things to learn, but I also have a few things I can teach. But there's also so much for me to learn, and I feel like especially for people who are my age and younger, it's nice when adults, who are adults, that pay bills and such, listen to us and ask for our opinion, and really listen and internalize that, because that gives us the power to feel as if we can go into spaces. If there's not space at the table, we sit on the table, we make space at the table. So for me, as someone who's younger, it's definitely about giving power to young people who have a voice, listening to them, and also representation. I'm from Houston, Texas. I'm not from the Bay Area. But when deciding to come study politics in San Francisco, something that really drew me to the city was seeing how many Black people are in leadership, and I get to intern for one of them right now, so very exciting. But just seeing what people who look like me and come from similar backgrounds could do was very inspirational and made me have larger aspirations than I previously had. So representation and giving power to voices is very important for me.
I think, and especially being in political spaces, and I know Brother Michael here can appreciate this, and for those of us who have been in political spaces, I think it's important at the community level to define what type of power you want to build. Because there's power that uplifts other folks, and then there's power that just uplifts one person.
That's right.
And I think what we have to really do a better job with our young people is teaching them how to separate pride from the power. And this idea that when you get in these spaces, you have to be accountable to the people who aren't in these spaces. And oftentimes, especially in the political culture that we have now, that can be overlooked. So I think for me, in talking to you on this idea of power, really getting them to think about the foundations of why they want to have power and access. Thinking about their why. There's this book by Simon Sinek that I had read a few months ago called Start With Why. And I think that for me is the most important part. How do we get to the foundation of power to where when we get it, it's not just about building ourselves up, but it's really about using that access for community. Because oftentimes what we hear from our young people, and especially me seeing it and growing up in communities where we have a lot of leaders, elder leaders, a lot of them are saying, hey, no one wants to pass us the torch. And then when we get past the torch, there's no fire left, right? So I think that it's important for our elders and folks, even for myself, to remember that even though I benefited from having opportunities as a young person, that just wasn't to make DeAnthony a better person. That was to make DeAnthony a better servant. Right. So, for me, understanding the roots of power and how to use it and how to not use it is important to really talk to our young people about.
So, when for this first question around center the community and how we center the community doesn't have boundaries. Right? Community doesn't have lines on it. When you think about how do I help my community, how do I help people in my neighborhood, my squad, the folks on my block, I'm not just thinking, well, it's from A to B. It's this collective that I want to rock with. And so in that spirit, we always try to start with determine your end goals and objectives, and then work backwards on what am I trying to do for my community. So, because at the end of the day, if I don't have boundaries, if I don't have those limitations, there's going to be very different approaches and priorities and cares and concerns. And the last thing that any of us need to be doing is saying, you know what, well, I know what's best for everybody else. That don't make any sense, right? I'm from the Bronx, as I mentioned. We are the most diverse county in America according to the census. There is a 98.7% likelihood that any two people you meet in the Bronx be a different ethnicity. No place in the country has that number. Second is Queens. And so the different language, different backgrounds, different communities. And within that, there's many different specialties and community upbringings that come from that. For example, Latino is not monolithic. It's Puerto Rican, it's Dominican, it's Colombian, it's Garifuna. It's an understanding that black does not just mean African American where I come from, right? Because it could be black as African American, it's black as African, it's black West African, East African. It's also the dynamics that happen in Afro Latino. It's the deeper conversations that have to happen again around the history of who we are. If I'm talking to my brothers and sisters from DR, then I have a deeper conversation about what's going on in Haiti, or in the dynamic of SBL. That's a long conversation. We can go down that road. But in that space of community, what are the end goals and objectives we're trying to achieve? Because then we're all working from there. So that when we center ourselves, Fat Joe said this recently doing a conversation with Charlamagne. He was like, look, black folk and Latino folk in the hood, they don't care about things differently. We care about the same things because we live on the same block. Right? We're not coming at this like, well, I'm gonna care, you care about this, we go to the same schools, same community, same area. So we should all be in this together. Well, now you got us on camera now. What happened to the closed caption there? Gonna be in LinkedIn, get the whole experience of LinkedIn right now. Right? So that's number one. Number two, though, is realizing that goals and objectives are not the same thing.
That's right.
What's the vision of what I'm trying to achieve? How do I want to transform and have this legacy building mindset of a goal, but the objectives of the demonstrable pieces we're trying to hit on? So yes, we want to make sure there's a better education. We want better schools. But I want to be real practical. I want to make sure that these young cats actually can have a chance to go to school and graduate and have resources and pens and pencils and tablets. Everything going on with COVID, I would get sick and tired of folks like, well, we're going to have remote learning. These young cats don't have internet at home. So let's address the objective of what's happened here. concrete, lastly, to the point around centering community. You know, Eagle Academy, if you've not heard of it, David Banks, who now is our New York City Chancellor, there is no school in this country that has graduated more black and brown young men than Eagle Academy. It is a powerhouse, the machine is incredible. And they did little things that were intentional of the objectives of centering the community, i.e., instead of having family meetings where you tell parents show up on a Wednesday night when folks couldn't get there from work, they moved it to a Saturday morning breakfast. Made common sense. Because I can't keep telling the parents, hey, show up and be engaged, but then at 7 o'clock you can't get there. So again, the goals and objectives have to be separated. And then third and finally, when we talk about how do we center the community and what's the learning experience of the community, have the conversation on the front end to listen to the community before you make your plan.
That's right.
Too many times there are leaders that seem to forget that you have to lead people. Right? You can't just write up a plan and just hope it's going to work out in that way. You got to actually build this out and be detailed around this. And so we did heavy listening sessions, 2, 3, 4 hours to really map out what was going on. And then usually at that point, people start to break down the nuances of what have to happen there. So again, realize your community does not have a defined line. Realize that you have goals and objectives and then work backwards from that. Separate your goals and objectives. And then be intentional of the conversation on the front end so that you can actually make a plan that's intentional on the back end.
That's right.
So on the topic of centering the community, we do have a question about that. So how do we center community and support community while focusing on community needs? Specifically meaning not focusing on like making our campaign look better or our office look better, but community needs. So that kind of reminds me of when I was growing up, or my mom still says this, because I'm still growing up, she always said it takes a village, and I really didn't understand. I just thought it meant there were a lot of people in my business. It still is. But that made sense when I decided to move to San Francisco to go to college, because my village was now in Houston. I had to build a new village, the West Coast Village. And so that became really important to me, noticing how community and networks and relationships can change your life, also shaping your life and giving you new connections. So something that I think a lot of people don't realize, because most of the Black community in San Francisco does know each other or know of each other, is that these relationships are what build the community and how you can find the problems that are essential that need to be worked on. Also, a lot of people need to go into the community, because community doesn't bite, they usually bring a little food too. So people need to start going into the community to address needs and to hear the needs, because you can't fully address someone's needs without hearing them. And don't forget your village, because your village wants you up and they're still here. So that's something I kind of really try to live by.
One of the things that struck me earlier, and Brother Michael alluded to it too, just this idea of, first of all, recognizing the dignity of each and every person in your community. That's so important, right? And giving them agency and giving them empowerment for their own sovereignty, right? Encouraging them to speak up for themselves. And then also you gotta walk a fine line too, because the Black community is not a monolith as well. It's a megalith. And even within neighborhoods, folks may feel like, well, yeah, we're in the same neighborhood, but nobody ever intentionally names my neighborhood. We learned this, and for me, it was working during COVID, handing out masks and PPE. And, I was in this community in San Francisco, Sunnydale, right? And Sunnydale is like, man, they always say Bayview, Hunters Point. But Sunnydale is over here too, right? And so I think it's also about understanding the megalith in your own communities. And then you approach it with the assumption that everybody in community that look the same are connected with each other. I know one of the big things that I'm passionate about is this idea of making sure we're uplifting Black LGBTQ folks. Because we know in community institutions, oftentimes they have been overlooked, especially when we think about community institutions like the church. So it's all about understanding that even within community, there's folks who have been overlooked. in your own community, on your own block. So you have to be very thorough in making sure that everyone feels like their dignity is individually recognized. And then you can come back and you can say, hey, this is what community is saying. And then I'll leave with this too. It's also important to understand folks who say they're a community leader. Because you then have to ask the question, well, who has that leader had conversations with? Because oftentimes, sometimes community leaders may come and they may say something, and then there's other community folks in the room with that leader, like, you didn't ask me that.
Right.
You know, so it's also important to realize that if you are community leaders, there's an accountability in making sure that you're also talking to folks. Because if folks come to you and you say, well, this is what my community is saying, and you haven't had discussions with nobody in your community, that's going to eventually get checked out in the open. So I think it's also important to realize that, hey, if you're going to carry the voice for anybody, make sure you're carrying their voice and not your pride.
Want me to answer this one too or the next one?
These questions are for everyone.
Okay. So and you all can appreciate where I'm about to go with this. In San Francisco, obviously, as a sports energy advisor, or if you were in Oakland, same point here. Be excited about being a specialist in something in your community. Be excited about being a specialist in something in your community. Now, why is that relevant for the center of community? And I'm gonna go slow. I'm presuming you're interpreting back there, so I'm gonna go slow, sorry. So, when COVID was occurring, and any kind of crisis that happens, when crisis is going on and things are happening very quickly, immediately people will start to turn and try to figure out, well, okay, I need help, I need support, I need resources. And a lot of times what happens is that we get delayed in helping people because there's too many generalists. As we think about this premise in being Human Rights Commission, go back to what was going on in the 60s and bring it back here. One of the reasons why they were so successful is, yes, King was giving speeches, but you had Andy Young and Dr. Dorothy Irene Height and Julian Vaughn and John Lewis. They were specialists in what they were focused on. John Lewis was very focused on mobilize the young people. That is my lane. Andy Young, you don't want to rock with us? We will shut down the economics in your business. Julian Vaughn, we're going to talk through the policy. There was an intentionality. Be excited about being the specialist in your community, because when things hit the fan, too many times we are delayed because we're talking to too many people.
That's right.
So we're trying to address human rights concerns, and everyone's trying to tell you they can help you with human rights, but they can't tell you what they actually can do.
Yeah.
So I'm very clear from the time I was a staffer to the time I was elected to now running my own companies. I want you to know that I'm a specialist in some specific things. I'm very focused when it comes to Black and brown boys in education. I have specialized in that through my Brother's Keeper work. I've been doing that, I'm gonna keep doing that. I am a specialist in when it comes to minority women-owned businesses and what goes on fintech technologies and the efforts around that. And you know what? And we talking, I'm having real talk, going back to the sports analogy. When you're watching a football game or you're watching a baseball game, at the end of the game, you're watching the Giants, or I'm watching the Yankees, they bring in someone in the seventh, well, we going to the playoffs, I don't know what y'all doing. Next year. But if it's like the seventh inning, we're not going to talk about the eighth, but if it's the seventh inning or the eighth inning, right? What happens at the end of the game? They bring in a specialist.
Yeah.
If you're watching the 49ers, you're not just wanting someone to be an okay quarterback. You want someone who can do their thing. They had Garoppolo, like, that's cool, we're going to get Trey Lance. Y'all still with me?
Yeah.
Take pride in being a specialist, because when we talk about centering of community, when things are happening, then I know, you know what, I'm calling this person because you do that.
That's right.
And why is this tied to the question? Because we have to get better at asset mapping before the crisis.
Yeah.
Too often we're like, oh man, everything's jumping off in real time, we're trying to figure this out. You know, you should take pride in doing the work before things are happening, right? Superstorm Sandy hit New York several years ago. We realized a lot of the businesses weren't communicating with each other. So there was about 212 businesses that were in like a 10-block radius. And it got granular to the point where this business, this bodega, was the one that has all the good tomatoes. We got to that level. And that one right there has all the different hardware equipment that you're gonna need. And now, no matter what happens, people can utilize those resources. So again, I want to be real practical out here on what we do in terms of centering the community. Be excited being specialists. Be focused on asset mapping. And then lastly, and I talk about race very directly. I think too many times we don't talk about race directly. Don't shy away in embracing that you dope.
That's right.
And that you're good at what you do.
Say it loud.
And too many times when we have this conversation in our community, people are like, well, I don't, I want to, let me fall back, let me not talk about that. No, I know what I'm doing.
Say it loud.
I know exactly what I'm doing. And own that space. Don't say I'm just 20, say I'm 20.
Right.
Right?
Exactly.
Be real clear about that, because too often we are not embracing that you are an expert in what you do. And if we have real conversations, white men have no issue telling you what they think they can do.
All day.
At all. No problem. Hey, they've never done it in their life, but all of a sudden, they're an expert, they're EVP. And if you're white man in the room, it's all good. You're gonna be just fine. Right? But we have to do that, because too often in our community, you have people that are trying to be saviors of your communities, who are trying to come in and try to tell you, I know what to do, even though you have been the one doing the work.
That's right.
And your organizations know what's actually happening. You actually understand, you know what? They tried that 3 times. It didn't work. So let's do it this way. I ain't never lied. I'm with you right now, right? So, again, tie those 3 pieces together. Be excited in being the expert and the specialist. Do your asset mapping before the crisis. And don't shy away from telling people that you're dope.
Yeah.
I mean, it's hard to follow up, but I just, like, this is why it's on my mind. Brother Michael here had me ideating on this idea about just leadership too. And sometimes leadership also means knowing when you're not the one who should be front and center.
That's right.
The practice of leadership is not about your titles.
Exactly.
The practice of leadership is more internal. It's this idea of, hey, I know I can't do that, and I know somebody else can. And respecting that, because oftentimes too, we want to size up people, well, they can't do everything I need you to do. Well, Draymond can't score a lot of baskets, but he can short defend and run an offense, right? Everybody was hating on him, the world champion, Golden State Warriors. Praying people Knicks. Praying real hard.
You're 27-time world champion. Let's not start a sports conversation here. Turn the mics off. Turn the mics off.
Sorry, let that community division. I'm sorry. But really, like leadership, a lot of times people get confused about just running stuff. A lot of times it's about knowing when to step back too. And you talked about our early leaders, and there's a misconception that goes around that Martin Luther King and Malcolm X, they were at odds. No, they just had an understanding of what they were good at and how they were good at it.
That's right.
What did Malcolm say though? He said, you either deal with me or you deal with Martin. So that was a silent assist. Like, hey Martin, I'm pushing your way, but if they give you problems, just let me know on the side. And you see, this is how we gotta operate. We gotta know how to protect the folks who are in these institutions trying to make the change and be ready to stand up for them. But folks in these institutions have to also understand when to defer to community and when to let them take a battle on. Hey, like community, I'm in this space, I need y'all to take this. And the community like, hey, we need you to take this. So it has to be a partnership, and it has to be a partnership of strengths.
All right. That's it.
Oh, you still on your sports piece. Going off of that, how do we keep the balance between leveraging institutional and community partnerships, because a lot of the time, people who are in leadership in institutions do have a savior complex. So how do we let them know when it's time to bring in the community specialists?
Let's see who remembers what I said earlier. Make room
For them.
for them. Probably picked up on my cadence. I'm also a preacher, so I'm gonna give this real simple anecdote to your question. And this is relevant regardless of your faith, so stay with me on this. People too often misinterpret the scripture and the verse around Jesus' birth. They misinterpret it to say that there was no room for Mary and Joseph. It actually didn't say that. So there was no room for them. Jesus was a man of color, a refugee, a homeless man. And so therefore, the innkeeper, who clearly had room, who could make room for people that he felt like had money, decided there's no room for these poor folk. No room for these people that are not like me. No room for them, because there clearly had to be room for anyone else. So they just decided not to make room for them. Why is that relevant here? Because too often the institutions are not making room for us. And then we are wondering, well, this institution's not helping me. Because you don't have people at the institution that are leading in positions of power to change things for our people. So I'm real clear. When I look at an institution, who runs the budget? That's my first thing. Everything else you're talking about is real cute in the door. Who runs the money? That's what I want to know. Who decides on signing the check? And I'm not saying that you, when I'm talking to you, that you are not critical. You are absolutely critical. But I need to understand, when we leave from this conversation, who is the person that's actually making the decision here? Because then I need to make sure that the institution understands how you're making room for them. Because I can't leave it just to you and the individual community builder, community leader that you are, and say, I need for you to carry the load. That's not fair. You have to have a lot of people that surround you who understand the mission.
That's it.
So they can go to that institution. Because at the end of the day, if the institution already believed in it, they would have been doing it already. And a lot of times when we're doing this work around human rights, you are trying to convince an institution and individuals in an institution who don't care about what you talk about to do the right thing. Because otherwise, we wouldn't be having these conversations.
Right.
I still have not found the white civil rights organization. Still looking for it. And again, that's not a negative, it's not pejorative, I'm just being practical. To your question, the institutions were created because no one was making room for us. And so you have to be very intentional around that strategic building that you're doing. Number one, who runs the budget? Number two, how am I aligned with your objectives and my objectives? Because too many times we go into these conversations, and I'm trying to convince people like, hey, we should be doing these things. Like, yo, I don't even care about that. What you're saying, that sounds nice, but it has no connection to me. There's no connection to our bottom line. Brian Stevenson said, the opposite of poverty is not wealth, the opposite of poverty is justice. So you have to tie both of those together when I'm going to the institutions. Lastly, when we think through the dynamic of the institution, we need to be better about building our own institutions and supporting each other rather than saying, you know what, if you win, I can't win. That's nonsense. That's nonsense. And too often, we get in the zone, I'm sure no one in this room has ever done what I'm about to say. The RFP comes out, request for proposal comes out, right? I'll see some folks raise their hand. I didn't say anything yet, right? Comes out, it starts asking about who can do what in these different communities, right? Everybody applying for the same thing, then you get $10, right? As opposed to a few miles up the road, they made the decision, you know what, you're gonna be the lead, and we're gonna be intentional of how we rock with you, and then I'm gonna subcontract you, you're gonna be part, and we're gonna be, and then when this next RFP come out, then you're gonna be the one that's the lead, and we're not all gonna keep it, because at the end of the day, if I got 70 RFPs coming my way to try to fix the issue, I'm not paying attention to any of them.
Nope.
So, very practical in terms of the infrastructure and the institution around that. I'm focusing on institutions that are dedicated to our people. Y'all got your phones? Take your phones out right now. We're gonna do very quick. Come on, take them out. I know you got your phones out. Come on, come on.
And do you own Apple stock? That's the key.
Well, I got money in a lot of stock right now. I mean, I got Ethereum. We can do that conversation
let's
too.
talk it.
We can talk about Solana. We can do all that right now. Yeah.
That's what I teach.
We can talk about that too. That's what I
That's
I
what I teach.
love doing this with black folk. You know, just all of us come just because, right? So,
Wall Street.
FinTech Future Coalition.
What is it?
FinTech Future Coalition. I want you to find it again. FinTech Future Coalition.
All right.
I want to pull up.
F. Frank.
FIN Tech Future Coalition. I want you to find this. I want you to rock with what we're doing here. This is a coalition that several of us have organized. FinTech Future Coalition. That's it.
Okay.
I want you to sign up and join what we're doing. And all that you're doing there is realizing that we need to build a new institution that's actually helping us.
There you go.
And that means there can be a coalition that all of us can be a part of. And at the end of the day, the reason I'm going here, what Shanti's doing is at Cruz, the Foster and our classmates where I left, too often the economic game is not the game that we're involved in. And so that's the institutional building I want us to focus in on. So there's nothing else you take from what I say. How do we have institutions that mobilize for us and build with us in that way?
That's right.
Hey, let's give
Yes.
it up. Let's give it up for Brother Mike here because he hit on something, and we see this a lot even with the RFP process too. It's also an issue for me because a lot of times, because folks are competing for a small pot of funds, they not only don't think strategically a lot of the times, they'll bash each other. So you got other black-led organizations bashing other black-led organizations to try to get crumbs, right? But you talked about Jesus. Well, Jesus used a loaf to feed the multitudes. And I'm not saying that we need a Jesus in our community to do that, but we also have to remember the broader and the bigger goal. Maybe you go in with the strategy that says, well, let's 5 of us apply, knowing that 1 or 2 of us might get it. And let's just work together on the back end, collectively.
That's it.
Coalition building, that's important, but that's a foundational question too. Everything that's shiny is not rooted in the foundation. I'll give you a perfect example. 2-3 blocks from here, you got Millennium Tower. Luxury condos, the building is tilted and leaning.
Yep.
Why? Because it was never rooted in the foundation. And it looked good. Housing values, people spending $10 million. I think Joe Montana got a place up in there. But it's lost its value because the building wasn't rooted in the foundation.
Don't get a man's address out.
Well, I'm sure you don't live there no more. But the point, for me, that whole building for me represented a broader theme. And this is this idea of us getting back to what our foundation is as community. So I'm getting the watch signal by my director, so I'm on heed instruction here. But, I think it's just important that we're rooted in the foundation.
Yes. Very good. Very good.
Okay, so before we're done, I'll just ask for closing remarks, maybe less than a minute.
Uh-oh.
We're going to pray on that. But, for me, it's all about making sure that we get back to what the foundation, we as black and brown communities, but, from my view, the black community, let's get back to looking at what our foundation for dignity is for each other and realizing that not everybody, who's black is a Christian. Not everyone who's black subscribes to any religion. Not everyone who's black is straight. Not everyone who's black doesn't have a family. Has a family. So we have to make sure that when we talk about the black community gotta mean community. And has to start with the foundations that we're laying so that our young people can pick up the torch with some fire still left there.
First, let's clap it up for a dope moderator. be helpful in any way, I know I'm leading a session after this, right? But if I can be helpful in any way, I'm gonna give you my email and social media right now.
Okay.
To be very practical. My email is Michael at Atlas, A-T-L-A-S, strategy.group. Michael at atlasstrategy.group. That goes directly to me. Michael at atlasstrategy.group. If you can't reach me that way, you can also send me a message on IG or Twitter, which actually we'll check directly. IG is Mike Blake 1922.
I ain't doing all that.
You don't have to do it, it's okay. If you want to talk to me about Apple stock, I remember right now.
Exactly.
So, if you're on Instagram, Mike Blake 1922. If you follow me, and I can message you. Or Twitter is MR Mike Blake. Twitter is MR Mike Blake. Assemblyman Haney, thank you. And I know you're going to speak momentarily. This is where I end with. There's a lot of coalition building that's happening right now that we got to rock with. We are in a period in this country that I call a reparations moment.
That's right.
And I know that Rue Simmons is speaking tomorrow from First Repair. We have to approach everything with that lens. And that's the reason why we're leading two different things, and if I can help, especially to the students in any way. Our company is Atlas Strategy Group. We focus on helping entrepreneurs of color grow and scale. But I also run Next Level Sports Entertainment. We are the only national black-owned sports TV network in the country.
All right.
We're at 26 million homes in the US. We're in 106 million homes globally. Why? Because too often I've been tired of watching black and brown bodies only be players on the field and not be owners and presidents.
All right.
And so, if again, you want to rock with us in any of those spaces, please do email, message, and follow up. And again, we bless and appreciate you. We look forward to spending some more time with y'all today.
Thank you. The last thing I would say is to remember to take space. So do be amazed and show people who you are and be proud that you're a specialist. But don't forget to make space for the people that are always left behind, because we can't be a community unless everyone's involved.
Oh, sorry.
It's time sensitive. I'm like, okay. Sorry, what'd you say? Give it up for Matai. Somebody was like, did you give that to the moderator? Didn't nobody ask for my card?
Thank you.
Matai, make sure you follow up. I know I'm supposed to talk at something. And give it up for MR Mike Blake.
Yeah.
On Twitter, MR Mike Blake. And D'Anthony Jones. D'Anthony Jones is not a preacher, but pretends to be one, and Mike Blake is. So let's give it up for both of them. So I want to, so there are two things. One, we're going to ask Assemblymember, there's a B in there, Assemblymember Haney to come up. Really wanted, he was like, I don't need to hold space, but I was saying what's really important for us is for folks to know that policymakers and systems leaders are interested and listening and in space, and so wanted to thank him for making time to be here, wanted to invite him up. And then afterwards, there will be two discussions before lunch downstairs in the community room, right, Mr. Orlando White, Michael Blake, which I realized last night it's called Blake also. Blake is going to be downstairs and talking through this kind of systems policy movement, and so we'd ask folks to join down there. And then upstairs, want to thank the folks from Loyola University Chicago who are going to talk about how we use data, how we use big data to like move the work. And so those two things will happen before lunch. So if you don't go to those things, you don't get to eat. I'm just saying. Yeah, I'm hardcore like that if you haven't learned already. But I wanted to just thank again and appreciate Assemblymember Haney for being here with us today and provide space for this speak.
All right, well, give it up one more time for that panel. That was great.
The first thing that I'll say is I hope somebody's gonna hire Malia when she graduates.
Oh, well, thank you.
Yes, I hope that's what that card was. It was really a powerful panel, and you all did an extraordinary job. I wanted to come and say hello and just provide some brief remarks, and then I'll allow what is really just an extraordinary 2 days. I just looked over the agenda and just an extraordinary program that is being put together here at LinkedIn. I do have to give it up, as everyone I'm sure has, for Director Davis. It was just such an extraordinary community leader. We've known each other. She ran programs in the community for years. I served on the board that she was a part of, and I've just been so grateful that she has continued the work and grown the work and innovated the work. I do want to say, is the Bronx in the house? Welcome, Blake. We've known each other for many years. We both worked for President Obama years ago, and I had to look up on my phone to make sure I knew when the next Knicks-Warriors game is, so we can invite you back here to see what a great winning team and franchise looks like. Are you a Nets fan? A Knicks fan. All right, good. You're invited November 17th. Anthony and I will take you to that game, and there could be a wager or whatever it is that you want to do with that. Anthony, I just love and respect him so much, and so many of the people in this room, and just to see his leadership and also his courage. You know, it's hard to, when you see something wrong, to stand up and do the right thing always. It's even harder when you're sometimes speaking against the people that you may work for, or even people that you respect and love, to say that you disagree. And he's done that, and we owe him a huge debt of gratitude, and just can't wait to see all of the things that he will continue to do for our city. I would be brief. I was asked to say a few words about guaranteed income, universal basic income, which I know is a part of the conversation that's happening here as part of this conference. I will say, first of all, that I'm really grateful to be here at LinkedIn, because LinkedIn is one of the few tech companies where I'm pretty sure I know what they do. You know, sometimes I'm asked to speak at Salesforce or something. I'm still not exactly sure what Salesforce does, but they keep getting more and bigger buildings. But LinkedIn, I'm pretty sure I know what they do, and I'm really grateful that they are having this space here and opening themselves and partnering with the community. And the other thing that I'll say about LinkedIn is it's a good reminder that very often, sometimes the most simple, most common sense ideas are the most powerful and transformational ones. The most simple and common sense ideas are the most powerful and transformational ones. So there was an obvious problem that all of us understand, which is how do I connect with people who may have opportunities for me? How do I find people who may have the skills and experiences that I need for my company? How do I build a network? And LinkedIn said, well, how about we just create a resume that you put online and have ways that you can search through that, ways that you can connect from that. And because of that, they have completely transformed the way that we interact with each other and the way that we find opportunities for ourselves and our big ideas. And that same concept is something that we need to extend into policy making and movement building. Far too often, it is because we make things complicated that we're unable to solve them. In fact, I think that the tool of making things complicated is actually one of the most powerful ways that the status quo is maintained. That we make things way more complicated than they are in order to keep them the way that they are. And so what is at the root of the challenges that we face as a community that you all are talking about extensively here today? Fundamentally, it's poverty. Fundamentally, it's that people don't have enough to be able to provide for their basic needs. We know that interacts with a lot of different issues: educational inequality, systemic racism, causes and effects, of course. But at the same time, we know that the root of the issue is very simple. And so because of that, We have all of these conversations. There's a lot that we need to talk about around that. But fundamentally, the solution to that is actually pretty simple. To solve poverty, you need to give people money. You need to give people cash. And it's actually not that big of a, not that complicated in that way. And so people have made this a lot more complicated than it needs to be. If we see in San Francisco, as we do, the top high-income folks are making 27 times as much as people who are low-income. Highest level of inequality in the Bay Area is happening right here in San Francisco, one of the worst rates of inequality in the entire country. We know that that's even exacerbated when you look at racial inequality. $130,000 median income of a white household here, $30,000 for a black household in San Francisco. So we need to improve our schools. We need to increase access to job opportunities. But we also have to get at the heart of what is causing this problem, which is poverty and the ways that our systems and structures reinforce it. So guaranteed income is a way that that's being done. It's now happening in over 50 cities across the country. It started with a pilot here in Stockton, California. Mayor Michael Tubbs, 5 years ago, came forward with a pilot. And what they did was they chose 120 families, $500 a month, and they studied what happened. And all of the assumptions that people made about that were negative, none of those came to be true. That actually those additional funds that people were given, they used for education. They used for food. They used to uplift themselves and their family members. And so that simple pilot has now been replicated in over 50 cities. Here in San Francisco, we have 5 of these pilots now. We created a guaranteed income advisory task force that was led by Director Davis, and Brittany Chiquata was here, and others, the Treasurer's Office, and the state of California put forward $35 million for these guaranteed income programs. So that's a huge accomplishment in a short amount of time, but we did it by putting forward a simple idea and a simple solution. We did it by putting the people who are already doing the work at the center of it. This Guaranteed Income Advisory Task Force was led by young people, it was led by people of color, it was led by people who were already serving these communities and knew what they needed. And we were focused on ensuring that was the case. And it also was about finding a solution and being relentless about expanding that solution to other places and to the state and beyond. So there's a lot of good ideas here. There's a lot of ideas that not just guaranteed income, but others that are very simple, but are transformational and powerful. And sometimes, as I said, the simplest ideas are the ones that are going to bring about the most change. So enjoy the rest of the conference. It's an honor to be here with you as the former supervisor of this area and now assembly member representing the entire east side of San Francisco. Continue to come to me and see me as a partner for simple ideas, complicated ideas, big ideas, small ideas. We are at a time of tremendous change, and we need to seize that change to work for more people and more communities. And just down the street from here, this afternoon, there are a group of janitors who are protesting because they've all been laid off because folks aren't coming back to office buildings. And that's the kind of thing that's happening all around us. And I'm going to go over there and get arrested with them if anybody wants to join us at 2 p.m. down the street, 250 Howard. And what is happening is that the systems and the structures and the economic approaches that have been taken are in flux. And that's creating a lot of pain, but we have to turn that pain into purpose. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate it.
Thank you. So D'Anthony is going to take people down, but I wanted to give, we got like, he told you that he's like the sports news person, but he also has other breaking news for us. So D'Anthony's going to take folks down who want to participate in the session with Mr. Blake here, but he's got some live breaking news.
So maybe we should have more sessions in San Francisco for this to happen. If you all are not following, this literally just happened like 5 minutes ago. You want me up here? Per President Biden, as I've said before, no one should be in jail just for using or possessing marijuana. Today, I'm taking steps to end our failed approach. Allow me to lay them out. First, I'm pardoning all prior federal offenses of simple marijuana possession. There are thousands of people who were previously convicted of simple possession who may be denied employment, housing, or educational opportunities as a result. My pardon will remove this burden. Second, I'm calling on governors to pardon simple state marijuana possession offenses. Just as no one should be in federal prison solely for possessing marijuana, no one should be in local jail or state prison for that reason either. Third, we classify marijuana at the same level as heroin and more serious than fentanyl. It makes no sense.
Oh my gosh.
I'm asking for Secretary Becerra and the Attorney General to initiate the process of reviewing how marijuana is scheduled under federal law. It's a smart president right now. I'd also like to note that it's federal, it's amazing. As I'm doing this, literally Bishop Ashot McKenzie's calling me in real time. I'm clearly in the did. I'd also like to note that as federal and state regulations change, we still need important limitations on marketing and underage sales of marijuana. Sending people to jail for possessing marijuana has upended too many lives for conduct that is legal in many states. That's before you address the clear racial disparities around prosecution and conviction. Today we begin to right those wrongs.
All right, all right, all right.
That is, I think, the epitome of what Assemblymember Haney was talking about in terms of actionable, small things that are huge that can make a big difference to addressing the inequities. So just amazing news to come in at this time. I feel so emotional right now, and I never even smoked pot. Give yourselves,
you didn't inhale?
True story. Give yourselves an applause for just like being willing to like move that work even when you don't know what's happening. So I feel gracious at this point. I feel some kind of way. So I'm gonna say you can actually eat in your sessions because I see Shade is doing it anyway. So I'm gonna go ahead, grab something to eat. We're gonna have our Loyola University Chicago folks in here, and then downstairs with Mr. Blake here. DeAnthony will help folks find their way. Give yourselves a round of applause there.
Can I stream that live? Yeah. Okay. I'm just gonna leave it up there. Everybody on Mega Black watching right now. Okay. Oh, you said it right. I didn't inhale. I didn't inhale.
I'm stop. I didn't go. My wife's birthday, man. I can't. Last year I was able to go, but this year it was like, it's not a big move. I went last year, but I told my wife that's my birthday. Hey, it's the dime, man. It's the dime, baby. Hey, let's get a pic. Let's get a pic right here. I'll take you. It's all right.
I know what you're talking about. I can't.
I already know, baby. Oh, you didn't come to True Things? Oh, you got confidence. Okay. But Taya, what's up? Let's get a pic. Let's get a pic. Come on. Let's get a pic. Always. That memory.
John Henry, you out here? No, I gotta stay the whole day because I'm streaming.
Give me this, Rick. This is my long time mentee. She in the middle. She's up and coming. That's a young kid, Rick. All right. 1, 2. We go way back. Like I remember when she was I was working at the Board of Equalization. She was a team. We went to the club, working at the club. We kicked around everybody, and then moved on. Came back. That's I was hanging out with my mom.
I understand, like I said, though, we still got these barriers we got to fight.
I know, she be
I know I'm gonna go get the boat.
They keep it. They got
out there since 10.
They got it hot, Nino. They keep it hot, baby.
Great now.
I gotta see what my charge is.
Just sat and making it happen. What's up, Pete?
What's up, D?
Hold it down.
What's up,
Trying to
baby?
Make it happen. What's up? Big Nate, baby, I see you. Oh, for sure. Yeah, I saw you, baby. Yeah, I saw you over there kicking back. Find the shame.
I gotta go over and watch me D, man. She the one who jumped off in here.
Oh, what happened?
Trying to rush the stage. Radical dude.
No.
Sat right here. I don't know who's gonna rush him, but before he got there, y'all just pushed him out of here.
Who was his?
Right before the
Oh, okay. So after Alicia, because I saw her downstairs when I was coming up. So he was trying to come, she was on stage?
He tried to come up one dude. And he started over there, got to come on, he wanted one question to dance, I told him no.
Oh, okay.
But she already knew because they said he came in earlier.
Okay.
He's lying over there and everybody starts watching him. I don't know what he's trying to do. I don't know what he's trying to do. He took a step forward and then went up, then he walked out.
That's crazy. So my job cool, man. Just running around and traveling and stuff. And trying to keep it pushing. Semester going well. Yep, no, they're still there. Oh. Yeah, I got to go back out there. I was out in Delaware. You know, we got our Delaware program. So she was out here a couple of weeks ago and had a great event. And then I've been going back and forth out there. And we got our DC students, and we got our SAC students, and then we got like a class in one of our city hall clubs. So then we got students in city department, supervisor offices, mayor's office, stuff like that. So just bouncing around, making sure they're good. Working on new partnerships too, to place a new semester too. So just going back and forth to DC, getting some good placements. Like,
how will one join? Lil Nate might graduate from Chico State. Do you have to be born?
Yeah, you got to be a student. I guess. So the students, they come in, and then
all the students that do.
So all students. So this program is for students that want to do it. So students that want to go on a local level, state level, or federal level, they come through our doors and be connected. Those opportunities. Yeah. So what's up, Nate? Man, you about to graduate already? Damn, these kids are growing up. Dariana, sophomore.
He was on about 12 of them went up there. He the only one last man standing up there.
Are you serious? What kind of stuff you want to do? You be focused though.
I'm gonna do forensic science.
Oh, okay.
So I know London said she's gonna hook them up at the new forensic science. That's cool.
Oh, that'd be good, man. That'd be good.
You know, Nate, he about his business.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
About that. I ain't gotta get on
And
him
then
about
nothing
nothing.
like that.
I ain't never had a chest fight.
See, that's cool.
I can't remember.
Dang, see, he just got it, understood it.
Where is he at tomorrow?
At the Commonwealth Club. And Court. So 3 places. There's 3 different places. Yeah, it start off at Commonwealth Club, then we go to the court, and then relatively close. I mean, it's about a couple blocks away. A couple long blocks away.
I'm gonna go downstairs.
Okay, I'll be down there.
You guys mind saying a few things about the event in front of the backdrop for my brother here? Yeah. You mind if we move this conversation over a little bit? Okay. Right here.
Okay. Yeah.
Right in the lobby. I gotta keep this rolling. But don't, no, this live. But we can go out in there. We can go this way.
All right, so the folks who are in line, when you get your food, you can come back in and sit down.
We'll make sure.
We're trying to get people that are out in the outer area. Thank you, Diane Gray, for bringing your food back into the room so that we can actually get started. I know. And then the people in line talking, and they work for their paychecks. Oh, sorry, I forgot you got people.
We're gonna put the camera on y'all.
I know, we're gonna, this is why I didn't want to say we would eat first. I'm so sorry.
It's nice to meet you.
Yeah.
We enjoyed being
Hey, James. 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 Can you encourage the people outside? Yes, ma'am.
I go tell them, girl.
I do. So, yes, absolutely. And I can't. Absolutely. And then,
I'm from Vegan. Absolutely. We can definitely challenge it today, or whatever. Let's talk, get coffee. No, finish your stuff. See what's crazy. There's no like I would like oh no, I'm the same way. So he's just wrong. No. So I was waiting for that line. Oh.
All right, everyone, we're actually going to get this workshop started soon and kick it to our panelists here to talk and to introduce themselves. But we ask everyone who's grabbed their food and who are here to stay to just get settled in. And for those of you who are massing at the line right here, just being very mindful that we will begin. We have 60 people online on our online platform who are in space as well. And then folks are still grabbing food. I'm going to tell them to come on in. But with that, I want to pass it to our amazing panelists for this next session.
We don't need to clap for professors.
And we know there's a reminder that there are just so you know too, there are the 60 plus people online.
Yes, but that's what you do.
Okay.
Well, hello everyone. We are from Chicago. We are here representing Loyola University Chicago. Very excited to be here with you all. This is my first presentation since before the pandemic. Like out and about. I know I had a baby and then lockdown and it's nice to be back up here holding the microphone. I'm going to let Meghna introduce herself.
Hello everybody, it's wonderful to be here. My name is Meghna Tundra. Just Dr. Meghna, someone downstairs said, you should say it. And anyways, I'm a postdoctoral fellow in economic justice at the Institute of Racial Justice, which I think really fits the theme of this conference, the way the two things are just absolutely intimately connected. And I actually wrote my dissertation on university-driven gentrification. So seeing what's happened in San Francisco is really just very relevant, and this is not the model that we want for communities and for the poor and for African-American communities in particular. But we're going to talk a little bit about the work we've been doing. Dr. Twyla will introduce it.
All right, everybody. So I am Twyla Blackman Larnell, born and raised in the Chicagoland area. All my higher education is from the Chicagoland area, and I'm an associate professor of political science at Loyola. And my research focuses on cities. I do a lot as it relates to cities, government, representation, but a big part of my work focuses on race and class and a wide variety of areas that relates to economic development. Now, the Dean of the Institute of Racial Justice, Dr. Malik Henfield, cannot be here today, but some of you all may know him. He was in San Francisco doing work for a very long time. And we are so happy that he was able to get the Institute of Racial Justice up and running at Loyola. We are very, very excited about the program. But I'm going to dive right on in. Okay, I know you all are coming in. We will try to keep pretty straightforward. You know, as scholars and professors, we can get really caught up in technical terms and statistics, and we're going to try not to do that. But I will tell you that everything that we're going to talk about here today has already been discussed to some extent or another. So I was getting really excited as I was waiting patiently to get up here and point to everything that has been said this morning. And so hopefully you all can make the connections with us as well. Okay, so first, where is this? I'm so sorry. I think in all of that setup, we opened up the wrong presentation. We'll figure this out. We'll make this work, okay? It's just like in class. All right, so let me first give you some background on the Institute of Racial Justice, and this relates a lot to what Mr. Mike Blake was talking about in relation to public-private partnerships, right? And when those RFPs come out, there's all this competition from different organizations for monies to be able to support issues that we're all interested in. We have the exact same interests, so to speak, but we're competing. What we're here today is to represent the Institute of Racial Justice that focuses specifically on public-private partnerships that involve higher education institutions. Why higher education institutions? Because we have access to a substantial amount of resources that most nonprofit organizations, community organizations, and other community members just don't have access to. Software, data, statistical analysis, and things of that nature. So just a really brief overview of the Institute of Racial Justice. We are an interdisciplinary hub for racial justice work across Loyola University and beyond. We build deep relationships, accelerate transformational research, education, and create a collective impact toward racial justice and equity. So the emphasis is on community engaged research. I don't know how many scholars are in here today, but oftentimes people get caught up on doing research that's going to publish, and not so much doing the research that matters to our communities, because for a really long time that just wasn't valued. Now it is, especially since there's so many more RFPs out there. That's a whole other conversation. But for us, the Institute and other organizations, higher education institutions, play a really big role in providing communities with research and information that they may need to further progress in their different goals. So what we're going to be presenting today is actually based on a partnership with the Chicago Urban League. It was one of the Institute's first official community partners. And every year the Chicago Urban League puts out a report based on the state of Black Chicago. This is a really detailed report that focuses on the conditions of Black folks all across Chicago. And previously, it did focus primarily on folks who identify as non-Hispanic Black, but as mentioned earlier, we have to broaden our understanding of what it means to be Black. And in Chicago, it's very different depending on what neighborhood you're in, and we'll talk about that in just a few moments. So, the project that we're working on today is kind of big, actually. It's massive. Okay? It starts off with this emphasis on open data. Open data is generally referred to as a process by which cities, nonprofits, higher education institutions are making their data available to the public. This helps from a governmental perspective and transparency. You and I get to go and analyze the extent to which school children have access to internet. We get to go out and be able to determine where asthma rates are higher than others, and that's all coming from the city of Chicago. Right? You can see here, sorry, I'm in the middle. These are all the different data sets that we pull from in this project. Okay, so we have the City of Chicago, Chicago Police, Chicago Public Schools. We also collected data from the EPA. We collected data from the Housing Association around mortgage rates and approval. What else? The Census, Financial Protection Bureau, et cetera, et cetera. This is kind of a big deal because all of this data comes in very different formats, which leads us to the next point about big data. How do we compile all of these different data sets that are collected for different units of level of analysis. So this is like this individual level, neighborhood level, census tract level, etc. How do we make all this data talk to each other? And that was the purpose of this project, so that we can get all these different data sets to talk to each other so that we can analyze them to a level that they have not really been analyzed before. And with that, I'm going to pass the mic, and Magna, who is like our mapping genius, by the way, okay? She'll explain how we went about this. Yeah.
Okay, yes, so as Dr. Twyla mentioned, we used a very powerful software called ArcGIS to do this mapping. And so I want to just start, before Dr. Twyla really lays out the theory and the practice behind all of it, I just wanted to get into some of the technical to kind of demystify all of this, because it's not rocket science, and I think it is something that can be done and understood and processed by many different people in many different communities. So first of all, I just wanted to talk about why we go to the block group level. And I think this goes to what Dr. Twyla was saying about things not being a monolith, that there is a kind of story that you can tell, but the more detailed information you have, the more you can really get at what's actually going on. So the census collects data at different levels. One is a census tract level, and the other is the census block group. So a block group is a cluster of blocks, usually 200 to 550 housing units, and it's the smallest geographical unit. And so you can really see the pros just by looking at this map. This is just a very simple map of concentration of Black people in Chicago. So on the left is neighborhood areas. So you can see, like, you're kind of getting a picture, but not exactly. Middle is census tract, but then you really see with the census block group, you can actually see what's going on. This area is Hyde Park, so you can actually see some of the more fine-grained processes like gentrification and things that you wouldn't be able to see if you didn't have this kind of fine-grained understanding. Of course, the cons are you have more missing data, but you work with what you got. So just really simple, the first kind of map you can make with the data that's available is just a very simple spatial join. So it's the data as it's available is usually at county level, so you have to clip it to Chicago boundaries using GIS, and then using GIS you can start to really make your own patterns and interpretations. This here is a map of I think percent BA, percent of population over 25 with BA, and you can really play around with the colors to tell a story. Especially about inequality on the north side versus the west side and the south side. So it's a very powerful tool and not actually that difficult to do. A lot of the data that you can, like Dr. Twyla was saying about open data, it's already at the block group level, so you can take it to the next step of actually representing and showing what's going on. So the next kind of data mapping I wanted to talk about is point data. And this is data like, this data set is of crime in Chicago, and it says exactly where and when each incident happened, along with other information, but obviously when you map it, there's just way too much to make sense of it. And I think this is one of the things about open data is that it can be really overwhelming, and it's just like, how does the average person know what's actually going on? So you can do what's called a spatial join, where you aggregate the total number of crimes per block group. So you can really see where violent crimes are happening across the city. And Dr. Twyla is going to talk about some of our findings a little bit more after this, but just right off the bat, you can see that contrary to stereotypes, the violent crimes are not happening in Black areas. And this is the west side and this is the south side. Violent crimes are actually happening downtown. So it's just, just seeing the data actually playing out completely just demolishes a lot of stereotypes and just says what the story actually is for the people on the ground. The last kind of data that I just wanted to talk about is searches and queries. So this is also where you get point data about different things that you can then map onto other indicators. So this is a data set for the Chicago public school system, and it has data on school performance, attendance, truancy, college enrollment, things like that. So what you can do is select for the schools, like this is showing high schools with college enrollment of under 30%, and you can map it onto percentage Black population. And Dr. Trello will talk a little bit more about that later. So just again, this is going to be what our presentation is about, but you can really use these correlations and patterns to tell stories. Going from that big open data to mapping it is very powerful. This map on the left, very simple map, again, of just concentration Black versus concentration white. And you can see they're basically the opposite of each other, which just speaks to the history of segregation and discrimination in the city of Chicago. You can also see the level of segregation faced by the Black community in particular. Dr. Trial and I did index of dissimilarity analysis, and I think the number was like 80% of all Black people would have to move to different block groups for the Black population to be spread out among the city. So, we're going to talk more about this, where there's high percentages of asthma. You really see the way that place comes into some of these indicators that you don't get just by talking on the individual level. And this last map, I just wanted to talk because people were talking about not having a deficit understanding of things. This is a map of all the schools in the city that have either strong or very strong family involvement, mapped onto concentration Black. And you can really see that, it's not that parents are not involved in schools all over the city. They are involved, and there are other problems that are happening, but you cannot blame parents or families. And so I just wanted to end with the other thing we were able to do, because we are drawing from a lot of different data sets using GIS, is join all this data together, put it all together, demographic, housing, health, income, crime. We have over 180 variables, so like when we say big data, we mean big data, all at the block group level, and we can start, we haven't really fully started yet, but we want to really running correlations, regressions, trying to understand what is the relationship between, crime and vacancy and underutilized schools, and what is actually going on at the community level. So with that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Charlie.
Thank you, everybody. And again, I apologize, I have no clue how our slides got out. We'll find them. That's okay. We'll just jump right into it. All right, so about 10 years ago, there's a professor, Dr. Robert Sampson at the University of Chicago. He writes this book, The Great American City. And I tell everybody about this book. Magna knows I've told her about it a billion times. It's all about Chicago. But specifically, he explains the role of race and space. This is why maps are so important. We don't see maps being used to the extent that they should be used, because as Magna said, it shows stories in a very different way than we're used to, make things very, very clear. So give me a few moments just to give you a quick lecture on why where you live matters. Okay, most of us know that, but some people forget that. The first thing that Sampson tells us is that cities are not flat. They are quite uneven. They are very unequal. Neighborhoods are a consequence and a cause, right? They're the outcome and the producer. What does that mean? Where you live has an impact on your life, right? And that in turn impacts where you continue to live, right? It's like the circle of life in terms of neighborhoods, etc. And so where you live becomes a symbol of various measures of opportunity and success. This could be social economic indicators, culture, the strength of your local economy, crime, and health. Okay. So we have to think about space a little bit more. What is space? First and foremost, space is socially produced, just like race. It is created by man. And it's created by man, specifically the powerful, the wealthy, the white man, to be able to reproduce power and social hierarchies among space. This is why these maps are so important. Because in Chicago, particularly, not so much here in San Francisco, but in Chicago, these patterns are very, very obvious. And I'm going to show you in just a bit. But what ends up happening, depending on where you live, has a direct impact on your life experiences, okay? But on the flip side, it also adds value or takes value away from these spaces. And this is largely in relation to racial capitalism, which we'll talk about. So the creation of spaces is a two-step process. First and foremost, you have these biased systems, these governmental institutions, these policies, et cetera, that push and pull people into different spaces based on race and then class. It's very important to acknowledge that. Race is the #1 factor that goes into the creation of space, and then class. So what does this mean? In Chicago, for somebody like me, I take the train all day, and don't believe everything you hear about CT, okay? But you can come through the west side on Kedzie, which is an overwhelmingly black community, also overwhelmingly low-income community, but there are still people like me getting on the train, who are going to their professional jobs, who own their homes, etc. They become the backbone of these spaces because we want to live in the communities in which we grew up in. That doesn't necessarily mean, though, that those spaces reflect our socioeconomic status, right? So the second part of this process is when we make our choices. Right, so you have this racist system that's pushing and pulling people into certain spaces, and then we, based on the amenities we want and what we can afford, identify which spaces are most preferable for us. So this is not a chicken and egg problem. I have to explain this to people all the time. Having concentrated poverty is not a chicken and egg problem. It's by design. It's by design. Chicago is one of my favorite cities. That's probably why I'll never leave it. In the last year, Chicago's been ranked the second best city in the world. It's also been rated the best big city in the U.S. We are known for so many things, but all of these things come back to the diversity that's in Chicago, which is so ironic because Chicago is also one of the most racially segregated cities in the United States of America. Here is just a quick pie chart of the racial demographics of the city. I won't spend too much time here. We know there are 3 major groups in the city: white, black, Latino. In the last 20 years, we've watched the proportion of black folks in Chicago decline and the proportion of Latinos in Chicago increase. This is really important to remember when we start talking about accessing resources. What we have in Chicago is a tale of 2 cities. Robert Sampson makes this very, very clear. In a fundamental sense, he says, individual selection is both a neighborhood effect and embedded in a process of structural sorting. So if you look at these maps, what you see is over time, the city of Chicago has been really, really good at implementing processes that support the creation of predominantly white neighborhoods in the wealthiest areas of the city of Chicago. Now, I know not everybody knows Chicago. I think everybody should. Right? City of Chicago, you can see that black folks are overwhelmingly populated in the south and far south, right? As Magna mentioned, you got Hyde Park up here, we're coming further south, Alsip, etc. Then you have the west side over here. We're talking North Lawndale, Austin, etc. for those who don't know. And then up at the top is Rogers Park, that's where Loyola University is situated. Over here, we have the concentration of white. And you will see that white folks are predominantly located in this little midsection here and all across the north of Chicago. This is really, really important because as we look further, and I'm going to show you these maps first. What you see is that economic resources are concentrated in white spaces. So this here is a map of per capita income. I want to be very clear. Chicagoans are not known for their wealth. Okay? There's a wide space in the city where people are not making more than $50,000 or $75,000 a year. However, in predominantly black spaces, we see that income is exceptionally low. Okay, exceptionally low. What does this mean? It affects everything else. It affects everything else. So this table is breaking down statistics around income and wealth. Black folks are the second column. What you'll notice is that black folks rank last on every socioeconomic indicator, except having a bachelor's degree or higher, where they rank third. Now this is pretty interesting because it perfectly reflects what many scholars refer to as a racial hierarchy, right? Where dominant white society gets to pick and choose the racial groups that they prefer the most, and therefore those groups have access to resources and opportunity that relate to that racial hierarchy. So next you have Asian folks, then Latino, and Black folks. Now, when we use GIS, we use it more as a data management tool. This allowed us to put a lot of variables on top so that we can see not just where Black folks live, but what are the conditions in those Black communities. And as you can see, right, the last shows that resources and opportunities are being hoarded in predominantly white spaces, whereas disadvantage is being concentrated in Black spaces. So here we have a map of the poverty level, and we have a map here of unemployment. You can see again, unemployment is highest in Black communities on the south side and the west side. Now it is important to note though, again, not all of the predominantly white spaces in the city of Chicago are living the life. Okay? But they're not being affected by poverty to the same extent as Black folks and then also Latinos in the city as well. So housing. I always get, with my lectures on racial capitalism, really get me amped up. I am not a preacher, but I do get kind of excited when I'm, especially if you give me a microphone. Okay. But here we notice that rentals all across the city are high. It's pretty much the same here in San Francisco. Right? The cost of housing in Chicago all across the city has been increasing. But it's kind of bizarre to know that those families that are spending the most of their income on housing are in Black communities, right? This is not valuable housing. They're not valuable luxury apartments, but they're spending more than 50% of their income on housing that we know for certain is lesser value, not being maintained, and there's definitely not like granite countertops and ceramic tile. So why are they being so burdened with their rent? What is the problem with this? What happens is that over time, racial capitalism again, right, valuing neighborhoods based on the racial composition of those spaces, leads to property in predominantly Black spaces being consistently undervalued. So not only are Black folks hit twice when it comes to property value, because your property is going to be valued lesser as you being a Black homeowner, but it's also going to be valued even lesser if you're in a predominantly Black space. Okay? This perpetuates a decreased rate of return on investments. There was a lovely woman in the first panel that talked about having to move out of state to be able to afford a home. This is the same thing that we're seeing play out in Chicago with many middle class and higher earning Black Chicagoans leaving the city, and we'll talk about that momentarily. But by decreasing the rate of return, it's not as profitable for Black homeowners to own homes, especially in the communities that they grew up in. So what does that mean? They don't go back to those places. And so those neighborhoods that are in need of middle class and higher earning Black families to help support the economies in these spaces, the schools in their spaces, it's just not economically feasible for them to go back. Okay? This continues to perpetuate divestment because the rate of return on investment in these spaces is not as high. So it's very difficult to even get gas stations in some of these neighborhoods. If you've ever been to Chicago, people will tell you like there's only a few places where you can go get gas outside of downtown in the Loop. On the north side, there's way more gas stations. Not so much on the south and west side. It's a big reason why people on the south side go to Indiana for gas. Also because taxes are cheaper. Right? So as a result, investors are not funneling capital into these neighborhoods. So it's kind of like this book Robert Sharkey calls it Stuck in Place. He makes the argument that Black children born in poverty are way more likely to have children that live in even more poverty. Because while your neighborhood is experiencing divestment now, the effects of divestment are going to be 10 times worse by the time your children grow. Right? So when we're talking about reparations, and we're talking about solutions, and this was mentioned earlier about cash infusion in the spaces, a big part of that has to relate to housing and making investments worth your while and worth your time. And also making those investments accessible to the people from those neighborhoods. That's another really big thing. Gentrification is huge across Chicago. Okay? Which leads to the next slide. This is looking at median housing values over time. You have 2000 here, 2010, 2020. As you can see, the value of housing in predominantly white spaces in the loop is growing and growing, and it's coming further out. For any of you all been to Chicago, right here is like the UIC area. Okay, if you know UIC, for a really long time it was surrounded by the projects. Hope 6 came, we demolished all the project buildings in Chicago, and actually, median housing value has increased substantially where those public housing units were located. You have the infamous Cabrini Green up here, surrounding UIC, but not so much the south and west side project areas. Why? Because they're further away from the most valuable pieces of land. Okay, so what ends up happening is as values of housing increase, the Black folks that are living around the downtown are being pushed into spaces that are actually much, much smaller because there's not as much affordable housing. I want to show you this last slide about housing because it was mentioned earlier. Vacancy rates in predominantly Black spaces are also super high. This is problematic for a lot of reasons. Safety is a big one, but it also makes these neighborhoods ripe for gentrification. Okay? In the city of Chicago, we are seeing a ton of developers that are coming into these spaces and buying up these vacant homes for pennies on the dollars, flipping them, and then selling them as luxury housing, and they're selling. So housing prices are going up, but very, very slowly. These areas aren't gentrifying nearly as fast as the areas around the downtown, but it is happening, which means then that low-income and affordable housing is even less accessible for Black folks in Chicago. Loan approval rating. Magna is amazing, okay? Housing data, especially when it comes to housing value, is very, very hard to collect. And it was also pretty hard for her to be able to get all this together into a map. But what you can see here is actually pretty unnerving. It makes me angry. Loan approval rates by census tract. We see here that it's much, much easier for people to be able to get a mortgage loan approved in wider spaces. Okay. We ran more tests, and we know for a fact that loan approval rates for Black folks are almost 10% less than white folks in the city of Chicago. So not only do we have all these vacant spaces where Black folks could be investing in their communities, they could be buying homes, they could be buying apartment buildings, they could be opening up stores. They're not getting approved for those mortgages. Right? So it makes it really, really hard for us to invest in our own spaces. And this is just showing you owner-occupied units as well. Now let's move on to health, because all of this stuff is related. I think these slides are the most disheartening. As you can see here in the city of Chicago, life expectancy rates for Black folks have always been much, much lower than any other group, and it's declined even more during and after COVID. Now, what a lot of people fail to acknowledge is this. This first map is from the EPA, and it is based on the pollution burden score. So this is how much pollution is in your neighborhood and in the surrounding neighborhoods. And as you can see, pollution is a problem for the whole city. I tell people this all the time. Mask is probably in our best interest, okay? However, Black folks seem to be the only people that are suffering exceptionally from those health illnesses that are related to pollution. Why? Access to resources to be able to deal with the effects of pollution, right? If you're a lower income family, you may not be as able to buy that very nice HEPA L filter, right? Or be like us and have your Brita filter or buy a ton of bottled water. What ends up happening is we see a massive amount of asthma in adults, okay? This translates to higher rates of COPD, both of which we know can be fatal, especially as adults, even asthma, especially if you don't have access to health care. Food deserts. This is another big problem for the city of Chicago, and if you've been following the literature on food deserts, the city of Chicago will become a not so great example for how to deal with it. A food desert is any urban area that's more than 1 mile from a supermarket, okay? This is kind of bizarre because Chicago is a pretty dense community, so 1 mile in here is like the size of the tip of my finger in a map. Okay. What you see is that there are grocery stores all over the Chicago, but there's very few grocery stores per person in predominantly Black spaces. Now, Lori Lightfoot and Rahm Emanuel, those the current mayor, previous mayor, they did attempt to subsidize pretty big grocery stores to locate in these spaces. Whole Foods got a really big subsidy, and so did Aldi's. There was another Target. Even after receiving these subsidies, Whole Foods and Target, both of them backed out of their contracts within 3 years. Right? Why? Because these stores weren't profitable, and we're talking down here. The stores weren't profitable, but it's Whole Foods. Like, did you really expect to be super profitable in a low-income food desert? No way. That's what the government subsidy was for. But what do we realize? Even when you subsidize, it's not always enough. Which gets back to what Mr. Mike Blake, I want to make sure I get his name right since he said so. This is why we have to rely on ourselves. This is why we have to rely on nonprofit organizations and pulling our resources, not just data, but funding, financing, politicians, to be able to create grocery stores that are owned by families in the neighborhood. Believe it or not, Middle Eastern and Arab communities in the city of Chicago have invested a substantial amount in Black spaces when it comes to grocery stores, gas stations, and things of that nature, which is fine, but it's just not Black folks in those neighborhoods that are owning those organizations, and therefore the question of commitment to community is not the same. I'm going to try to go really fast. Okay. These maps show that Chicago is losing Black folks at a very, very fast rate. Some people will argue that this is also by design, because they are overwhelmingly losing low-income Black folks in Chicago, largely because there's no access to subsidized and affordable housing, right? So many people are moving to the suburbs or other states where there is more access to Section 8 housing. But the effect is huge for schools. Under Romney Manuel, we had a pretty controversial policy where 50 Chicago public schools were closed. This is huge. All of these purple dots that you see, this is what we refer to as underutilized schools. That means that these schools have less than 70% of the students that they're supposed to have. Some of these schools are operating at a capacity level of 25%. That means they've lost so many people in their communities in the last 10 years that they're operating at very, very low levels. They are more than likely going to be closed in the next 10 years. There's still a moratorium on school closures right now, but that ends in 3 years, right? What does this mean? All of this put together. Okay. It means that we have to pay attention to neighborhoods. Because what we see happening is that there are a ton of communities that are super vulnerable. And again, Black folks are not monolithic. There are middle class and high income Black folks in these spaces, but they can't carry these communities on their own, right? And for many of them, they're living in these spaces at an economic loss. Because again, remember we talked about the rate of your investment in these spaces as well. So some of them are just what we call like social responsible investing, not being so focused on the financial return of your investment, but the social and the community return on your investment. So what are we trying to get at here? With big data as a tool for effective policies and programs, it helps us to better identify who needs support. Okay. Which of these neighborhoods need support, and specifically what type of support they need. I always explain to my students the difference between equality and equity, right? Equality focuses on input. Let's give everybody the same thing and it should all work out. It does not work out. Right? Equity is acknowledging that different groups or different neighborhoods need a different level of resources or different policies because all these issues are interrelated. Income is directly tied to housing. Housing is directly tied to schools, which we didn't talk about here today. Schools is directly related to crime, which we also didn't get here today. And all of this is affected by health, which we know is being instigated by government policies. Are any of you all familiar with sacrifice zones? Sacrifice zones are these really interesting spaces that cities refer to where they will concentrate industry activity, manufacturing, highways, things of that nature. But what happens is they're also overwhelmingly located near Black spaces and low-income Black spaces. So it's not a surprise that Black folks are living in higher rates of pollution or that they're being affected at a higher rate by this pollution. I wanted to go back to this slide because it was mentioned earlier. We did not want to talk about, we didn't want to take up too much of your time, but Mr. Blake brought up internet access. This is a map of kids with internet access during COVID. And as you can see, right, the more purple is the less internet that's available. And as you notice, those kids on the west and south side, these predominantly black spaces, even in the Latino spaces around them, they did not have access to the internet when COVID started, right? So whereas the news said that the story was that teachers were not ready for COVID, the school was not ready for COVID, there's no, even if they had computers immediately, what are they gonna do if they don't have access to internet? So now the question we have to ask ourselves is the extent to which Chicago public school students were negatively affected, particularly in their learning, because they couldn't keep up during COVID. Right? We were on lockdown, and I was teaching, my husband was teaching, the kid was in high school, and that little one, the 3-year-old, was streaming. That requires pretty good internet, okay? So if you have multiple kids that are trying to go to school all day e-learning with no internet, this is a huge impact. This slows things down. And then if we go back to Robert Sharkey's idea about being stuck in place, then our expectations in terms of academic achievement and performance for these students can't be any higher than we had before. We're actually expecting less. And very little data was collected about student performance during COVID. I have my own reasonings behind that. So we weren't able to really kind of dig into individual level involvement. We actually have time for questions. I won't dig into too much more. Any thoughts, ideas? Yes, please, sir. Yes, yes, sir. You? Yes, sir. I'll walk over there.
What's your name, ma'am?
I'm Twyla.
Twyla?
Yes, sir.
Hey, you know, we always talk about how we identify. My question is, where are black people going? If every city I go to, there's be an institute. Where are black people going?
I get this a lot.
Do you have any data on where we are going in this process? Because I'm from South Eastern Rate. I don't know we were actually 24%. And I always tell everybody, in this process right now, and we talk about the evaluation of and the data and the percentage of black folks in San Francisco. Right now, it always depends on who you're asking, why they did the data, and who's going to profit from it all. So now you're down to that 3 or 5% African Americans. Well, we started at 1960. But everywhere I go, I see the same thing. Where are we going?
There's two processes at place. First and foremost, you have Hope 6, right, which helped to essentially deconcentrate poverty by getting rid of public housing, right? But the problem is, especially in the city of Chicago, is that for every unit that they demolished, they only replaced like 0.10, right? So for every 30 units that were demolished, only 1 was replaced. So for low-income people, there's nowhere for them to go. But for surrounding suburbs, for us, that's like Naperville, Bolingbrook, Aurora, they have more Section 8 units available. So those Chicago folks who couldn't find low-income housing in the city, they take their Section 8 housing voucher to other places where Section 8 units are more available. That's suburb, but we're also seeing a ton of black folks going to North Dakota, Iowa, other places that have a need for labor, and they have access to low-income housing. Think about people like me and my husband. Who are born and raised.
That area, what are you going to do?
Well, we got to wait and see how that play out. So then you got middle class and higher earning black folks who want really badly to live in the neighborhoods that they grew up in. I'm from the Chicagoland area. My husband's from East St. Louis. When we were coming back from finishing our PhDs at Michigan State, we had a kid at the time, and Zari was going to start kindergarten. We were trying to navigate schools in Chicago, and we realized how hard it was. We also realized how hard it was to find housing in the neighborhoods that we wanted to be in that were actually kind of short-term investment, that were safe, right? That I could take her to the park, etc. And it's not that we didn't want to live in the city, but based off of all those other things, earning power, investments, etc., we ended up in Oak Park. I say this all the time. People who are from Chicago know that Oak Park is one of the oldest city suburbs, but it's also one of the more wealthier suburbs. It is super diverse. It's right off of the train line. But very easily we have access to higher value rental and home owning. We have access to more stable schools, less crime, don't get it twisted up, Chicago and and access to other amenities, shopping, restaurants, nightlife, etc. Things that we can't get just 3 blocks over in the Austin neighborhood, which is a predominantly black neighborhood on the west side of the city of Chicago. Right, so there's 2 things at play. We're pushing out low-income folks, and we're not making space for middle-income and higher-income black folks.
I was curious if there's any data on interracial couples or interracial families, because I'm always curious about how that plays out.
Well, this is a challenge we faced because we really wanted to see like how do interracial couples fare with mortgage lending. But the problem is, and this is one of the things with data, is it just gets so like you have to just say something and write something in, so everything is just joint. So, but it seems like joint couples are getting approved at much higher levels, but we don't know which joint couples, what does that mean? So the data is, there's always limitations, and we need better data.
When it comes to housing and mortgage approvals, definitely need better data, but the one thing I would say is because the rate for joint homeowners would mean 2 people applying for a mortgage loan of different races is much, much higher, argues that closer proximity to whiteness increases your approval rating.
Thank you for your presentation. I really love data. And what you just shown is that it is a fact, and you stated yourself that by design, Black folks and Black communities are divested in, and yet it seems as though the solution to government is to program folks out of poverty. And so now that we know that that doesn't happen, and that's evidently impossible, what do we do? What can government be accountable to?
So in the report, we spent a lot of time talking about reparations. The Chicago Urban League also has a really big reparations report coming out in the next few months if you want to keep your eye out for that, where they go really, really in depth. But we spent a lot of time pointing to different ways that government can actively infuse money and resources into different neighborhoods to address these issues. When it comes to income and wealth, that is the guaranteed income, as Mr. Haney, yeah, he won't have you here. Right, that's like an idea of guaranteed income. When it comes to housing, we need better governmental programs to help increase approval ratings for Black homeowners, low-income homeowners, middle and higher income. When it comes to school, one of the big programs we talk about in our report is getting rid of SROs. SROs are security resource officers, okay? We have police in our schools in Chicago, which means that middle school fight ends up being a trip downtown. Now you have charges, you have a court date, etc. It vastly strengthens that school to prison pipeline. Okay. Same thing when we're talking about health. The city of Chicago has to be much, much better at reducing these sacrifice zones. There has to be some kind of mitigation put in place so that Black folks are not suffering from the smog, from all of the factories and the highways and things of that nature that are in their area. This area of Humboldt Park, which is a large Puerto Rican community in the city of Chicago, were able to successfully file a lawsuit against this major factory just sitting right in the middle of Humboldt Park. It was just pumping out Black smoke. And everybody in those spaces had even higher rates of asthma than other neighborhoods. Sorry, that's my timer, because I want to keep at 45 minutes. So there are a lot of different ways that the government can participate, but we're focusing particularly on how higher education institutions can use their resources to help support nonprofit and community organizations, as was mentioned before, to develop more effective policies and programs and things of that nature.
Question, you got an online question, and I think a question.
Okay, that's fine. Well, I just wanted to address what you were saying about program. Well, one of the things we're seeing is this rise of investor cash-based purchasing. And these banks are just coming in, swooping in and buying homes. So I think there has to be some kind of solution where that we really rein these banks in and just make it easier for working people to, achieve their dreams. And it's the opposite now. Everything is being taken away from people. So I just think universities, I mean, the way that universities are being this model for, we're going to develop cities with universities. Well, that's how you go to San Francisco. With basically no working class. That is not the model. We can't have that model. We need a model that works for the people.
And universities are really good at gentrifying, right? I say this at Loyola, I look around at students in the classroom. Loyola University all by itself has brought up some 45 to 60% of the residential space around campus in the last 10 years. Okay, which means that housing supply in Rogers Park has dropped. And Rogers Park is an overwhelmingly Black and Middle Eastern community. And so rental rates have skyrocketed.
All right, this question is from online, and thank you to everybody. We have a lot of folks watching online. So first it says, thank you for this panel. This is such powerful information for our time. How do we utilize it and expand the advancement of Black people in other sectors and industries?
In my syllabus for class, I always put in there that the reason why I'm here to share this information with you is so that you're an engaged citizen. Of course, they want to pass their exams, get their credit, and graduate. But my hope is that they're listening, they're reading this information, they're processing it, and they're articulating their own opinions. All right? Because there's a ton of people out here voting, and they don't understand the processes. And that includes people in our communities as well. Right? In Chicago, I often see people rooting for politicians or policies that are not exactly in their best interest. I think one of the best things that we can do as scholars is to continue to do work that matters, but making sure that that information gets to the community members and in a manner that they can understand and vibe with, so that they can use that when they're out voting.
All right, they said we have to wrap it up. We'll take this last question real quick.
I know your focus is academics and university. I'm just interested in the resources that help us to identify the antidotes to those sacrifice zones, because we definitely have them in San Francisco, and it's definitely an issue in the predominantly Black neighborhoods.
It's really hard because these corporations have so much money. Right, and in the city of Chicago, they spend a lot in permits, and a lot of people don't know this. I don't know how it works out here. Oftentimes, property developers and even some of these corporations get away with their business that has a negative effect on Black spaces by simply paying a fee. So many of those companies that exist in sacrifice zones, the city knows they're polluting the air, they're polluting the water, whatever, but as long as they come off with a little bit of money, then they allow them to stay. For Humboldt Park, it took a lot of effort. It was a huge coalition and leaders that got behind them to help get rid of that factory.
One question they want to know, is this PowerPoint accessible? Can they get access to your PowerPoint? Or?
It was so fast, I was trying to...
Yes, I will send it to somebody.
Thank you.
Yes, no problem. And the State of Black City report should be available by the end of the year as well.
All right.
Give it up for Loyola. I need you to say what up the sacrifice zones are like now in my vocabulary, huh, Tiffany? Like I'm Tony, like that is now part of my, because we have a lot of sacrifice zones, so thank you for that language and that vocabulary. We are getting ready to transition to the next thing. Thank you so much, and please send our regards to Brother Dean Malik.
He's watching.
Oh, okay, hey, shout out to Malik Henfield. Give another round of applause. Thank you. We're getting ready for, at 1:30, we're going to start our next panel, so it's 8 minutes, and then we're going to start the next panel. Thank you.
Yeah, right.
So much for coming out and staying.
We were very happy to do this project when you were
We really like every day, like working 12 hours.
I'll get those links.
Hey, how you doing, Director D? I'm good. No, can't say no to you.
Being here, and your team that's online, and the folks that are in space.
Mhm.
How's everything going?
Good. Everything's going good. In the midst of the annual planning and making sure we got our priorities for 2023 now.
Yeah.
Topic. Very topical topic.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Some good conversation.
Yeah.
Next. Are you going next?
Yes. All right.
You want anything?
I'm fine. Thank you.
Let's see where. Were you up here or were you downstairs?
I was up here. Up here. Yeah.
How are you? Oh, good to see you. I know. It's so nice. Yeah. And not to be on a screen all the time. Good. Between this, you know, do the best you can.
Yeah, I think it'll be good.
How does everybody want me to address
Name is fine.
it? Okay.
Jose. Come on.
You just never know.
No.
Some people stuff. Yeah, or Dr. Sai. I feel like Dr. Sai is easier.
Am I supposed?
I know.
Yes. Yeah. I know. Yeah. But you're right. Do you want to swim up? Yes. Do you consider leadership?
No, I don't. I'll take this one.
Okay.
We're gonna start in like 5 minutes or so. We are wrapping up. We have breakouts, so they're wrapping up the session downstairs. Yeah. Take your pick. Oh, and then you can take that inhale because I have.
Go. Okay. Hi.
Hello.
Nice
How are
to see
you
you
doing?
in person.
Yes, absolutely. Is there any order you want us to do?
No, I just literally that.
Let me. No. I'll sit over. Okay. You forced me in the middle. Well, I just wanted to make sure you got your pick, and then now you can.
I don't know why I got
The last two are done. The devine's here.
You're taken, yes.
How are you? Nice to see you in person too. Nice.
I was asking everybody how they want me to address it. You just never know. You know, the city set up this
I know.
naming structure.
I appreciate you asking.
I'm just like, you know what I'm saying? Assessor recorder. I prefer one or the other. I prefer one or the other. So if you call me doctor, I prefer Dr. If you call me Saida, I prefer Saida. I don't use layered too much. That's long. No, and you do. You're the only one that does.
I told her you were nothing but titles. That's right. That's right. Sir, all the time. Sir, esteemed. You're on it.
It was a lot of information. That's fair, yes.
Oh, of course. How's it going?
Yeah.
Yeah, you got you have your mask on. Is that cool? For your picture?
I can direct you to the right person.
Good looking out.
Okay.
Yes.
You wise.
Let me move the camera.
That's a neat my name.
Help you less distracted.
Thank you.
Yes. Yes. She runs the ownership program, but also she's on the council.
Is this a new building?
I don't
Looks like it.
I know it does, but I don't know.
No, I didn't see it today at all. And I'll see that strand out of place, okay? You're welcome. So, it's supposed to be shepherded.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Hopefully they give it out,
I wasn't on
No, jump right in. No,
I don't have to pay to hear you speak to that side.
Let me know when you do, so I can make sure I get it.
Right. Yes, let's go, let's go.
Am I good?
Say it again, I can't hear you.
No. Okay. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Everybody good? Did y'all get some food in your bellies? You're not tired, right?
I feel like you used to be louder. Your mic.
Usually I get accused of talking too loud. Now I need to be louder, but that's all right. Thank you, Juka. I'm excited to be here with you all this afternoon. My name is Dr. Saida Lance-Tuku-Burch, and I serve as the Director of the Dreamkeeper Initiative at the San Francisco Human Rights Commission. I want to recap a little bit about what we heard this morning. For those of you who were here this morning or were not here. So in our first panel, we heard a lot about power, exercising our power, redefining wealth for us, maintaining a spirit of make me do it or make them do it. We also heard Michael Blake share about make room for them, be excited about being a specialist, asset map before the crisis happens, and reaffirming our dopeness. How many of us want to step into how dope we really are? And then finally, for those of us who were in the focus room here, we heard about big data, and big data that tells us that concentrated poverty is by design. And that's why I'm excited, and I have the great honor to moderate this esteemed panel who will talk about strategies toward moving toward financial inclusivity and through a social justice lens. So with that, I will, to my far left, I'm going to introduce Omar Butler, who serves as the CEO of New Door Ventures. We have Luca Badashaya, who is the Executive Vice President at the Insight Center for Community Development, Community Economic Development. Right. We have Jose Cisneros, who is our Treasurer for the City and County of San Francisco. And then finally, Joaquin Torres, who is the Assessor Recorder for the City and County of San Francisco. And so, as I mentioned, we're going to talk about some strategies and how we're starting to operationalize economic inclusivity through not only a social justice lens, but a racial equity lens. And I think before getting into that conversation or a way to start that conversation, it's important to understand history. And it's important to understand the context and the background. So I want to turn to Jupa from the Insight Center to help us frame the racialized economy. Help us set the context about what we know about building wealth in the United States economy and how is wealth structured, who's left out, who is wealth for. So set that context for us.
Sure. So thank you all for having me here today. It's a pleasure to be on this panel with these folks. We're gonna break it down, and we're gonna talk some hard truths today. So at the Insight Center, we were one of the first organizations about a decade ago to really start thinking about racial and gender wealth and wealth, right? So along with Darrick Hamilton and Sandy Darity and other gurus in the work, we started putting this data out, looking at where do we stand in terms of wealth accumulation in the United States. And probably to no surprise to anyone in this room, wealth inequality is actually worsening, right? And so as it stands now, a typical Black family has 10 times less the amount of wealth than the typical white family, and the typical Latinx family has 7 times less wealth than the typical white family. That's the way things stand now, and it's getting worse. And we know the pandemic has impacted that in so many ways. And the reason why we look at wealth, we also look at income, but we look at wealth because wealth is our North Star when we're talking about financial inclusivity, and we're talking about economic mobility, and when we're talking about power, and when we're talking about choice. So wealth affords you all of those things, right? Income is a part of wealth. It helps you grow your wealth, but at the end of the day, wealth is what you fall back on in the case of, a pandemic, or a fire, or a car accident, right? It affords you that security. It affords you choice. Wealth is also passed down from generation to generation, right? Wealth is, you don't give your income to your brethren, you give your wealth if you are lucky enough to have it. And the truth of the matter is, in America, wealth was built on the backs of Black people. That is how it started. That is your money that has been stolen from you, right? And the government has played a role and continues to play a role now in extracting wealth from Black and brown bodies. And that is the truth, right? So it started with slavery, it continued with Jim Crow, it continued with the exclusion of Black and brown workers from Social Security, the Homestead Act, GI Bill, you name it. Redlining, and it continues today through fines and fees, student loans, predatory lending, medical lending, right? Medical debt. All of the ways in which people are forced to have their wealth extracted from them and are not able to get to a secure place because of the role of government. So government has a role in this, right? Government has a role in both stopping what is happening now and addressing the harms that has happened in the past. So I know we had a conversation about reparations, so I won't go back into that. But we will talk today about what are other things that both at a federal level and at a local level, how can we stop these, what we call wealth extracting measures, right? So in addition to policy, I think the other thing that we really need to be thinking about is narratives. So as my good friend Mia Birdsong says, narratives eat policy for breakfast, right? So we can sit here and talk about policy, 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 but if we're not paying attention to narratives, and what do I mean by narratives? I mean the mental models or the cultural frames of reference that we hold by virtue of being in America on who is deserving and who is not, who is fully human and who is not. And in America, our notions of deservedness are racialized and gendered. Right? This is why we don't value care work in the same way that we value other work. Why? Why is domestic care work and care work devalued in the workforce? Because it started with Black women. Because first we forced Black women to do that for us. Then it became the only jobs that they can have, right? And we don't pay them very well. Right? So we do this. This is narratives, like who we see as fully deserving and who we see is worthy of not only government investment, but of having nice things, right? So I know we talked about guaranteed income. I think someone was talking about it at an earlier panel. And one of the reasons why I love this notion of guaranteed income is because I think of it as a narrative and policy disruptor. Because what is guaranteed income? When it's targeted, it's doing a very good thing. What it's doing is it's saying, we are trusting you, and particularly Black women, to make the best decisions for your family. We think you know what's best. And that is a complete narrative shift to how we have a social safety net set up right now, which is utterly patronizing, right? It's all about control, and it's all about saying that you actually don't deserve this. You have to prove your worthiness to get this, either by work or all the other things, but here's a guaranteed income. We know you know what's best. And that is a complete narrative shift, right? And this idea of personal responsibility or pulling yourself up by your own bootstraps is another narrative that we really need to fight. Because again, what does that say? That narrative is saying you are poor because you made bad decisions, that you don't know how to make the right choices. When in reality, this issue is systemic. I'm not saying that people shouldn't be responsible for their own choices. Of course they should. I'm a mom. I want my son to be responsible for his choices. But that we can't ignore the systems, right? And so I think when we're thinking about financial inclusivity, we have to diagnose the problem correctly. And our narratives prevent us from diagnosing the problem correctly. So because we don't bring a systemic lens, and not we in this room, I'm talking we in general, right? We don't bring a systemic lens to when we're diagnosing the problem, our solutions tend to be individualized. Because again, we're trying to fix people because we're saying people are wrong. But that's not the truth, right? The truth is that the systems were built to build white wealth and to put barriers to Black wealth, which then also impacts me as a brown woman, right? Because of my proximity to whiteness, as the panel was talking about before, right? So anti-Blackness impacts me too, right? And so that's what we have to start thinking about, and that's the things that we have to shift in order for us to truly get to financial inclusivity or economic mobility, all the ways in which we want to talk about economic freedom for people.
Thank you for that. So a couple of things I heard is that wealth affords us the opportunity to withstand catastrophic economic catastrophe. Also narrative shift in moving from dismissing poverty as a people problem, and as officials and systems, institutional folks starting to believe in prosperity as a birthright, and government having a role in undoing much of the harm. And so with that, I want to look to those of us, I also represent government, but to our panelists who are in government, and I'll start with Jose, to tell us, as we, Juba just brilliantly set the context for us in the role that government has in undoing that harm and being held accountable. What ways are you all taking accountability for undoing that wealth extraction that Juba talked about?
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. Jose Cisneros, San Francisco Treasurer. I want to endorse and give credit to much of the comments that have just been made. There is an absolute disparity in our community, and it is absolutely affecting Black and brown folks in our community. We tend to call them low-income households or low-income individuals, but let's face it, it's Black and brown folks. And this is just not right, and there are systemic problems. Let me talk a little bit about what we've done in the Treasurer's office, and I don't want to pretend that we've in any way tackled every problem or every system or completed the work that needs to be done. I would probably describe it as we're really just beginning. For a number of years, we've done programs that I call financial empowerment programs. This is just to help people handle their money more efficiently, avoid getting ripped off, avoid predatory forces in our community, which there are plenty of. Juba really hit on a really critical point. There's studies that show that nearly half of the households in this country don't even have as much as $400 saved to handle a financial emergency. And I mean, $400, we could be talking about anything, right? A mechanical problem with the car, an unseen medical need, anything at all, a problem with the house, a flood, a fire. This can set people back. And then where people oftentimes needed to turn was predatory actors, like check cashers or worse, payday lenders, pawn stores, the like. We launched a program years ago called Bank on San Francisco. It just tried to get people connected to bank accounts and to the safer places to put their money so they could avoid getting ripped off by a perfectly legal option, the check casher. But if a person takes all their paychecks to a check casher, they pay fees each year of $500, $600, or $700 a year. That could have been savings. That could have been money to pay for an unseen event. So we want to make sure people are equipped well. We're also, I'm very excited, working with a number of our city departments to get people connected to financial coaches so they can understand, maybe for the first time, what their credit report looks like, how their savings is balancing out their debt, and how they can really start to manage their household to get ahead. But these are kind of, as we're looking at them kind of, do things for yourself, do things better. I agree, we cannot stop there. People need all the information and the best tools, but we have to understand what's affecting people and the things they have no control over. And that's why 5 years ago, our office started the Financial Justice Project, because we really wanted to look at where was our own local government, just our local government. We're not even talking about, before we get to the federal government and even sometimes the state government, but even where is our local government unfairly becoming predatory to low-income Black and brown people in our community. And I'll tell you where it is. It's anytime there is a fine that's $1 size fits all. And has anyone noticed we're a very expensive city? Well, even our fines are very, very expensive. If you park in the wrong place in San Francisco and happen to get your car towed because you didn't notice the sign that said, all the cars here will be towed after 3 o'clock today. If you happen to get your car towed, you go back and even on the first day before any, added storage fees, nearly $500 to get your car back from being towed. What did I just say a minute ago? Nearly half the families don't have $400 or $500 at all. You know what that meant? They lost their car. What happens when a family loses their car? Does that mean someone can't go to work? If someone can't go to work, does that person lose their job? If they lose their job, can they now not afford to pay their rent? Should a family become homeless because they happen to park in the wrong place at the wrong time? I don't think so. There obviously needs to be a consequence if we break a rule, but let's right-size it, because that impact on that low-income family was far different than the impact of that tow fee on a middle-income family, or certainly a high-income family, right? To them, it's a nuisance. To this family, it was devastating. So we worked with our other city departments, we made a number of changes, and I'll tell you that we brought that tow fee for low-income families, that tow fine, down to $100. And even in some cases, if, for example, you're homeless and you live in your car, we make it free for you to get your car back.
Right on, right on.
This is the kind of things, this is one example of the unfairness and inequity that was existing in our city government. And I can go on and on and on. We've tackled a number of them. Now, the late fees for returning a book to the library, no penalty for that. Come on, give me a break. That was stopping Black and brown kids from using the library. Who wants that? Come on. On and on and on. And particularly, I'd love to be able to talk to you at some point about these criminal justice fees. Fees, not even penalties, just fees. The government getting its money back, so to speak, for people coming out of prison. When you want what do you want with someone coming out of prison? Get a job, find a place to live, put your life back together, become a healthy and happy person in our community. San Francisco was charging everybody on probation $60 a month. Just for the privilege of being on probation. It gets even better. Listen to this. Most people are on probation for 3 years. San Francisco sent a bill up front for $1,800, said please pay, because you're going to be on probation in the next 2 years.
Wow.
Guess what? Nobody coming out of prison has $1,800, nor should they be asked to pay that amount. We went to the Board of Supervisors. We took that fee and a number of other fees. They just got rid of them all, took them all away. But there were still thousands of people who those bad debts, those unpaid amounts, were showing up on their credit reports and stopping them from finding a job, stopping them from renting an apartment. We also worked with the courts and took those past debts off of their credit reports, and their credit scores jumped by dozens of points overnight. This is the kind of stuff that we in the local government need to do. We need to do it better. We need to fix these wrongs. And as I said, I feel like we're just at the beginning. Thanks.
Thank you.
We told you I was going to tell the truth.
Can I piggyback on something you just said? I think one thing that's really, really important too is the role that when San Francisco and Alameda were really tackling the administrative fee issue, right? That led to a statewide movement, right? And so your department and Insight Center is on this coalition called Debt Free Justice California, and because this started happening in San Francisco, in Alameda, in LA County, We then were able to do it statewide and forced all the other counties to do the same thing. And what we've been able to do is leverage that to get rid of over 40 fees all over California. These are administrative fees. This is not the government getting their money back, actually. This is about balancing budgets off of on poor Black and brown people. That's what this was. Again, taking more money, right? Things that should just come out of the general fund. And what we were able to do is eliminate over $6 billion with an dollars a day. So it's really important what happens at local government.
So a reminder of what we heard this morning, people power, the power of organizing, the power of building coalitions toward a common goal. And so before we get to Omar, I want to come to Joaquin to share some of the innovative wealth building strategies, if you will, that are happening in your office. And again, how government is working to undo the wealth extraction from Black and brown folks particularly.
Certainly. Thank you, Saida. And thank you, Jumban Jose, for kicking us off. Just some numbers at first. And the work in our office is primarily focused on wealth building through home ownership. So I think it's important to look at both national numbers and also local numbers in terms of where those gaps exist, so we know where we're starting from today. Whites, nationally, 73% homeowners in America, compared to 42% Black, 58% Asian, and 47.5% Hispanic. I hate that term, but that's what's listed. In San Francisco, liberal city, wealthy city, progressive city, 58.5% of whites are homeowners here, compared to 34.9% among Black homeowners, 60.7% Asian, and 38.8% Hispanic. The disparities exist for a reason. I think I was very inspired by taking a look at some of the work of the Insight Center as it relates to narrative solutions and how important it is for us in government to be part of clarifying what the history has been, specifically, that's led to numbers and disparities in numbers like the ones I just read off. Part of that narrative work through our office has been working with organizations like SPUR, who played a part in perpetuating some of those numbers and advancing an equity conversation through that organization's lens to talk about redlining, to talk about the practice that ensured that homeowners could not receive, that communities could not receive the money that they needed to actually acquire a home. To talk also about racially restrictive covenants that, again, when my great-grandfather came into the United States for the first time, it was no Mexicans and no dogs allowed. Well, in Westwood Park in San Francisco, looking back in the early 1900s, they're still written in the documents and covenants and deeds. No Blacks, no Chinese, no mongrels. No Blacks, no Chinese, no mongrels, written in law on paper to exclude people from coming into neighborhoods. Part of the narrative change is being responsive to policy. At the statewide level, there was an Assembly Bill, AB 1466. It was recently passed by the legislature last year, signed by Governor Newsom. Essentially, it's symbolic, but symbols can be important when we talk about standing in alliance with each other, pursuing narrative changes. What does it enforce us to do? And what does government need to do to ensure that we're following through on policy and following through on solutions of the law? Is making sure that we're going through all of those documents, all of those covenants and deeds, and removing all of that discriminatory language so that we can locate it, we can preserve it, and make sure that we know that we're doing some house cleaning, as it were, in terms of what's attached to our most valuable asset, our homes. Our homes. It's not only about how you can acquire, but can you sustain? So another action that we've taken through the office, I came into office in February of last year. Within about 2 months, we were able to successfully get a $300,000 grant to ensure that we could create an estate planning program. 70% nationally of African Americans do not have an estate plan in place. 70%. Why is that important? Because even someone who's a very close friend of mine, whose mother was an esteemed attorney at Housing and Urban Development, and made promises to her family that she had taken care of all the estate planning work for the home so that upon her death, that home would be taken care of and it would avoid what's called probate. And probate ensures that you will pay tens of thousands of dollars based on the value of your home, about $40,000 for a $1 million home, which is about the average price, median price of a home here in San Francisco. And ensure that if you don't have that $40,000 in hand, like I don't, you're gonna lose that house. Because how are you gonna pay those fees, as the treasurer was saying? You're going to sell that home and lose the asset that you were hoping to transfer to someone else. So we established an estate planning program to provide that for free for low-income homeowners and for $400 at the most for moderate-income homeowners. $100 to get out there in the southwestern part of the city with some reserved for the western addition, so we could align where homeowners of color were in San Francisco and ensure that we were serving the community at large. But there's a problem as well. What does that 70% number tell you? When you think about the number of people in our communities who are not accessing tools that are available to them to secure their wealth. To me, it's about trust, and the trust isn't there. That the tools and the legal tools that we've created and made available for communities that can benefit them, people don't believe in them, and they don't want to access them. So when I came out and we announced this program, we had one roundtable. We first came into the Black community. We spoke with Supervisor Shamann Walton, President Shamann Walton, who I believe spoke earlier today. And we had a roundtable to make sure that's where we were beginning the engagement of our work. We had then had a roundtable in the API community with the API press present as well, reaching out press across communities. Within a second, 60 of those 100 slots were already taken. Despite being engaged, despite being present, despite being integrated in community, there's a gap here. There's a trust gap. And that's something that has to be addressed as well. And that's why I think being a brown ally, as we are, in solidarity with our black brothers and sisters in San Francisco, it's important that we have that common ground together so that there's a friendly face, an accessible face that community can connect with to take advantage of programs that are being created for our mutual benefit. And then I think finally, there is at the national level, what is being advanced through HUD as well as through the domestic policy team at the White House and the Biden administration, advancing property assessment, value, and equity, which talks about the biases that exist in the private appraisal market. And one of the first things that we did in government was trying to figure out how can we say as government that we are not part of the same problem? And the reality is we can't. We work with a pro bono consulting firm to find out, using a small subset, right, of doing the nitty-gritty type of work, using a small subset of kitchen remodels and bathroom remodels to find out if there was any bias playing out, discrepancies between white homeowners and black homeowners, or white homeowners and brown homeowners, and the data doesn't exist. There's no way to correlate for us finding out and doing a like-for-like comparison because the systems aren't in place. And that's some of the work not only that's happening here in San Francisco, but at the national level, the same conclusions. The data is not in place or is inaccessible, even though we know that the problem specifically exists. So again, part of the narrative solutions, before I hand it off, is around coming together with partners regionally to talk about the stories that we've been reading about in Marin, in Alameda, and elsewhere across the country, where there suddenly is a black homeowner who has that lovely appraiser come on over to value their home. And for some reason, once that number kind of comes around, they're like, this doesn't feel right to me. Maybe I can find another appraiser, but not only find another appraiser, but let me ask my white friend to come over and bring their family pictures over and put them in my house. And let me make sure that my black kids are not running around when the appraiser comes over. But my friends, white kids are. That actually happened. And what resulted is the price of the home suddenly went up by hundreds of thousands of dollars.
That's the American way.
Hundreds, that is the American way. Hundreds of thousands of dollars. So the narrative component of doing this work is important as well. And that's what I think that even though as stodgy, as resistant, as rusty as government can be, there are ways for us to advance these conversations, to build awareness, to partner at the national level when we have the opportunity. For some reason, I don't really see housing and urban development under a previous administration taking some of the same steps with us here. But at HUD, we just met with the regional administrator. They want to have these conversations with us regionally so we can advance this together. And I think that's some of the important work that we can advance as well. And like Jose said, we are just getting started.
Thank you for that. So, do have a question, take note of it, and my colleague Lila is here to get the mic to you. But your comments, Joaquin, I want to yes and your comments, because the data presentation prior to this panel, it showed us, and even Jerry Johnson mentioned it earlier, how home ownership, the way it's intended, does not work for Black folks. And when we think about home ownership in terms of receiving equity from our home, the tax benefits from owning a home, like, so yes to home ownership, and also policies. There are policies that need to change and narratives that need to change so that Black folks and brown folks are able to reap the benefits for a dream. I don't know whose dream it is, but the dream that's being sold to us, you know, house, white picket fence, 1.5 kids, whatever that means, a dog, all the things, right? And so yes, and also both in conversation. We want home ownership and everything else that comes with wealth building. That is really when I want to turn to our community partners. Omar, you have a wealth of lived experience, of organizational and institutional experience, and we've engaged in a conversation around not programming folks out of poverty, but also knowing that programs in many ways are needed and services are needed. So can you talk to us about in what ways are community organizations accountable to changing and not perpetuating the economic harm we're talking about?
Absolutely. So first, I always have to acknowledge my lived experience because it shapes what I do professionally. So I'm native of San Francisco, grew up in public housing, OSF, West Point, and my seat as a CEO started because nonprofits invested in me. My first job was through Young Community Developers way back in 1984. $3.35 an hour was minimum wage. I remember to this day. I remember cashing my first check at a check cashing place on 3rd and Palouse. I was able to go to college through the interventions of the Omega Boys Club, and I've led college access programming in the Bayview for many years. And so that journey began there, and now as I sit at the seat as a CEO of a workforce development organization, trying to have my story be the norm and not the exception. It's really critical for us to think that there are certainly policy questions, systemic questions, but my question and where I see the enjoyable part of thinking about the solutions from a community standpoint. What can we do as organizations as these policy conversations, as these structural conversations are happening? So as I sit from my seat, one of the things that we're doing is putting economic mobility strictly at the center of our mission, and being unapologetic about that. And it's not a question around what having people done, but certainly let's make sure that when we're having conversations, that is what we're coming to the table with. You know, and I say that if someone says yes to you first, you're not asking for enough. You know, and so how do we challenge our corporate partners, who I think have good interests, but are they looking out for the long-term solutions and are trying to address really the problems at hand that we all spoke about? And so as an organization, and I think Newdoor is not unique in this, placing again economic mobility at the center of our work and at the center of our mission. And so what does that look like? That actually looks like how we are defining what jobs we want for our community. You know, I think oftentimes we have come to the conversation from a scarcity standpoint, that anyone that comes and approaches us with a short-term initiative or this, we've embraced it, you know, and understandably so. You know, but what is that doing for our community in the long term? What is that doing for our community in the long run? So we have initiatives throughout the community that are focused on getting young people to and through college, which are great. What about the young people whose journey isn't going to start off on a college campus? And so at Newdoor, we are really defining what a good job is. And there are some frameworks that actually exist that help us understand good jobs require a pathway towards growth. Good jobs require sustainability. Good jobs offer benefits. And so thinking about that from that paradigm, you know, being, again, unapologetic about what we're trying to get and not ask for, but our people deserve. So again, I look at myself and recognize that, my mom was 15 years old when she had me. She didn't graduate from high school, and I'm sitting here one generation later as a homeowner with 4 children, 2 who have graduated from college. And that road was created through the work of nonprofits. So the solutions exist. And so again, how do we demand more? How do we ask for more? And how do we be more urgent and more intentional and more thoughtful in what we're demanding? And as Jumpa said, as Jose said, these are things that our people deserve. These are things that our people have worked for. And so when we're talking about initiatives, these aren't handouts. Is what they deserve. And so how do we start to demand that unapologetically? We have initiatives with us, Dream Keepers, Opportunities for All great starts. But how do we, again, advance the conversation to say, if we're trying to build wealth and thinking about it from a social justice standpoint, we're coming to the table recognizing that this work, these buildings were built off the backs of folks who predated us. And so how do we have that conversation? And it's a hard conversation, right? But we have to have that conversation. So I'm proud of the work that we do as an organization. I will add this, I see a lot of nonprofit leaders in here, and understandably, my staff has challenged me on how we're not as an organization perpetuating this as well in terms of our wages. So that's a conversation that we have to have internally as well, to think about that from that standpoint. So we're talking about building wealth for communities. Let's start off with our own staff and our own people, and how do we focus on that? So that's a conversation that has certainly emerged and started at New Door Ventures, but we're excited about that work. But we're excited about this idea, again, of economic mobility not just being a catchphrase, but there being specific strategies and tactics to get us there, so that we don't see a San Francisco that continues to decline, we don't see an Oakland that continues to decline in Black population, that we know and value the diversity that it means to live in a diverse community.
So I welcome any questions, and as folks are thinking about their questions, I see John Henry. Omar, I just lost my train of thought, but what you brought up for me is lived experiences, and so I want to thank you, because not a lot of people in leadership positions or in positions of power walk the walk. And so Omar is doing work where he has the lived experience and can resonate with the folks that he's serving. So I just want to thank you for bringing that into this space and onto the panel. So John Henry, please, your question.
My question is, what Omar said is very, very powerful and true, but how do we as a community be more innovative? Because, we talk about jobs come and go, right? We got to talk about careers and our young people, automation, robotics, because when we came up with janitorial and this and that, but those jobs are going away, robots are taking over. So how do we, with the LinkedIn, the technology, really advance our community forward?
I can start. Again, I think what you said, I agree with. And this goes again back to how we are framing the conversations and how we are framing the narrative, right? That every job here at LinkedIn doesn't require a technical degree, right? So let's be honest about that. Every job at Salesforce doesn't require a degree in coding. And so we have to think about narrative, and that trickles down to what we're expecting and demanding from our school district. Again, as a data center, I feel like I can say this, like there's so, as a community, we are demanding, entry, say, into Lowell. How do we make Thurgood Marshall better? How do we make Philip Burton better? Right? So going back to the narrative of demanding that whatever the resources are at those schools should be school resources we see in District 10. So I think, again, we can certainly have the conversation about we want our representation to be at Lowell, but I would love to have that conversation have the same energy, is that we want the same types of curriculum, the same quality of teachers that they have there in 94124.
Yes.
I just want to thank you for the question. I just want to add on to that. I think that what we're talking about here is the dialogue that we need to have between community and government, community and systems, community and schools. And I know we've had a lot of conversations in San Francisco, and we've benefited a lot. The entirety of the Financial Justice Project has been built on conversations, dialogues, and honesty that has happened between members of the city family, departments, many departments, and members of the community that are suffering from these predatory problems. But we need to have more of those conversations. And then once we make the adjustments, once we make the fixes and we put those in place, we need conversations to get the word out. I'm telling you, we're having trouble letting people know that if you're low income, you don't have to pay $500 to get your towed car back. But how do we find the people and tell them? How do we, and I'm not the best person to figure out how to do that on social media or whatever. I bet there are other people like you right there. And, yeah, exactly. But we need to find ways to do that. We need to hear what the issues are so we can address them and work together on righting the wrongs. But we also need a way to get the solutions passed out to people that need to know about it.
Thank you.
Yeah, so one thing I want to say is Black and brown people in particular, have always had so much ingenuity in their communities and have had to do so much mutual aid because of all of the systems that are there to attack y'all, right? Like that's just real. And so how do we leverage that, right? It's there. The ingenuity is there, the creativity is there, the joy is there, right? And it's about leveraging that. And so one of the things that came to mind for me, is I wanted to share this statistic, is so we do this thing called the Family Needs Calculator at the Insight Center, which looks at the real cost of how much it costs to live in each county in California. So what is the market rate housing? What is the actual cost of food? What is the actual cost of gas? All of that, right? Childcare. And so in San Francisco, for a family that has 2 adults, an infant and a preschooler, you have to make $164,000 a year to make ends meet. That's just your basic needs. $164,000. The average income of a Black man in San Francisco is $66K. For a Black woman, $66K. Black men, it's $78,000. White men, it's $189,000. White women, it's $135,000.
There we have it.
Latinx men, $119,000. Latinx women, it's $39K because of the jobs that they're in. Right? Again, this goes back to domestic work, service. What are the top 5 jobs for Latinx women? It's all service and domestic work, right? And the only reason why it's a little bit higher for Black women is one of the top jobs for Black women in San Francisco is firefighter, which pays $145,000 a year. Public sector jobs for Black women did a lot of things, right? So childcare is actually the biggest expense in San Francisco County. It is above housing. And I think there's been a lack of investment in what we call public goods, right? The good things that just make the public work, libraries, parks, transportation should be a public good, but it's not, right? Childcare is one of them, right? And so I think that as a locality, there is a role for governments to play in helping people meet their basic needs. So that even if there should be no bad jobs, first of all, like why do we accept that some people should have bad jobs and there are good jobs? But outside of that, we need to be taking care of our people. And that means investing again in things like public goods so that childcare is not just subsidized, but it should be free so that people can work, right? Transportation, these things that you just need to live, housing, all of these things, right? Like we should have a house guarantee. So what are the roles? Again, it's not just about people, but what are the things that people need to do differently? But how do we change systems to think differently and invest back into our communities?
Oftentimes I see a bunch of hands, and so we will work our way around the room this way. So, and we'll come to you next, but I just wanted to make a remark. Oftentimes in government, I find that the city our innovation relies in investing in programs. In a city like San Francisco, $14.1 billion budget, we invest in resources, we invest in programs well, and yet we still see the same statistics. I jokingly but seriously always say with Director Davis, we've tried everything except for divide that $14 billion, buy the number of Black folks in San Francisco, just say here, go pay for your own quality of life, whatever that means for us. And so it's real. It's real. And oftentimes as we go get the audience questions, I want you all to think about the call to action. So what does that mean? that we can charge the people in this room, the leaders in this room? How do we collectively leave here and drive forth that change? But we will, I saw 4 hands, and we have about 9 minutes to go, so we'll come here to the second row, and then I see you in the back. I see Dayrell, and then I see Stephanie.
Yes, hello, it's great to be here. My name is Galina Fedorova, and my question would be, I work with futurists and basically discussing self-actualization economy. So I think it's for, to all of your point, this universal income is a seed toward a self-actualization economy. My question would be, have you discussed, or is it in conversations of how women of, I work with women of color, so women of color in particular cannot be left behind when everybody knows what they're gonna do with that universal income, which will be across the board at some point, or at least, futurists think so. Do you address that? What do you wanna do when you have the income? What would be your next step? Because there is also potential for addiction, depression, mental health, and all of other things.
There is a wonderful dashboard that has just been put up by the Mayors for Guaranteed Income and Stanford Basic Income Lab that is looking at the numerous pilots. So we've had an explosion of guaranteed income pilots, many of them targeted. There's a beautiful one here in San Francisco called the Abundant Birth Project, which is giving pregnant birthing people, pregnant Black and Pacific Islander birthing people $500 versus $1,000. I can't remember now. I'm so sorry. I think it's $1,000 a month while they're pregnant into 3 months postpartum, to help really address the dismal maternal mortality and infant mortality rates in San Francisco. Right? So to your question, the dashboard gives you information on of all of these pilots that are popping up nationally. Where are folks? How are folks spending the money? So I encourage you to go look at that, because people are talking about, yeah, I used it to pay for childcare. I used it to get jobs training. I used it to be able to get this needed part for my home, whatever. So we have so much data on how people are using pilot money, guaranteed income pilot money, on that dashboard. And there's beautiful stories on there too.
Oh, it wasn't about money, it was about self-actualization economy. So like when you have a choice what job to choose. And so there will be people who would know how to do that. That's the move, So just like technology, we're now addressing laptops, while other people have had it for years, right? So if I know who I am, what I can do, what value I can give to the economy. There are some women who are right now trying to make ends meet. They will not have that time to think, what am I good at? What can I give to the economy? I know that data it's really good data out there.
And I think it's an exchange. It's a mutual exchange too, because one can know what it is that they have to offer in value, but that the receiving end actually has to value it.
Right.
And so LinkedIn, I'm just using that. Well, maybe I won't use LinkedIn. Organization X, because LinkedIn not exactly they're hosting us. Organization X has to see my value and what I have to offer and what Michael Blake said earlier today. We have to stand in our own expertise and be confident in our or be affirmative in our dopeness, right? And how great we are. So I see Diane. Why can't we just want to respond? Yes.
Well, one quick thing, some examples of that are some of the proactive work the mayor and Dr. Davis have done in terms of setting up a women's summit very specifically tailored to that, so that there's programs tailored and the engagement associated so that they can have those experiences when they come to those summits. Smaller areas where we work in public housing in terms of a Black Women Entrepreneurship Fund to support with some of my colleagues, Holly Long and Tina Rose Navarro and Lex Lifeit, former colleague Lex Lifeit, have helped support in terms of setting up programs so people feel seen, that you're actually taking their desires, no matter where you're starting from, into consideration. So you're curating a program through that lens. I think that matters as well, so that people feel seen, they feel welcomed, and they feel that they're being supported and developed at the same time by making those spaces available to them.
Thank you. So we have just one moment, Diane. We have a few minutes, so I saw 4 more hands. We will get to all 4 of those
We
hands.
started late, so we should get more time.
Yeah, we did, actually. So, moderator authority. Diane,
Really quick,
Diane, and then we'll come to the.
Just wanted to give really just a shout out. I appreciate this conversation this afternoon. Diane Gray from 100% College Prep. We are a recipient of the Dreamkeeper Initiative grant, where we're supporting 100 college students from San Francisco all across the nation. And I want to give a shout out to the Office of the Treasurer, because through your Office of Financial Empowerment, all 100 of our young people will be having a smart money coach. So some of them have already gone through the program. We're making sure that all 100 will have that, because not only are they getting financial support through the Dreamkeeper Initiative, but we're teaching them how to be financially savvy, which is what they asked for through a survey that we've done. So we're so happy to be able to support that, to be a part of that program, so that these 100 young people from San Francisco who are out there in college doing their thing can come back and have be financially stable.
Well, thank you very much for that. I just want to echo it right back. Thank you for the work you're doing. Those 100 kids could not be anything but the happiest, luckiest kids in this city and county of San Francisco. I will take this opportunity to mention to folks, please make sure that everybody in San Francisco who has a kid in our public school system knows that the city and county of San Francisco, through the treasurer's office, has opened up a college savings account for every one of the SFUSD students. At kindergarten, we automatically open up a college savings account for every child, because there's research that shows if a child grows up with a college savings account in their name and their family engages in it, and I don't care if it's only $5 you put in for savings every time you go to the bank, if the family engages with it, it starts conversations, it builds aspirations, and that child is 7 times more likely to go to college or get further education after high school compared to kids without that happening in their childhood. We partner with the school district. They're a great partner, but we really need every student to know about it and every family to know about it. Right now, a little under a quarter of the accounts we're open have families making savings in them. That's good, but I'd like to go further. But even with that amount, these families have today $11 million of savings for their kids' college futures, and 2/3 of that money was put in there by the families, including the poorest families in our city. So we have found that families know a way to build for their kids' future. We want to make sure we're helping in every way we can.
And I think you have the first graduating class of 2030.
Yes. I'm very excited about that. Thank you for reminding me. We have been opening these accounts for over a dozen years, and this year, the seniors in SFUSD all have a college savings account. They will be our first cohort of seniors. Every one of them standing with money already saved for college.
Amazing. So I see your question, so we'll get to you. We have actually more time, I'm thinking. As long as y'all okay with us working to your break. This is exciting.
I just want to add, what Diane said is really important about preparing our young people financially. And she knows this. I used to go visit my young people at college, and the important that she said is I remember I was in New Orleans with 3 San Francisco collegians, and they were all seniors ready to embark on life. And I just asked them, what's the plan? And they were talking about actually filling out applications for subsidized housing, because that was going to be the only way they could come back to San Francisco to live. And so we can put the emphasis on our young people, give them money, prepare them, but if our systems and structures and institutions aren't undoing the harm that they've created, then we're just perpetuating that cycle of generational poverty and creating those thresholds where they're not able to break through the ceiling. Here's 3 college graduates, native of San Francisco, excited about the future, but already understanding that my housing choices in the city that I grew up in are limited. And so I grew up in public housing. I have to go back there with a college degree. And I don't think that's what public housing is designed to do. It's a safety net. But these were 3 young people. So it's important that happens. But I think it encourages to think more broadly about what success looks like.
Yes, and before we go to the next question, I'm realizing Dreamkeeper is being mentioned a bunch of times, and I didn't even hype Dreamkeeper. So I want to take this brief moment to share, if you're not familiar, the Dreamkeeper initiative is $60 million a year allocated to advancing Black prosperity in San Francisco. Simply put, Mayor Breed, Supervisor Watson, and Director Davis and community really organized to have these funds, $60 million a year, to go towards Black folks, San Francisco's diverse Black communities, having experiencing feelings of safety, experiencing joy, advancing educationally and economically, and being holistically healthy to a point where they feel like they are thriving, or we feel, because I'm also Black in San Francisco, where we feel like we're thriving. And so, shout out to the BKI team. If you're a BKI team, put your hands together. I see y'all, and also to all of our departmental partners. And I want to situate that in still, $60 million is 0.0004% of the city budget. So this is the least that the city can do based on the history that we've heard, right? And so we have so much more to improve on. And I got my brothers and sisters up here in the fight with me. So with that, we will go to our next question.
Hi, my name is Mikhail Asafar. I didn't catch your name. Beautiful, handsome brother over there. Yes. Omar. I was listening to what you were saying, and you were talking briefly. You talked about scarcity mindset, and then Joaquin, you were talking about the efforts that you're making to try to get programs specifically for Black people to fill the gap between what the discrepancies that exist in estate, passing on what we have to the next generation. So I grew up in Martin Luther King, Marcus Garvey Square Apartments in the Western Addition. I feel like I have this unique experience of also being refugee. Came here as a baby refugee. Didn't know I was a United States citizen until I was 21, because that little gem of information was hidden from people who come here with kids to know that their children don't have to be naturalized. That additional barrier was just not, they just weren't notified. And that's a real thing. And the only way I knew this is because I finally went to college abroad, right? But the unique experience I feel that I've been able, that I've had to be able to see what's happening with our economy. I have an economics background. I went to Mills College. It was hard to leave my community. It feels like you're leaving your people behind when you attempt to get an education. That scarcity mindset is so real. It's hard to be celebrated and at the same time feel survivor's guilt on so many levels, not only within my community in the Western Addition, but also belonging to an African population who's always fighting war. And a lot of us, we come with baggage, but then we're also hit with the racism. We're no better, right? We're no better in terms of you're Black when you come to America. It doesn't matter what country or culture you come from. All that to say, the scarcity mindset that I realize is the divide between those who have and those who don't have. And our economic system is built on racism. That's literally what it was designed to do. It was designed to instill in you a sense of you can never get the stuff that we have, whoever the we is. And so observing that and doing my own thing, trying to come back to the Western Addition and try to get people to take advantage of some of the private schools that are willing to accept us. And some of the programs that exist, just like you were talking about, that do want to support Black people and fill in the gaps. But what do you do in terms of the scarcity mindset? How do you address that? All the resources in the world can be available to you, but if you've been beaten down so bad that you haven't yet dealt with the PTSD to even see beyond what's in front of you, how then can you help the Black people in this country, the Black people in this world? It's interesting to see how Africa is the new thing now. If you've observed, hip hop is now oriented towards Africa. In development, China's interested in Africa. All that stuff that's happening there isn't for Africa. It's not intended, because you first have to address the PTSD on a global scale, because colonialism is a global issue. So any advances that we see towards Black anything on TV or anywhere really has to first address, we have to address the stuff that we go through on a personal level that's also a global issue before it can really be to our benefit. How do we address that? How do we do that on an individual and on a global scale? Anyway,
Thank you for
that's
your
my
question. Thank you for your question.
May I say a quick thing? Mostly this is to hype the Dreamkeeper because I find the name so powerful. Representation matters. When you see yourself reflected in a positive light, you see your skin color and your culture reflected in a positive light, wherever it is in print, in moving media, in social media, in community spaces. But I think also speaking to people's dreams and allowing people to remember that they should be dreaming on an individual basis, that the time and care and presence needs to be paid in those moments. That's true of, like I said, stodgy, rusty government. I hope you hear from the two Mexicans who are up here, who are government officials, that there is a passion and desire that we want people to feel and resonate with, to address that scarcity mindset. That when someone walks into one of our offices that can be overwhelming or intimidating, that we are seeking to proactively and intentionally correct that. How are you? How are you doing? Wandering around a hall, those little gestures, I think, make a huge difference. And if more of us, whether we're in government or we're idea makers and thinkers and policy advocates and nonprofit leaders are spending the time doing that, then I think that we can make a movement that's cultural, right? It isn't a hard policy choice. It's about the narratives that we perpetuate, stories that we tell, stories that we want to see told and we support. I think all those elements matter when we seek to address that mindset, the actualization question that was coming up. How do we allow people to feel that they can and should be dreaming?
That's right.
I would just add, the saying, don't do anything for me without me. And what I mean is that the trauma is in us, right? And so as we think about it, it's a journey to get over that on the individual level, and so I think that that's an important acknowledgement, that to recognize that trauma where you're doing so from a systemic standpoint, an organizational standpoint, and an individual standpoint. But I think it's a continued journey that actually, I don't know, like even for my own self, growing up in public housing, and all the things and trauma I experienced, I'm 51. That stuff still sits with me, and it's just part of my journey, right? So if I don't acknowledge it, then that is doing me a disservice, and that's doing those who I collaborate with a disservice. But I think the other, it's so layered, so thank you for your question, but I just wanted to add that perspective of just recognizing that. First, we have to recognize that it's there and where it's coming from.
Thank you. So we have, we're coming up on time for real this time. So we have two more questions. I want to take them at the same time, if that's okay. So I'll take Darrell and then Stephanie, if y'all can ask y'all questions, and then the panel can respond to either one or both of them, and then we'll close.
Okay, I can go first. So my question's around holding corporate partners accountable, because not every young person wants to go to college or get an education. So I think, how do we reimagine the idea that every single person in a job is worthy and deserves to be paid? So I think about corporations and what that means, and they're also part of the problem, and oftentimes government doesn't hold corporate accountable. So I'll leave it at that, thank you.
Yeah. So corporate accountability and wage parity in all jobs and corporations. Thank you, Stephanie.
And then I was just reflecting a lot about hearing all these different initiatives that the city has done, like these efforts to preserve assets, right, with Joaquin, and then just efforts to eliminate wealth extractors at Jose's office too, right? And I'm just thinking about the future and hearing Junko talk about how wealth inequality is worsening. And so from my perspective, I think this question is really to Jose and Joaquin, like, where do y'all see the future for San Francisco to tackle these efforts, particularly with creating more opportunities to build assets in an effort to close the racial wealth gap?
that's actually the closing question. So the future of connecting folks to assets. So with that, are you sure?
That's just funny, because I'm your Wall Street educator right here.
Okay, we got a Wall Street educator right here. Did you have a question? I do have a question. Okay, we'll take your question.
This is just
right from there.
For Mr. Cisneros and you, my brother, everyone actually. My point is, this is our missing asset. I am a Wall Street educator because this is what we all contribute to, is the profits of these corporations. Yet we don't get a viable return for our consumer habits. Okay? Life is economics. That's why we're here. My mother was about livable wages. She got women into the trades where they can make $40, $50 an hour to take care of their families as single parents. Wall Street is our missing asset, folks. It's the intangible asset that helps us go to HUD and buy a home, a tangible asset. So my question to you, when are we going to really start talking about the affordable asset? You can't buy a home every day. But LinkedIn here is a publicly held company. Right now, we can own LinkedIn. Okay, so that's my question.
Thank you. So let me recap and make sure I got it. So we had a question about reimagining pay and making sure that every person, holding corporations accountable for paying everyone at wage parity. There was a question, I will go here to the Wall Street, educating folks on Wall Street and the viability for connecting to affordable assets, and then how we wanted to close the future of asset connection, even what we're hopeful for relative to wealth building and acknowledging Black and brown folks deserving this when it comes to wealth, and what are we hopeful for? So panelists, you can respond to, give it time, maybe respond to one, both, but definitely that last question I would like everyone to respond to.
I want to respond to your question, and I think this is something that I'm excited about, so I'll speak about it in a positive way. I think, again, this goes back to something I said. We have to demand more and stop celebrating small wins that corporations give us. You know, we are easily satisfied with 10 internships or 10 kids or 10 days. When these companies have gotten tax breaks, they continue to get tax breaks. And so let's stop selling our young people short. Let's stop selling our communities short. Let's demand more from the policymakers who are negotiating with these companies. And so let's do that. That's what, that's what you said really resonated with me. And we, again, will celebrate those things, knowing that they've hired 10 young people from our communities, and they've hired 1,000 people from outside of our communities.
Right.
Other responses to the
There's so much in my mind, but I'll try to be brief. You know, in piggybacking on you and demanding more, I'm going to go back to a recent example. Y'all remember there was almost a railroad strike a couple weeks ago, right? Do you know what they want? What they were asking for? 1 day of sick time. 1 day. That is what they were fighting for. After a pandemic, they were fighting for 1 day of sick time and to not be penalized for having to go to the doctors and making doctor's appointments, meaning they won't get fired if an unforeseen medical thing happens. And these are folks working in very dangerous jobs. That's what they were fighting for, right? So yes, we have to demand more. And it goes to your question about holding corporations accountable. Profit can no longer be king. We can no longer be putting profit over people. We are the economy, right? Corporations are not the economy. We, the people, are the economy. And if we aren't doing well, the economy is not doing well, right? The Federal Reserve right now is thinking about raising more interest rates. And we've got this person going around talking about how we need to raise unemployment. I won't give the economists hate him very much. Larry Summers, I'll just name him. Right? And what does that mean for Black folks? Black folks typically have 2 times the rate of unemployment than white folks. He says, in order to balance the economy, we need to have an unemployment rate of 10%. which would mean 20% unemployment for Black folks. I'm tired of throwing Black folks under the bus in the name of the economy because we are the economy. So again, this is about narrative shift, and it is about holding corporations accountable, and it is about eliminating this thought that we can have bad jobs that don't pay people enough to meet their basic needs, that every job should be a good job. Why do we decide, why? Why do we think that there should be bad jobs and good jobs? Right? So I think those are the types of things, these are the conversations that we need to have. People over profits, the elimination of this idea of bad jobs, and yes, demanding more because we deserve it because we're human.
Yes. And so we are coming up on time. I see you, Jose, so I want you to respond, and also I want you to include what you're hopeful for in your response, and then we'll do a rapid what we're hopeful for. So we can
Okay, I'll be quick. I'm thrilled about this conversation. I want us to have 1 million more of these, and I want us to keep them going and really stay connected. But the answer I want to give to how do we make more of this happen, how do we change the perspective of the landscape, is we all need to get involved. Let me just tell you a quick story. A few years ago, with elected leaders, elected leaders and frankly, a lot of community leaders, San Francisco voted in a new tax. I'm not sure you're all aware of this. It's called the overpaid executive tax. And here's what happens. You've heard about that story of where, the CEOs and those folks get paid exorbitant amounts of money while the average workers in their corporations get a lot less, even very little. San Francisco voted in a tax, voted on by all you voters in the room, that says, starting next year, our office will have the honor of collecting it. Starting next year, any company where the CEO makes more than 100 times the amount of the average worker, that company will pay an extra tax to San Francisco. And the tax rate goes up depending upon whether it's 100 times or 200 times or 300 times or more above what the average worker in that company pays. We need creative thinking. This is how we keep this work alive, and this is how we make a difference.
Thank you. Joaquin, 30 seconds. What are you hoping for? How we get there?
Just speaking to corporations are not only the problem, but in the bar in terms of what success looks like or what gets recognized for housing. I'm a housing authority commissioner, and we deliver safe, decent, and sanitary housing. Pretty inspiring.
Right.
We focus on good government awards. They're great, but they're not great government awards, right? We're good government awards. Everyone comes together and celebrates each other for doing good work. But on the employment side, the barriers that are faced in the corporate environment exist in the public sector as well. Trying to provide pathways to opportunity in our government jobs requires a lot of vociferous fighting to make those opportunities available. That's part of the work that the Dreamkeeper has been doing. That's part of the work that Dr. Davis has been doing to push our institutions, and you're seeing movement. I'm hopeful about that. Home ownership. Also focusing on lower wage government employees or nonprofit employees who should be aware of below market rate home ownership opportunities and the associated programs that can support them. There are resources that are out there that can help us move the needle, and we need to be educating ourselves and the public to advance that. More than 3 seconds.
Thank you, Joaquin. Juba.
I feel like I talked to him.
Okay. Yeah. Omar.
My wish is that we keep doing the work. We recognize the problem. We keep doing the work, and we show up every day urgent with our beneficiaries, those we serve, those we work for in mind. Just keep doing it and demanding more because we deserve it.
I am hopeful that you all will stick with us for our final panel of the day, which is talking about how we are advancing or how the nation is advancing reparations. And so thank you so much. Thank you to our esteemed panelists. And thank you.
And real quick announcement, y'all. I'm Malia Vega. I work for the Human Rights Commission, Dreamkeeper Initiatives team. And I just have a quick announcement, not related, but if your cell phone has gotten away from you today, somehow it is downstairs at the front desk. So if you're missing an iPhone, go ahead and retrieve it, claim it downstairs. Thank you.
Perfect. We're gonna get one more.
Only company that you represent. That's all. I was gonna say you got one more. Oh, I didn't know you got a phone. Yeah.
Sorry.
Don't worry.
Can I talk to you?
Yeah,
Absolutely.
2-7.
Yeah.
Right here?
Yes.
Hello, hello, hello.
Better.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, a little better. Use your outside voice.
Can you hear me?
A little better.
A little better. Hi, good afternoon.
Hey.
How's everyone doing?
Excellent.
Thank you. I like that energy. Well, we know it's the end of the day, and we thank you all for your attendance, for your participation, for your joy, for your support. I just want to thank the LinkedIn family once again for welcoming us into their space. And I'm very excited for this closing panel for the day, where we are going to be talking about reparations. Yes, that's up for that. So first, a little bit of an update. We initially had Rue Simmons on this panel, and due to some circumstances, she's not able to join us today, but she will be participating tomorrow in a workshop from 1:30 to 3:30 that we're very excited about. It'll be an interactive, very engaging workshop with our colleagues here, as well as Professor James Taylor from the USF. So please do join us again for that conversation. So today we're talking about reparations and really looking at regional and nationwide strategies for reparations. And just to shake us up a little bit, because everyone was so engaged in the last panel, I want to just start with some questions for you, the audience. How would you define reparations? Just shout it out. What's your definition?
Giving back what was taken.
Giving back what was taken. That's all we got for reparations? That's all we want?
That's simple.
Reparative justice.
Money.
Reparative justice.
Reparative justice, land. Thank
Equality.
you. Equality. What else?
Access to resources.
Access to resources.
Stability.
Advancement.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. So, say again? Free education. Free education.
Eliminations of barriers to entry.
Elimination of barriers to entry. So, I mean, reparations, I was laughing, Orlando, but it is simple. It is giving back what was taken. It's acknowledging, apologizing for, and repairing financially, to Josh's point, harm done. And so, as Junko was, saying beautifully and emphatically, we know that labor was stolen, and we know that that was done and that wealth was built off the backs of Black folks through very dynamic ways, right? And so, we are talking about addressing that systemic theft of wealth and the ways in which it has materialized and really racialized achievement gaps across the board. And so I wanted to start off because in a lot of conversations, or at least in my own education around the reparations movement, one important thing that I've learned is that these fights for sovereignty among Black folks have happened since the boat ride over here, right? It wasn't just in the civil rights movement. It wasn't just at the end of emancipation. It goes back to resistance efforts from day one. And I think that a lot of autonomy and a lot of spirit and a lot of fight is taken out of the story narrative of people of African descent when we talk about reparations and when we talk about freedom fighting, because we kind of limit it and make it one-dimensional or make it give some time constraints about when Black folks spoke up. But I just want to emphasize that we have always spoken up. We have always fought for our freedom. And we have always said what we were not going to do and where you have messed up, right? A lot of folks talk about Callie House as one of the foremothers of the reparations movement. And she is amazing because by 36 years old, she was leading the National Ex-Slave Mutual Relief Bounty and Pension Associations. And by 1900, she had amassed a following of 300,000 people nationwide. And she was emphatic. She was going door to door across this nation, focusing on former slave states, talking about reparations. But she wasn't the first person who was doing that, right? And the first, what I learned, we had an opportunity to go to Washington, D.C., and we went to the NAMAC, the National Museum of African American History and Culture.
And there was a really small picture frame that was talking about a woman named Belinda Royal. She actually filed the first successful petition for reparations in 1783. And she was a formerly enslaved Ghanaian woman who, following the death of her enslaver, went to the Massachusetts legislature and said, I have been denied the enjoyment of even one morsel of the immense wealth of my former enslavers. And she gave a beautiful petition that was honored. And she was awarded reparations, and her child was awarded reparations. That was the first successful petition. So I'm excited to be joined by our national colleagues here who are leading and supporting and driving this work across different regional spaces. But first, also wanted to honor and acknowledge our local work that's happening. So maybe I should back up and say, my name is Brittany Chihuahua. I'm the Director of Economic Rights at the Human Rights Commission. And part of my work and in my new capacity, I'm helping to support the San Francisco African American Reparations Advisory Committee. And I want to give a shout out to my colleague Jewel Stewart, who has been a commission secretary and program manager. Thank you, Jewel. And this is a 15-member body that was seated by President Walton. He put forward legislation to establish the Reparations Committee. And they created an action plan for Mayor Creed and for the Board of Supervisors around what dynamic policy steps and programmatic changes and investments we want to see as Black folks in San Francisco, as Native children of San Francisco. So this QR code you see, this is a survey. We'd love your feedback and participation to feed into the recommendations that we're submitting. Our draft is due in December, and our final will be submitted next June. So now to the amazing panel. Here I have Billy Wilkerson, who is the Managing Director of the Thurgood Marshall Civil Rights Center at Howard University School of Law. And next I have Shakir Irvin, who is a law student at the Howard University School of Law and also a reparations specialist. He's going to be sharing more about the amazing work that she's been doing with Cory Booker. Among other amazing work of research. And last but not least, we have Dr. Linda Mann, who is the co-founder of the African American Redress Network and research scholar at Columbia University. So thank you for being here. A lot of travel involved. Appreciate you all for being here. So I'm going to hand it over to Linda to start us off with an overview.
Great. All right. I have no It's not my computer. Hi, everybody. How are you today? Good. Great. I'm so happy to be with you. And I'm going to just, I don't want to be too academic, like talking, whatever. But I do want to just talk to you a little bit about, I need one of these things? Okay. Yes. All right, can you hear me now?
Better, much better.
Okay. But I do want to talk a little bit about the African American Redress Network and kind of what our thought process was behind it when we were creating the organization, because it is an important conversation, particularly in the ways in which we've talked already today, what we've heard already today. So when we began to form this, really one of our questions was, what does it look like to create a higher education project that truly decolonizes itself, right, and really looks to upend power and hegemony and consider the historical and internal and systematized racism that exists. Let me tell you, that's not always well received. I'm just going to be honest with you. And although I'm not going to go too much into the way we were designed, let me just say that our steering committee is predominantly descendant community-led. Like, we have people from academia in there, but we really, for the most part, have individuals who are from descendant communities leading
redress efforts in their own communities and listening to them. So everything we do is leaning into the community, listening to the community, and walking alongside them. And I'm going to talk about that for just a brief minute because that's come up a lot in here, and I think that's a really important distinction. So before I get too much into the meat of what we do, I want to just talk about international human rights, because the work you're doing here and the work that's happening in other municipalities is also really embedded in the international human rights framework and has been in existence and being pushed for quite some time. Starting, of course, with the Universal Declaration of Human Rights back in 1948. We charged genocide in 51. You had the International Commission of Elimination of Racial Discrimination, I think that was 65. You have the World Conference Durban Declaration in 2014. You have a UN resolution, and UNESCO has been involved in the last decade. And so the human rights petition for racial justice and to attend to racism and the legacy of colonialization and imperialism has been ongoing. And you are part of that conversation. So I just want to talk a little bit, because that question you asked, Brittany, was perfect. Like, what do you think about when you hear the word reparations? And usually the answer is compensatory. And that's not wrong. That's part of the equation. But what the International Human Rights Framework states is that there are actually 5 categories of reparations: satisfaction, restitution, rehabilitation, compensation, and guarantees of non-repetition, or cessation, basically. And so the reason why they have those 5 categories is some of the stuff that I've heard already, like people up here were talking about trauma. We worked on what we called a reparative, instead of a guaranteed basic income, a reparative basic income in Chicago, in which it was joined alongside not only a basic income, but also providing services to community members, because there's so much trauma that individuals are dealing with. So it's not just one or the other, it's all of the above. In the International Human Rights Framework, in order to meet full repair, you need to hit all 5 categories. So apology, acknowledgement, restitution, giving back, rehabilitation, mental and physical health services, compensatory, financial, economic, right? And then guarantees of non-repetition are like changing the systems in the way that they exist. Okay, so harm is not just a one-time event, sadly. I mean, the legacy and the perpetuation of systemic racism has continued throughout the history of the US. And so here's just a way in which we look at some of the rights to that are given to us in the International Human Rights Framework and how they have been enacted or led to harm throughout the centuries. So I just want to say that San Francisco's not alone. We've done mapping on this, and we've mapped over 460 incidences of community efforts to attend to historical racial injustices. I'm going to pause there for a minute. So you might say, okay, well, some of those are acknowledgement or apology. I don't care. Those are 460 incidences that we've mapped. And if you want evidence that this country needs racial repair, just sit on that number for a little while. Okay, so just a quick overview. This is kind of the findings that we see of redress efforts over the past, since about 2000, this graph shows you. You see an uptick around 2014-15. That was sadly Ferguson, Michael Brown, and then also Ta-Nehisi Coates' book, Reparations. And then again, a big uptick with the loss of Breonna Taylor and in 2020. And so those are another and George Floyd, another uptick. And so one thing I do want to say to you is that in the United States, we're seeing multi-satisfaction, commemoration, and memorialization, but we are seeing an uptick in compensatory, which is important to our conversations at this conference. So here's where we do things a little different, and I really want you to just read that one line. This is from an organization in Chicago, and never forget, you know, we were invited. And I want to say that again, we were invited to sit at a table with a community, a Black-led organization that we like to say, we approach our work from a desire-based approach in which these individuals are already engaged in self-emancipatory praxis. I've heard that already from so many of you today. You're already doing what the government hasn't done. So you are already engaged, and if we're asked to come to the table, really our work is to work alongside and to co-create reparations along with those communities. Because it's not for us to lead, particularly for me as a white woman standing up here. Yeah, we can laugh about that. That's good, okay. I don't say that flippantly. It's very, very important that I know my positionality in this. So we work alongside communities, we work alongside them, and we create products that help them push reparations forward. So that's really our agenda. Our agenda is to forward reparations in communities. So we work alongside them, we do community engagement. This is kind of a little bit of the repair, but really based on historical injustices, like these historical underpinnings, what's happened in the community that's led to the harms, then looking at the harms themselves and then creating a reparations that's in line with those so that it's very tailored to those communities. It addresses the harms of those communities and it responds to those historical underpinnings. So I think I don't want to go too much into it. We can talk all about this. We use social determinants of health. A lot of communities are looking at these. This is a way to really demonstrate and show the differences in the ways in which communities have been impacted. But we use that as a framing. I don't want to go into that too much. But I'll leave it there, and I'm going to put it over to my colleague, Billy Wilkerson. One thing I will say to you is on our website, we do have a listing of specific municipal ordinances so you can get a sense of what's happening across the country. And when Rue Simmons is here tomorrow, I'm sure she'll talk to you about the reparations efforts that are happening in Detroit and in Providence. And we see reparations happening across the country in municipalities, creations of actual task force in which money is actually being put behind reparations to change the way that systems are operating. So with that, I'm going to pass it to you. Oh, sorry, Shakira, I didn't know.
Super quick, I just want to take a moment to introduce.
Microphone.
Thank you. Really quick, I just want to take a moment to introduce myself and the work and the space that I feel like is being created for young people studying and wanting to add to reparations work. As you mentioned, I am a 3L Howard Law student, which means I am counting down to being a attorney in this space. I do work through the Movement Lawyering Clinic, and there are so many impactful projects that we are working on to try to make the community recognize the harm and all the many different ways that harm has been done to that impact the African American community, which I'm sure Billy will get into the wheel of repair and coloring again all the ways that harm has happened and all the ways that we can remedy that harm. But a few of the things that we were able to do specifically came out last week. We have been working with Congresswoman Cori Bush, helping provide some support and also some legal research for the bill that was just premiered, the Helping Families Heal Act, which we refer to as the Mike Brown bill. And if you look at the bill, the number of the bill number it was assigned is specifically the date that Mike Brown was taken from us. And it's specifically to create resources for families who've been impacted by police violence. You know, if you're a regular victim of a act of violence, you have community supports through victim compensation funds that may give you some type of support financially, or be able to give you some supports as far as counseling and other resources. That does not exist for people who have been impacted by police violence. Because one of the first steps you have is you have to get a police report proving that you are the victim of what is indeed a crime, and asking organizations that perpetuate the harm to prove the harm so that they can then turn around and give you resources for that harm. Is a little bit problematic. So we are, she is taking efforts to really make sure that there is a support for that. Also, something that we could really bring here is the efforts with sustainable development goals. We have the luxury of our advisor, lead attorney for the Movement Law and Clinic, Professor Justin Hansford, also happens to be an elected member to the newly created United Nations Permanent Forum for People of African Descent. And that is the newly created UN body that to give a permanent voice to people of African descent, to allow them to use the resources of the UN for their human rights. And currently we are planning city tours to do fact finding so that when he goes to Geneva and when he is speaking to the UN, that he is thoroughly educated on exactly what's happening, because we know that it's not just about talking to people in power at the top, it's also about making sure you are touching the people on the ground, the people in the work, the people in the communities who knows what's going on. So if someone in San Francisco would like to host that for us, please let us know, because
we'll work on that towards the end of the conversation. You're handing out business cards already, but I appreciate it. So, I mean, I really appreciate the frameworks that you and Linda are setting out for us, because one, you're leaning into what we were hearing earlier from Blake around specialization in community or across an industry. And so whether that's someone like a Justin Hansford, whether that's a 3L who's specializing in learning about the frameworks of reparations, whether that's a white woman who's co-founding African American Redress Network at Columbia, we are finally talking about our different lanes in this work, right? And so I would love to bring you into the conversation, Billy, and really talk about, or start us off in talking about the importance of history and narrative in the legal framework for reparations. Kind of as I was opening us up and talking about how this isn't new, even though it's kind of gained steam since the murder of Mike Brown. We know that this is, for as long as people were colonizing America, there has been resistance, right? So can you speak more to your advocacy for a legal approach to reparations and how this works in service to community-driven reparations work?
Absolutely. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
Everybody, I'm the legal person, and I am annoyed that it is late and y'all are tired. So if you don't mind, I would like for everybody to stand up real quick.
Yeah.
All right. We're gonna move around a little bit, and I want you guys to get a little bit closer if you can, even if you can't bring on yourself. You just come a little bit closer because we really were hoping to be much more conversational in this little segment. And we wanted to involve you guys in terms of your questions, in terms of your answers, and I wanted to acknowledge some of the elders who are in the room. I wanted to acknowledge some of the people. When they asked me to kind of talk about reparations, I said, who are the historians in San Francisco? Because we don't want to start a conversation about reparations without talking about the history of harm first. And you have to go back to the history. So our presentation, the one that we do, usually takes about 2.5 days. So that's why it's kind of moving a little bit. But you guys can sit back down. I mean, it's just, I want you to get a little closer. That was a stretch around. But anyway, actually, I'm going to skip this whole page. And I'm just going to talk about Dr. Carolyn Scott.
Okay.
Mr. Osborne. I want to mention Aliyah Salahuddin, James Taylor, Reverend Amos Brown, Al Williams, Allison Hobbs, Destin Jenkins. I want to mention them not all here, but they all were contributing to the research that we were beginning to do. And Dr. Scott was sharing with me, and you can just hold up some of your cards if you want to, some of the historical tidbits and nuggets and pieces of information that are so important, like the 1906. But anyway, I can't go on because I want to, because we don't have enough time, but the basic framework for reparations is, a basic legal framework is you talk about the history of harm first, then you talk about the impact of that harm today, and then you talk about methodologies for redress. And because I'm in San Francisco, and you guys have the Silicon Valley, then I wanted to talk a little bit about something that's not really talked about very much, and that is everybody alludes to systems and structures. Everybody talks about, oh, the system, but they never really talk about what that system means. People talk about, they talk about like, there's this kind of big brother idea, but they don't talk about the fact that it was just purely the Industrial Revolution that was happening. And we're actually in our 4th industrial revolution right now, and that's AI. And the internet generation, or the revolution around that, changed the fabric of the way that things are done. Brick and mortar is not the only way that the world works anymore. And what people fail to recognize when they're looking at slavery is there's a difference between slavery that happened pre-industrial revolution and the slavery that happened after the invention of this steamship. That the slavery that was an industrialized, corporatized version is a much different version than any other slavery that ever existed in the history of any place in the whole entire world. So American chattel slavery has its own specific history. And you guys in San Francisco have your own specific history. And the main thing about the legal reparations, that's your question, is that, okay, first year law school, first thing you have to do is learn how to do something called IRAC, okay? You have to have an issue, you have to have a rule, you have to have an analysis, and you have to have a conclusion. And it kind of like works like that. And what a lot of people don't realize is that a generalized harm is kind of not a real thing. It's like, something really bad happened to me, can you do something about it? That's generalized harm. And that's not a legal framework. You can't do anything with that. What you learn in law school is how to see kind of the systems and structures that are in place that are holding the fabric of the country together. And so the issue is the specified harm. So they're not giving you reparations because you're Black. They're giving you reparations because of the harm that was done to you because you were Black. There's a big difference. And so if you were harmed and you're deserving of repair, then there's a multitude of options that are available to you for that kind of repair. And I tell people every time that you can't do this generalized presentation and tell everybody what they deserve, because each of you has something else different that you deserve. And when you're an attorney and you have to go and talk to a client, you have to sit down and figure out what that client's outcome would like to be before you even start working on their case. Because if you get them a new car and they wanted the medical bills for their loved one, then you're not solving their problem, right? So that's kind of like the general answer in a short period of time.
Yeah, but I mean, you're touching on, I mean, just naming it as generalized harm, it's complicated in San Francisco, right? Because as you said, there have been many waves of industrialism. And I often say, you know, folks talk about San Francisco as a liberal democracy or a destination for liberalism. And in quotations, it's for certain people. And it's always been that way. And in my opinion, it's really a libertarian place. For as long as folks have been coming to and again colonizing California, it's always been transit. It's always been about getting in, getting your money, and exploiting whoever you had to in the process, and then going back to Wyoming or wherever else, right? And that is no different, in my opinion, with tech. We import a lot of labor. We don't invest locally in talent. And what we're seeing right now, in this episode of entering a recession and, you know, folks having more options to work remotely, is that people who can make San Francisco money and live in Wyoming are doing that, right? The pandemic showed to us that we don't need to be in person to get our work done.
Yeah.
And with 25% vacancy, that's bearing out, unfortunately, in our business core. But I want to follow up on what you're saying. This is open to everyone, just around narrowly tailoring remedies. Because we have specific events in San Francisco that disrupted, that stole, that exploited explicitly the wealth from Black people. We know that urban renewal, Negro removal, happened here with the intentional precision of and with the intent of precisely removing Black people from San Francisco.
Yeah.
Blight was synonymous with Black. That's right. And it was really just about getting Black folks out of, like, it was, but 98% of the people who were displaced in San Francisco, according to our records, were Black. And it was really about, you know, we imported folks to come, I say imported from the South, to come work in the shipyards. And we have folks from the city on record saying, when are they going home? When are they leaving? The shipyards will be built, the war is over, when are Black people leaving?
Yes.
And so I want to talk about the work that you all have done and that has been led by Rue Simmons in Evanston. She's the former alderman of 5th Ward in Evanston who established the nation's first city-funded reparations legislation for Black residents. So just want to hear more about the strategy of designing reparations that confronts very specific events versus, you know, talking about the intangibles.
Yes. Okay, so you asked like 4 or 5 questions, and I love that. So let me respond. First of all, I love this. I'm thoroughly excited. I literally could do this for days. But let me respond first to the specific kind of narrative around San Francisco. San Francisco Blacks. So San Francisco Black originally are self-emancipated people. And when I say self-emancipated, I mean they decided not to be wherever they were, and they left successfully. What is it? There's my father is a historian, I quote him often. So he has this term where he talks about misinformation, disinformation, and lack of information that they give people when they give you their education. And he does this hidden history piece. And the thing about San Francisco is that it's one of those places that was along the gold rush. And before San Francisco became, before California was established as a state, so back up. Literally 700,000 people successfully escaped slavery and went to other communities around the country and around the world. The Black Mariner's story is very little, like it's not told very often, but San Francisco's story for the Black people who came to San Francisco, the original people who were part of the abolition movement, who were holding colored conferences, who were doing that work early on. And part of the reason why the state is so kind of standing all alone in its blueness is because it was established in that self-emancipation kind of space. And people who were coming into the city, people, and like I said, I talked to several historians from this community, were coming in to get better. So like they just wanted something better. They wanted a better life, and they did that generation after generation. And you alluded to a lot of what was happening during the migration. It happened during the, like, I could talk for a really long time. But I'm gonna let a couple other people answer that.
Well, just around
Robin
the,
Simmons and
just around like narrowly focusing on events as a strategy for reparations. And I think that you lead a lot of roundtables and conversations around this.
So much of what Billy is speaking about is talking about really looking at this historical underpinnings, and that really was the work that was done in Evanston. I don't want to speak for Robin Rue Simmons, but it's important to know again, Black-led organization within Evanston had done the historical research. Dino Robinson, founder of Lakefront, I'm forgetting it right now. Shorefront Legacy, literally spent a decade working with Black members of the community to develop a repository of archival and genealogical research that really was able to pinpoint how the city itself had been culpable in historic discriminatory policies and practices at the turn of the 20th century. And that data was then used to basically put within the International Human Rights Framework, which says, right, the International Human Rights Framework says if a government does not provide you with your inalienable rights, your under the International Human Rights Framework, the government is responsible. They are responsible for repair. And so within that framework, then she spent a lot of time with the community, speaking with community members about what that repair might look like. And honed in specifically on housing vouchers, for mortgages or repairs to homes, because the harm that was done was the urban planning that you're speaking about. You spoke about blight, so I'm just gonna bring up this amazing urban planner, and I say amazing tongue-in-cheek, Harlan Bartholomew, who kind of coined the conversation of blight, and did really damage across the United States in his urban planning design. It's not hard to conceive that, because if you think about the 20th century, and Billy was talking about the Industrial Revolution, right? The Industrial Revolution, cities started to become developed, but we were still a very segregated country. This is Jim Crow era at its height. I mean, we won't even get down into the fact about how our policies and practices here informed Nazi Germany. Okay? So we're at the height of segregation, and this urban planner comes along and he strategically and purposefully designs cities to remove the blight, to create segregated spaces for Black and brown communities, and to zone them industrial and commercial so that, oh, guess what? We have Cancer Alley today. We have the most egregious environmental injustice in Black and brown communities. So with that, the repair to provide economic wealth to these community members who were zoned into these spaces where they couldn't accrue wealth because it was inundated with commercial and industry and environmental harms, that the wealth accrual for home ownership didn't happen. It still doesn't exist today. And they're still dealing with being displaced, still dealing with environmental harms. We actually work in a community in Africatown, Alabama, which is getting all sorts of heightened awareness right now because they've uncovered the Clotilda, and Obama Foundation purchased a movie, The Descendants, which will air on Netflix October 21. But that community itself is still dealing with all of this stuff. We can't even begin to convey to you, like, I close my eyes and it's just like, they're all shotgun homes. The land is so polluted that certain plants can't grow there, trees can't grow there. So, tailoring the repair in this circumstance of Evanston was looking at the public policies and practices that impacted those community members, the Black community, in this case Ward 5, significantly unto today, and their wealth accrual and their health and well-being. Going back to that social determinants of their health, their well-being, their education, right? It impacted the education that was provided there. It impacted the health care that was provided there. And then really looking at how you could provide a remedy to maybe alter that. But it's a complicated question because, as you said, you can look at the social determinants of health and you could pick out healthcare. You could pick out, any one of these aspects. That's why I would say, going back to kind of the international human rights framework, it provides reparations to really look at all of those. And if you're serious about it, if reparations are serious in a community or in a city or in a state, we're gonna be looking at all 5 of those repair categories. But from a legal standpoint, the point of peace would be to attend to that historical harm and create a repair that responds to that.
I think that people who are fighting community are always serious about their demands for reparations. I just think it's, interesting that we moved so quickly from conversations around individual compensation. Cut the check, where's my $500,000, $500 million, as compensation for what was stolen from my ancestors versus these kind of collective investments. And so I was wondering if you wanted to speak at all to kind of that shift that is taking place, at least, conversationally when it comes to what we want to fight for.
Let me address that one, because that is an interesting observation that I've been having since I entered into this space. Because when Ron Daniels was doing reparations conversations, it was kind of looked at as this faraway thing that would never happen. Nobody believed in it, and suddenly after George Floyd, it's not suddenly, we know that it's a long process, but in the last 2 years, reparations funding has been flowing, hundreds of millions of dollars has been flowing, and people who, and when we say descendant communities, we're talking about people who have, they're descendants of slaves. So Black American people, Black people generally, Black people in the diaspora. Thank you so much. It was something in my throat. But good example is the SLU, the descendants of St. Louis enslaved. Imani Prouty, wonderful, wonderful lady. She just recently retired and started doing reparations work full time. She got a letter from the Jesuits who had identified a group of people who they did a research project and they said, okay, we've identified the people who that are our community enslaved. And Jesuits did a bunch of different projects. They did something with Georgetown University, St. Louis University. They did a bunch of different projects. They raised $100 million through Catholic charities. And they said, they sent letters out to all of the people and said, you have been identified as one of the enslaved and we'd like to do something about it. They invited them out. They had press conferences. They had events. They even unearthed some ancestors who had been anonymously buried and named them and did some really beautiful ceremonial things. They had some beautiful connections with their family. Imani's been working really, really beautifully with her family around the country and kind of organizing them and bringing them together and talking about their histories. But she's been doing that without the support of the Jesuits. She's been doing that on her own personal dime. And the university has hired her every now and then to come and do like honorariums to speak at different events. But the $100 million is going towards the executive director that they hired for the organization, that they started to be able to continue to do that conversation. And so it's like very interesting to watch people talking about things. But I think our role in this room, because I'm looking at y'all, is to get more active, more involved, and start to understand what we would like to seek for our own redress, what you would like to demand as the client, and what is available to you, because there are programs, and Robin actually does talk about this as well. One of the first things that they did in Evanston before they even passed the reparations legislation was was that people would start calling and they said, oh, reparations, I need money to do this. My daughter needs to go to college, is there funding available? And so she would say, yes, there actually is a program that's available. It's not called reparations, but there's money for college, come and get it. It's not called this or that or the other, but there's money available, come and get it. And so it was wonderful to have the finance treasury guy. Yes, Jose Cisneros, thank you. Come talk about what is available, because you guys here have a lot of things that are available to you, and you're not going up and saying, I want that, I need like whatever. Put your list together. Like write down your vision board of what reparations looks like for you, your family, your community, what you would like to see happen, because it is flowing, and I'm not sure that what's going to happen after 2024, because every generation that there's all these progressive movements forward, the next generation has a progressive movement backwards. And so it really is like
there's been a
time,
type of backlash, some type of conservative response. But as far as that connective tissue, I really do see the Dreamkeeper initiative as one example.
Excellent example.
You know, having that community presence and really ensuring that we're getting the word out that this money is available, but in a very like person-to-person oriented way. So I definitely want to open it up to the audience so that we can ask some questions of these legal minds. Sean, I'm gonna get right to you because you're always first.
I'm pissed off.
Oh, okay.
This is a triggering conversation for me and my family and for my community. Okay, we got reparations going on in San Francisco, and they hear the generalizations and different things. We invest so much money into consultants to find the harm. Okay, this stuff is here. It's on record. They know. Okay, it's not a secret, and we're steady investing to the information we already have. I need my people to get blessed.
Yes.
Okay. When you talk about reparations on the international level, again, I'm talking about Black folks in America. I'm talking about Southern United States Black folks. I can't worry about the international because our folks here in America is continuing to get harmed. Okay, when we talk about what that look like, we talking about no homeowner tax, no business tax, no payroll tax, unlimited medical coverage for mental health, free education. In San Francisco, $2.5 million for all these families. Each person in these families has been impacted. We got detail, we got all of the information. When you talk about the environmental injustice, the radiation, the amount of folks that get breast cancer, cancer in our community die, and the government knows, the military system know that they left this toxic stuff in our community, our grandmothers, and we fight years, and I done lost family members. So this is a triggering thing. So when you talk about the general harm, it's plenty of that there to know. We don't need to keep investing in consultants to dig up and tell us what it looks like. Reparations need to be talked in cycles. And I hear it's always this one thing. No, reparations is in cycles. We gotta first get through the first cycle to see the impact and how it's actually impacting our community. Put the money in there with the people. I heard Brittany say $14 million of our city budget. Everybody talks about the Dreamkeeper. We got 55 departments in San Francisco. Reparations start with each one of them. How do we take 25 to 50, 30% out of each department budget and put it back to the Black community? You put $2 million on the street to each one of these folks, you dramatically change the city instantly. Then we can continue the conversation. But we got to get there first. This talking in history, that's our problem. We know too much history and not enough today. I'm tired of, we know what happened. our grandmothers, our aunties, we didn't pass this down generations. We had a number of professors tell us. I want to know about today, tomorrow, our young people that's being affected, how we make the action now.
We have an online question, folks in the audience.
Okay, let me just.
Talk about it.
I do want to address you because
Talk about it.
it's such an important question. And what you're saying is that you want reparations now, right? You want for it to be redressed, but you are speaking on a global kind of place about this specific space. And it's important to have specific conversations. And so what I want to offer you is to have a one-on-one conversation about what you'd actually like to see in real life. If I give it to you tomorrow, do you have a plan? Do you have it laid out? And if so, then why haven't you gotten some of the things that are already available to you? So let's sit down and figure out what you're talking about, because it is a specific conversation. It is okay, so what I tell people when I'm talking to communities in general is that in order to get a paycheck, you have to submit a timesheet. And people want to skip the timesheet and say, I've been doing the work, but they didn't submit the timesheet. And so they're not getting checked. So all you gotta do is figure out how to submit the timesheet so that you can get your check. So let's sit down and talk about what that looks like for you, because your time is not the same as that person's time. And if somebody came in as an immigrant 5 years ago, and somebody has been here for 400 years, then they have different levels of harm. If your neck was cut off, your grandmother's neck was cut off, and then somebody else's arm was cut off, and then somebody else had this arm, and somebody else just got hit by a car last week. Everybody has their own individualized harm. You can't minimize each person's harm, but that doesn't take away from the potential for repair that you have in your specific harms, if that makes sense to you.
I want to uplift something else that I heard John saying, which is that as Black people in San Francisco, a lot of times we're gaslit when it comes to talking about reparations or repairing or restorative justice or restoring any harms that were done. Because again, this narrative of being a liberal city. So we're expected to look over the abundant wealth of our city budget of $14 billion, the abundant wealth of the industries across the city, and kind of accept our second-class positionality. And be told that if you just bootstrap, if you just try harder, you could be sitting up on stage too. If you just made these personal decisions, your life would be better. When we know that that's not real. Someone on the last panel was talking about this inherent mindset. It doesn't matter what you accomplish. You still know that if on paper you're making too much money, then you'll be homeless. So we have to overthink every systemic barrier in this city, because otherwise we'll be displaced. I mean, I think it's pretty simple. It's like I can go and get a degree, but if I want to come back, what are my limitations in staying here? I don't know if anyone else wanted to address what Jean said.
I'm going to say one thing. I'm going to just actually say two very quick things. One, this question, your response was in question to your conversation about why the switch from individual to more of a group. And I think it's actually exactly what you said, John. It's like people are very clear, and to your point, I'm sorry that this is so triggering, and I know that it is. Communities are tired of talking about this. The thought of a task force is exhausting. Like, what are you kidding me? Why do we have to do this? But I think there's such a recognition that it's so pervasive and so systematic. To your point, like coming back in, if you even went away and got a degree and came back in, like how are you still gonna be situated? That people want to see the systems change. Yes, you want it for you now, but you also want it for the next generation. Whenever we talk with communities, it's the long-term look as well as the current now. So it's almost twofold. It's like, and I just want to raise up, like anything we raise for the work we do, we give directly to the communities we work with because of that exact thing you're saying. This isn't about, we just volunteering on this work, honestly, because it is about infusing back those communities. So I hear you, but it's not only about infusing the communities now. I think the call for a more like group kind of look is how do we repair and undo these systems? Because these systems are, no matter what you do, gonna keep it the same.
Thank you. So we're getting short on time, but I did see, since I wanted to, question. Yes.
It's a mini rant and a question. I'm so mad too. Ooh, should I sit or stand?
Stand.
I'm so mad because I'm new to recognizing how many millions and millions and millions of dollars are going to, first of all, I love this woman on the end, so not you, but going to white people.
Uh-oh.
No, I'm gonna get in trouble because I'm about to talk about somebody. Hold on. No, but in the community in which I live, there's an arts council. So I'm not naming the community. And they got millions of dollars to help the low-income community where they are, right? There's 100 units of low-income community. They got millions of dollars, and then what they did is they got some of those people that live in the low-income community, paid them a teeny little bit to figure out who to give it out to, and gave them so many limitations. They said, you can't give it to any single individual or organization. So I've been putting in proposals, getting nothing back. So here's my question, and maybe some of y'all can talk to me after. I want to know, how do I get set up to be one of those foundations where they give me the check and I give it out? Because I'm one of the people that everybody calls me when they don't have food, when they don't have housing. I'm the one that has people, figuring out the cars and the buses and this and that. Back in the day, it wasn't just Malcolm. There was a lot of women in those basements making sandwiches, organizing. I'm that one that everybody calls. But then when it comes to the checks, they want to tell me, you got to jump through the hoop like this, and you got to do it like that, and da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. I'm like, okay, let me figure out, I'll jump through the hoops. I got a master's degree, I'm a full ride scholar, I'll jump through the hoops, but only because I want to change the hoops.
Right. Yeah.
I want to change what you got to do to get your check. So that's what I want to know. I really want to know that, and I want people to talk to me, because I'll put in 10 more years.
Well, one, I would again plug the Dreamkeeper Initiative. They're doing a lot of great work to get folks established as city vendors as one path. So definitely connect with Dr. Scott. But another thing that I hear you uplifting is just kind of this exploitation of cultural wealth and connection, right? This recognition by folks that because of the way I look, I know I can't go into this community and get what you could get if you went. So I'm gonna push you to the front, but I'm only give you like $15 to go do it.
Exactly. They
I'm taking
got
home
money because of our black faces, and then they gave the money to a white person who's giving out these little.
I hear you.
And that's happening over and over and over. That's why I'm mad. I'm like, how do we change that up?
I hear you. Well, I think that that's absolutely something that we're going to be addressing as far as organizing and strategic planning in the workshop tomorrow. So I would invite you to attend from 1:30 to 3:30.
You're coming back, y'all.
Yes. And just, okay, we're going to have 2 more questions. I saw this was right here, and then I saw this hand go up. And Billy has some gifts for people.
Hi. So I have multiple questions that I'm going to try to frame it. I've tried to work on things from a systemic place. So in the Department of Human Resources, what's it, Department of Human Resources? I used to sit on the Equal Pay Advisory Committee. And that was my perspective, a way to equalize gender pay in the construction industry, because I'm an electrician by trade. In my mind, that was a way that I can bring in the issue of race, of gender, of things like that. But working on that side of it, I also do my community work as well. But again, I'm trying to understand, because I've participated in giving funding and giving grants to different organizations, but I don't always see it trickling down. So it makes my work and my effort and the time that I volunteer on commissions, committees, and things like that seem pointless, because I'm not saying I don't see any impact, but not as impactful as it can be, knowing the kind of money that's being distributed, and with our faces at the end. So systemically, I guess I want to understand, how do we break down like independent institutions, like independent, like, what do you call it? I don't have your language, so it's hard for me to explain it. Institutional racism within, like the Human Rights Commission or within the office.
Systemic.
Yes, systemic, okay, yeah, I don't know if I'm saying it right.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
just
just saying,
saying,
you got the sentiment and you have the experience, you know what it is, and I don't mean to cut you off, I'm just saying, like, don't feel any type of way just because you're not saying it the exact same way that someone else is. You are the person on the front line with that lived experience, so that can't be invalidated.
That's not enough.
Yeah.
You know, like
What's
when you
the
have a
It's
passion
like
for
open
it.
sesame language, yeah. It's like that open sesame language, that's why, that's why I went to. But to your question, I mean, I personally just don't believe in trickle down economics. We need a full recalibration because the language is, you know, the system was not built to serve us, it's operating exactly as it was intended to, right? So true disruption is the infusion of wealth in those it was stolen from.
And yeah, and that's the kind of stuff I need to understand, but talk about, that's it, go ahead. I'll pass.
We had a question here first.
Thank you so much for this conversation. I feel the righteous outrage and I share it. Many years ago, I went to law school because I wanted to be down with people and do what was right by justice. And I learned very quickly that the law has nothing to do with that. We're talking about preserving privilege, power, property rights. That's what it's about, for the people that already have it. And we're talking about white, privileged people. On the other hand, what I learned is that supposedly the law has some respect for precedent. And in looking at my own experience, working with some of the Japanese American brothers and sisters that I had a chance to get with in the early 90s, they found some modicum of compensation for the internment that happened so unjustly during World War II. I'm wondering, what are the lessons of their victory? What are the opportunities for those of us, Black people in particular, but also Chicano people, indigenous people who suffered many of the same, histories, to apply those lessons in a way that actually do get to the redress that this gentleman is talking about, like right here, right now.
That's a big question, and I think part of it is building off of what you said before around the tailoring, right? It's about redress for an event. That's one of my biggest takeaways from reparations for Japanese internment.
So it's a triggering conversation because in Black spaces, we tend to focus on Black reparations. And there are other conversations that happen. We even had a building communities tell me the name exactly. Interfaith
and non-Black Alliance.
Non-Black POC alliances who support the Black reparations movement, but it doesn't diminish or minimize other people's means for redress. It doesn't diminish or minimize the access to human rights that everyone deserves. But when we are in a Black reparations space, it's helpful to be able for the Black people who are having this conversation to be able to have that space for that conversation, because we Black people in America specifically have had that conversation happen over and over and over again, like with civil rights. At the same time as the civil rights movement, we were talking about the same conversation in terms of reparations, but also came the naturalization laws and a whole bunch of new changes that came that benefited a lot more people. So a lot of people are benefiting from those conversations. When I met the Nikkei Progressive, and I met with a lot of Japanese activists who have been working on reparations for the Japanese back in the 80s, and they talked about them being part of the Black Power movement and learning from it, and then going and getting their reparations, and we're still not getting ours. So
that's what I'm saying.
I know. That's what I'm saying. It's a real conversation. And when she said, "Do you want to take that?" I was like, "No, because it's going to take a little bit more time than we have. It's already after 4 o'clock."
Yes, but you said what needed to be said. We're gonna wrap it up. I'm gonna end with this elder because I'm gonna be the tone we're ending on.
Dr. Scott also had it.
Yep, they're together.
I'll be very quick. The understanding that history is important, the understanding
that systemic racism is real. And things keep popping up, and as it was said, the system says, don't let these Black people in, don't let these Asians in. That's systemic racism built into the policies. And it's the responsibility of the leaders to work towards what's not known is American history. And the American history excludes all of the contributions except for a few, some. It excludes the contributions of African Americans to the world around us. And because the world around us does not know about our contributions, then we're mishandled, mistreated, neglected, and all the other symptoms that come from that. And the root cause is us moving towards getting American history into the schools, into the corporate world, and into our libraries, into the world around us. And until the world knows the truth about American history, we will continue to deal with all the symptoms, all the problems, unaffordable housing, unable to work, live, or do. We're going to deal with that until we start hammering out and lifting up and shining a bright light on American history.
Thank you.
This is what I'm talking about. In 1955, 54, 55, there was a produce market down in Embarcadero. And it basically ran by Italians. It was not a racist, but it was ran by Italians. So a young kid picking watermelons, go in there and bring in watermelons and different produce from there, even open the Chinese market. We bring them to the San Francisco Farmers Market in Alameda. But I heard them talking back in the days. They wanted the Italians to move from the Embarcadero because they had all this new development that's transpiring. I'm talking about redevelopment. Before redevelopment got to Western Addition and before redevelopment got to Hunters Point. So they made a deal with them. They told them if they could move to Hunters Point, and they had a big problem with it. I was a young kid there, but I had big ears. And I knew about racism because 55 I was in Texas, going to Louisiana when they killed Emmett Till. So I knew about racism. Okay? But when I came back here, all this stuff, and I seen the racism in the South, but it was worse here in San Francisco. And a lot of people didn't even recognize what was happening here. But when, make a long story short, they made a promise to those people in the produce market. If they move out on Jenner Street, where the produce market is, they can be there for 50 years rent-free. They build a brand new buildings for them. Okay, now they can do something for us. We're talking about reparation. We missed out on the big land grab. Okay, when they brought that everybody come and get the free land in California, and then they let us out as slaves, freed us as slaves, but the white folks got the land grab. So they got all this free property. We've always.
And enslavers got reparations, right?
We didn't get nothing. We didn't get nothing. But what I'm saying is, they can do that for them. Why couldn't they do that for Western Addition when they tore down Booker T Hotel and all those business that was in the Western Addition, the jazz clubs, the whole 9 yards? Why couldn't they do it for them then in the late 60s and 70s? And when they came out to Hunters Point in the 60s, we as clubs made sure black folks got what we wanted, the certificate of preference and the $4,500 each person. But we've been begging for I don't know how many years, how many generations about reparation. Everybody gives reparation but us. If they can give it to the other races, why can't they give it to us? Why do we have to step in and beg for something? And our kids are, some of you went to college, I didn't go to college. I've been on the streets all my life, okay? And my whole education came from the streets. But we made sure that people who were younger than me, I'm 76 years old, I just found out that yesterday, last night, I was 76, I've been telling about 77. My life, I've aged so many years, I got confused with my wife, put me in check. But what my whole thing is this, why can't we get what's due to us? Why do we have to keep begging? Everybody
Stop
else,
begging.
Everybody else,
Let's get it.
Everybody else has sent their kids to college, got degrees. When they come home from college, they can help them buy a home. We're still struggling. You know, I bought a home at 68, which is paid for. But my daughter and my son can't buy a home. You understand what I'm saying? Because in San Francisco, I paid $30,000 in my house, which is worth over $1 million a day. I couldn't live in the city. I couldn't live in the city and going back to the day. So let's stop begging and demand what we need to demand.
Yes.
We need to get our money.
I'm gonna try and respond to that really, really quickly, because a lot of times we discount what we've already done, and we don't realize how much work that was already done before us. So we're constantly saying, we haven't gotten anything, we haven't gotten anything, we haven't gotten anything. And it's easier to put a penny on top of 99 cents to make $1 than it is to put a penny on top of nothing and then try and get to $1. And so if we start to count some of the progress that we've made, if we start to acknowledge some of the good that's been done, if we start to acknowledge what Dream Keepers Initiative is doing, and the 450 redress efforts that's been made across the country, then we can start to build on what's happening and change that narrative shift. Because there's a narrative in our mind that no matter how much they give us, we have nothing. We don't have anything, we don't have anything, we don't have anything. We keep saying that over and over again, but we might have 99 cents, we're still gonna say we don't have $1. But if we got something, let's start to collect it, let's start to build on it, let's start to share it, let's start to grow it, let's start to invest it, let's start to do something with it so that we can get a little bit further to that 99 cents so that one more penny just means $1 and we are now made whole.
But can I say this? Can I say this?
Hold on 1 second, Sean. I know people are mad. But we're so grateful for this conversation, but I invite everyone in here to please continue it in our workshop tomorrow. It's gonna be much more conversational. It's gonna be all about these actions and not begging, not waiting for somebody to come to us, and really harnessing the power that has always existed in our community. The wealth and the abundance that's always been in our community, and really the ingenuity of our community to move and progress forward. So I invite you all to take our survey. We have some paper copies here with my colleague Joelle of the reparations survey. If you would take a few minutes to give us your feedback. And thank you all for sitting in. We really appreciate it. And lastly, we're having a reception on the rooftop, so please join us for that.
Y'all folks like you want to get your shoes in there. Let me get your shoes. I got it. Perfect.
I know. I just had to do that
I'm checking, man. Stop talking about my people, man. I'm upset, man. We talking about my people. Hey, y'all know it's been a powerful conversation today. This has been dope. I'm triggered. Y'all know both sides of the conversation. We get triggered. I'm highly triggered, but I'm advocating for my people. And, we're going to make sure that the real conversation happens. We ain't playing none of that jazzy stuff. So y'all already know how it go. Both sides of the conversation. Today's session is ending. And we enjoy y'all for joining. I know it says 6 hours on there, but there's different sessions. So you might have to breeze through the YouTube on your way back to see some of the sessions that took place. I don't want you to spend 6 hours to watch, but I wanted to make sure that we covered all of today's sessions. So again, a lot of real conversations got to happen. Y'all know we go hold it here at both sides of the conversation. That's what we do. We keep it real. We keep it authentic. We ain't playing with these folks. We playing with our people. Love y'all.